Welcome to Top 100 Best-Selling Audiobooks, bringing the greatest books of all time to life, in full. Hello dear listener. If you're here, it's probably because you're as passionate about books and the knowledge and wisdom they bring as we are. So you might also want to own this book or any other from this podcast in physical form, either to add to your personal library or to gift it to a friend. That's why we've included a link in the description, where you can get it at a discount and with shipping to almost anywhere in the world. Also, if you make your purchase through these links, the editors of this podcast will receive a small commission, which helps support us in continuing to upload more and more audiobooks for free. Let's make the world a better place through books, together. Pigeon Publishing House presents The Idiot. Author, Fyodor Dostoevsky. Preface. First published in 1869, The Idiot is one of Fyodor Dostoevsky's most profound and compassionate works, a luminous exploration of innocence, suffering, and the fragile boundary between goodness and madness. At the heart of the novel stands Prince Lev Nikolaevich Mishkin, a man whose pure heart and moral clarity set him apart from the cynical and corrupted society around him. Returning to Russia after years of illness abroad, Mishkin becomes a mirror to those he meets, his kindness exposing their greed, his honesty revealing their hypocrisy. In The Idiot, Dostoevsky sought to depict what he called a perfectly beautiful man, a Christ-like figure placed amid the turbulence of human weakness and desire. The result is a powerful meditation on the cost of goodness in a world that often mocks it, and a timeless question: can innocence survive in a corrupt society? Through its vivid characters, emotional intensity, and psychological depth, The Idiot endures as a monumental achievement in world literature, a story as unsettling as it is redemptive. Part 1. 1. At around 9 in the morning, towards the end of a thawing November, the Warsaw train was approaching Petersburg at full steam. The weather was so dank and misty that it was a long time getting light. Anything beyond a dozen yards to left or right of the track could hardly be made out from the carriage windows at all. Among the passengers were some returning from abroad, but it was the third-class compartments which were really crowded. For the most part with ordinary folk and business people, not traveling long distance. As usual, everyone was tired and heavy-eyed after the night. Everybody was chilled through, their faces wan yellow to match the fog. In one of the third-class carriages, two passengers had found themselves opposite each other by the window since daybreak, both young men, both traveling light, both plainly dressed, both with rather striking features, and both at length desirous of engaging the other in conversation. Had each been aware of what was remarkable about the other at that particular moment, they would naturally have marveled that chance had so curiously placed them opposite one another in a third-class carriage of the Warsaw-Petersburg train. One was a shortish man of about 27, with curly dark hair, almost black. His gray eyes, though small, were fiery. His nose was broad and rather flattened, and he had prominent cheekbones. His thin lips were permanently set in a sort of insolent, derisive, almost malevolent smile. His forehead, however, was high and well formed, redeeming the unprepossessing lower portion of his face. Most noteworthy in that face was its deathly pallor, which gave the young man's otherwise strongly formed features a gaunt appearance, along with a kind of passionate, almost anguished intensity, wholly out of keeping with that coarse, insolent smile and truculently complacent expression. He was warmly wrapped up in a capacious overcoat lined with astrakhan, and had kept warm overnight, while his shivering neighbor had had to endure all the delights of a raw Russian November night, something for which he was manifestly unprepared. He was wearing a rather broad, thick, sleeveless cloak, with an enormous hood, just like winter travelers often do abroad in far-off places like Switzerland or northern Italy, not reckoning of course on stretches as long as from Eidkunen to Petersburg. What had answered perfectly satisfactorily in Italy, however, turned out not to be altogether suitable for Russia. The owner of the hooded cloak was a young man, also of 26 or 27, a little above medium height, and very fair complexion with masses of hair. His cheeks were sunken and he had a wispy, pointed little beard, almost white in color. His eyes were large and pale blue, and their intent gaze held something at once gentle and saturnine, filled as they were with that odd expression by which some people can detect epilepsy at a glance. For the rest, the young man's face was pleasant, refined, and clean-cut, though lacking in color, even bluish now from the cold. The meager, faded silk bundle dangling from his hands appeared to contain all his traveling effects. He wore thick-soled shoes and gaiters, all very un-Russian. His dark-haired neighbor in the sheepskin coat eyed all this, partly from having nothing else to do, before inquiring at length, with that tactless smirk which sometimes so openly and carelessly expresses people's pleasure at a neighbor's misfortune. "Chilly?" and wriggled his shoulders. "Very," replied his companion with the utmost readiness. "And it's still thawing, isn't it? What if it was a real frost? I never thought it could be as cold as this at home. I'm not used to it anymore." "Been abroad, have you?" "Yes, Switzerland." "Phew! You have been on your travels." The dark-haired individual gave a whistle and laughed. Conversation got underway. The fair young man in the Swiss cloak was remarkably willing to answer all the questions put by his dark-featured companion, without suspecting in the least how completely casual and idly random some of them were. He disclosed in passing that he had actually been away from Russia for a long time, for years or more, that he'd been sent abroad for health reasons, some mysterious nervous complaint to do with epilepsy or St. Vitus's dance, involving tremors and convulsions. As he listened, the dark man grinned several times and broke into a laugh when his question, "Well, and did they cure you?" elicited the reply, "No, they didn't." "Ah! I expect you paid them a deal of money for nothing, and here we still go on believing in them," the dark man remarked caustically. "That's absolutely right." The intervention came from a wretchedly dressed gentleman sitting nearby. He looked to be an official, hardened by long years of quilldriding. He was about 40 and strongly built, with a red nose and pimply face. "Absolutely right, sir. All they do is bleed Russia dry and give nothing in return." "Oh, I'm afraid you're much mistaken in my case," rejoined the Swiss patient in a quiet, conciliatory tone. "Of course I can't argue, there's a lot I don't know, but my doctor paid for my ticket here from the little he had left. After keeping me at his own charge for almost 2 years, what's more." "Why was that? Wasn't there anyone to pay for you?" asked the dark man. "You see, Mr. Pavlishev, who was supporting me, died 2 years ago. I wrote to Madame Yepankina here, she's a distant relation of mine, but I never got an answer. That's why I've come back." "Come back where exactly?" "You mean where will I stay?" "Well, I really don't know as yet, just—" "Not made up your mind yet?" At this, both listeners burst out laughing again. "I suppose you've got all your worldly goods in that bundle?" asked the dark young man. "I wouldn't mind wagering you're right," put in the red-nosed official, with an expression of considerable satisfaction, "and there's nothing else in the luggage van, I'll be bound, though poverty is no crime, one must never ever forget that." He turned out to be correct again. The fair young man at once confessed as much with unusual alacrity. That bundle of yours does have a certain significance all the same, the official went on, when their fits of laughter had subsided. It was singular that the bundle's owner had also begun to laugh eventually as he looked at them, which added to their hilarity, although it's a fair bet there's no bags of gold Napoleons in there, or Fredericks either, not to mention Hollanders. Asterisk, all of which we can deduce from the gaiters wrapped round your foreign shoes if nothing else. Still, if one adds in a relative like Madame Yepankina for example, that bundle takes on quite a different meaning, assuming of course that Madame Yepankina really is your relation and you haven't just made a mistake about that, which could happen to anybody at all, having, shall we say, an over-fertile imagination? Ah, you've guessed right again, the fair young man seized on this. I really am nearly mistaken. I mean, she's nearly not a relation. In fact, I wasn't at all surprised really when I didn't get an answer in Switzerland. I expected that. You wasted your money on the stamp then. Still at least you're open and good-natured about it. That's to be commended. One does know General Yepankin, of course, sir. He's a public figure, as also the late Mr. Pavlishev who supported you in Switzerland, assuming he was Nikolai Andreevich Pavlishev, because there were two cousins. The other one's still living in the Crimea, but Nikolai Andreevich, the deceased, he was a man of position, well connected, owned 4,000 serfs in his time, sir. That's right, he was called Nikolai Andreevich Pavlishev, and so saying, the young man surveyed the knowledgeable gentleman with keen curiosity. You come across these know-alls occasionally, quite often in fact, at a certain level of society. They know everything, all the restless curiosity of their mind and faculties is directed irresistibly in one direction, for want of any more important opinions or interests in life, of course, as a contemporary thinker would put it. In saying they know everything, it should be understood, however, that their field is somewhat restricted, where so-and-so is serving, what his circle of acquaintances, how much he's worth, where he was governor, who his wife is, how much the dowry was, who his cousin is and his second cousin, and so on and so forth, all that sort of thing. As a rule, the know-all goes round out at elbows and earns 17 rubles a month. The people they know in such minute detail, of course, would never guess at this ruling passion of theirs, and yet with a good many of them the amassing of this information, a whole science in itself, acts as a positive solace. They achieve self-respect, supreme spiritual contentment even. It's a tempting field of study too. I've seen scholars, literary men, poets, political figures, all seeking and finding their highest ambitions and satisfactions within this same branch of science. Actually to the extent of basing their entire career on it. Throughout this conversation the dark young man yawned and gazed idly out of the window, impatiently anticipating the end of the journey. He was preoccupied, very much preoccupied, indeed almost on edge. As his behavior began to verge on the odd, he would listen then not listen, look then look away, at times laughing without realizing it or knowing why he had done so. But permit me, whom have I the honor? The pimply gentleman suddenly addressed the fair young man with the bundle. Prince Lev Nikolaevich Mishkin, the other responded with complete and ready frankness. Prince Mishkin? Lev Nikolaevich? I don't know it, sir. I can't say as I've even heard of it, sir, the official replied dubiously. That is, I don't mean the name's historical, you can find it in Karamzin's history. Must be there, no, it's the person, sir, and somehow you don't come across the Prince's Mishkin anywhere, not even hearsay. Oh, I should think not, replied the prince at once. There aren't any Prince Mishkins left at all now, apart from me. I think I'm the last. As far as the older generations are concerned, some were just yeomen. My father was a sub-lieutenant in the army, incidentally, after cadet college. I've no idea how Madame Yepankina came to be a Princess Mishkina, last of her kind as well.
He.
Last of her kind. Ha ha. That's nicely put. The official giggled. The dark-haired man also grinned. The prince was a little astonished at having managed to utter a witticism, however feeble. Imagine, I said it quite without thinking, he explained at length, surprised. That's plain to see, sir, plain to see, assented the official genially. And you studied things, Prince, with that professor of yours? Asked the dark young man all of a sudden. Yes. I studied. Well, I've never studied anything. Well, I was the same, just one or two things, the prince added, almost apologetic. They weren't able to teach me systematically because of my illness. Know the Rogozins? The dark man asked quickly. No, not at all. I know very few people in Russia, really. Are you a Rogozin? Yes, I am, Rogozin, Parthian.
Parthian?
Not by any chance one of the Rogozins who, the official began, more solemnly than before. Yes, them, one of those, the young man interrupted him, brusquely impatient. He had never spoken to the pimply official once, incidentally, addressing himself exclusively to the prince from the very start. But, you mean? The official was positively rigid with astonishment, eyes popping. His face at once assumed an expression of servile reverence, fear even. The son of Semyon Parfenovich Rogozin, hereditary honorary citizen, who passed away leaving 2.5 million net. And just how did you find out that he left 2.5 million net? Interrupted the dark young man, even now not deigning to glance at the official. Just look at him. Here he indicated him with a wink for the prince's benefit. Just what do they expect to gain by toadying up straight away like that? Still, it's true, my father has died and I'm coming home from Pskov a month late, practically barefoot. My rascal of a brother didn't send me word and neither did my mother, and no money either, nothing. Like a dog. I had a fever for a whole month in Pskov. And now you're going to get a cool million and a bit at the very least, heavens. The official threw up his hands. Well, I ask you, what's it got to do with him? Rogozin nodded towards him, irritated and angry. I wouldn't give you a kopeck if you walked on your hands in front of me. And I'll do it, I'll walk on my hands. You see. And you'll get nothing, you can dance about for a week. That's right. Give me nothing, that's what I deserve. And I'll dance. I'll leave my wife and little children to dance before you. Grovel. Grovel. Get out of my sight, spat Rogozin. 5 weeks back I was just like you, he addressed the prince. Ran away from the old man to my auntie in Pskov with nothing but a bundle. That's where I caught the fever and took to my bed, so I wasn't there when he died. A stroke got him. God rest his soul, but before that he practically beat me to death. Believe me, Prince, honest to God. If I hadn't run away then he'd have simply murdered me. Had you made him angry over something? Responded the prince, regarding the millionaire in the overcoat with a somewhat singular curiosity. Now, although the million and its inheritance might have been noteworthy enough in themselves, what surprised and intrigued the prince was something else. Rogozin himself was extremely keen to engage the prince in conversation for some reason, though his need seemed to be automatic rather than something willed, somehow more out of preoccupation than actual candor. and prompted by anxiety and agitation. Just so as to have someone to look at and something to chatter about. He still seemed to be ill, or feverish at least. As for the official, he continued to hover close to Rogozin, fearing to breathe, catching and weighing every word as if searching for diamonds. Yes, well, he was angry of course, and maybe he had good reason, replied Rogozin, but it was my brother who really got on my nerves. Mama's all right, she's an old woman, reads the lives of the martyrs and sits round with the other old women. What Brother Senka says goes. And why didn't he send word in time, eh? Oh, we know, don't we? All right, I was delirious. There was a telegram sent as well, so they say. But it comes to my auntie, you see. Been a widow 30 years and spends her time with the holy fools from morning till night. Worse than a nun, worse than a nun. Anyway, she was frightened by the telegram and took it to the police station without opening it. That's where it's been ever since. Konyav, Vasily Vasilik, came to the rescue and sent me a report. One night, my brother cut the tassels off the brocade on the old man's coffin, solid gold they were, they cost a mint of money, says he. He could end up in Siberia just for that if I'd a mind, that's sacrilege, that is. Hey you, scarecrow, he addressed the official. What's the law on that? Is it sacrilege or not? Oh yes, sacrilege, assented the official at once. You get Siberia for that? Oh yes, Siberia. Siberia straight away. They still think I'm ill, Rogozin went on to the prince, but I sneaked into this carriage and away, better or not, and no word to anybody. Open up the gates, dear brother Semyon Semyonik. He slandered me to my father, rest his soul, that's something I do know. Still, it's the truth, I did annoy the old man over Nastasia Philippovna. That was all my fault. Led into temptation. Over Nastasia Philippovna, mumbled the obsequious official, as if something was dawning on him. You don't know her, do you? Rogozin shouted at him, exasperated. Indeed I do, replied the official triumphantly. Oh, really? There's plenty Nastasia Philippovnas in this world. And you're an impudent creature, I may say. There you are, I knew some creature like this would fasten onto me before I could turn round, he continued, addressing the prince. Perhaps I do know her, sir, for all that. The official was much agitated. Lebedev knows. You, your highness, are pleased to speak harshly, but what if I can prove my words? Is it not that same Nastasia Philippovna who caused you to be chastised with a hazel rod by your father? Her surname's Barishkova, and she's a lady of quality, so to speak, also a princess of some kind, and she associates exclusively with a certain Totsky, Afanasy Ivanovich, a very wealthy landowner, director of various companies, and a great friend of General Yapankin on that account. Oh ho, so that's your game, is it? Rogozin was at last genuinely surprised. Well, damnation, he really does know. Everything. Lebedev knows everything. Your Highness, I spent 2 months going about with Alex Likhachov after his father died as well, so I know it all the ins and outs. It got so that he wouldn't stir a step without Lebedev. Nowadays he's in the debtor's prison, but at that time I had the opportunity of getting to know Armanson Koroly, and Princess Patskaya and Nastasia Philippovna too, and got to know a good many other things besides. Nastasia Philippovna? You don't mean Likhachov and her? Rogozin stared grimly at him with pale and tremulous lips. And not at all. And nothing. Nothing as I live, the official recollected himself and hurried on. I mean, no amount of money could get Likachov what he wanted. Not like Armand's. It was just Totsky, he's the only one. Well, she used to sit in her own box at the Bolshoi or the French theater. There's plenty of talk among the officers there, but even they can't prove anything. There she is, that's the famous Nastasia Filipovna, and that's about it. As for anything beyond that, nothing. Because there isn't anything. That's just how it is, confirmed Rogozin, scowling morosely. Zalyazev used to tell me the same thing at the time. I was running across Nevsky Prospect, Prince, wearing my father's 3-year-old fur jacket, just as she was coming out of a shop and getting into her carriage. I went hot all over. Then I come across Zalyazev. He's nothing like me, he goes round looking like a barber's assistant, with a monocle in his eye, while we live it up at my old man's in our Dublin boots, eating cabbage soup without meat. She's not on your level, says he, she's a princess, says he, her name's Nastasia Filipovna, surname Barishkova, and she lives with Totsky. He doesn't know how to get rid of her, because he's reached a good age now, 55. And he wants to get married to the most ravishing beauty in Petersburg. Then he gave me the idea that I could see Nastasia Filipovna that very day at the Bolshoi Ballet, sitting in her own box at the side of the stalls. Just try and get out of my old man's house to go to the ballet, I'd catch it for certain, he'd kill me. Still, I did sneak out on the quiet for an hour and saw Nastasia Filipovna again. I didn't sleep a wink that night. In the morning, the old man, God rest him, gives me 2 5% bonds, 5,000 each. Sell them, says he, and take 7,500 to Andreev's office, pay it over and bring what's left straight back to me, no dilly-dallying, I'll be waiting for you. Well, I sold the bonds but I didn't go near Andreev's, I went straight to the English shop and chose a pair of earrings with a sweet little diamond the size of a nut in each one. I was 400 short, but they trusted me when I gave them my name. Over to Zalyazev's with the earrings, out with the story and let's away, friend, to Nastasia Filipovna's. We set off. I haven't the slightest recollection of where I walked, what was in front of me or to either side. We went straight into her entrance hall and she came out to us herself. At the time I didn't let on it was me, from Parfen Rogozin, says Zalyazev, to mark his meeting with you yesterday, please deign to accept this. She unwrapped it, peeped inside, and smiled. Thank your friend Mr. Rogozin for his kind thought, she says, then said her goodbyes and went out. Well, why didn't I just die on the spot? I mean, I only went because I thought I wouldn't come back alive. I felt the most annoying part was that beast Zalyazev taking all the credit himself. I was dressed like a lackey and I'm not very tall either. There I stood speechless and shy, just staring at her, while he was dressed up to the nines, primped and pomaded, all pink in his check cravat, bowing and scraping. Why, she very likely took him for me. Well, I said as we left, just don't go getting any ideas in that quarter, understand? He laughs, and how exactly are you going to settle your account with Semyon? Parfeonic? To tell the truth, I was on the point of throwing myself in the water there and then, without going home, but I thought, what do I care, really? I returned to the house like a damned soul. Oh dear, the official made a wry face as a shudder ran through him. You know the deceased used to hound people to death for 10 rubles, never mind 10,000, he nodded to the prince, who in turn surveyed Rogozin curiously. The latter seemed even paler at that moment. Hound to death. Rogozin broke in. What do you know about it? He found out, he continued, addressing the prince, and in any case Zaliezev was blurting it out to everybody we met on the way. The old man got hold of me and locked me in upstairs, then laid into me for an hour. That's just a foretaste. I'll be back to bid you good night as well. And what do you think? The old chap went round to Nastasia Philippovna's, bowed to the ground, weeping and pleading with her. In the end she brought the box out to him and snapped, "There's your earrings then, old greybeard, and they're worth 10 times more to me now that I know the risk Parfen ran in getting them. Take my greetings to Parfen Semyonik and thank him." Meanwhile I borrowed 20 rubles off Seryoza Protushin with Mama's blessing and got the train to Pskov, where I arrived in a fever. The old women started reading the Saints' Days out over me with me sitting there drunk. Then I went the round of the taverns spending my last kopeck and lay about the streets all night dead to the world. By morning I was really ill, and the dogs had been worrying at me in the night as well. I had a hard time coming to. "Never mind, sir, never mind, Nastasia Philippovna will sing a different tune now," tittered the official, rubbing his hands. "What are earrings to us, sir? We'll make it up to her for those earrings. If you utter one more word about Nastasia Philippovna, then by the good Lord I'll thrash you, whether you went round with Likhachov or not," Rogozin shouted, seizing him powerfully by the arm. "If you do thrash me, it means you're not rejecting me. Go on. If you do, it seals. Ah, we've arrived." And indeed they were pulling into the station. Although Rogozin had said he'd gone off without telling anybody, several people were waiting for him. They were shouting and waving their caps in the air. "Look at that, and Zaliezev's here as well." Rogozin muttered. His smile as he surveyed them was both triumphant and sardonic. He turned abruptly to the prince. "I don't know why I've taken a fancy to you, Prince, maybe it was just the time and place, but then I met him too," he indicated Lebedev, "and I certainly don't feel that way towards him. Come along to my house, Prince, we'll have those silly little gaiters off you, get you into a marten coat, first class, you shall have a frock coat, first class, white waistcoat, whatever you want, I'll stuff your pockets full of money and we'll go off to Nastasia Philippovna. Will you come or not?" "Listen to him, Prince Lev Nikolaevich," urged Lebedev with weighty solemnity. "Don't miss the opportunity. Oh, don't miss it." Prince Mishkin half rose and politely extended a hand to Rogozin, saying courteously, "I shall come with the greatest of pleasure and I am most grateful for your regard. I may come today even if I am able to, because I tell you frankly, I'd taken a great liking to you, particularly when you were telling me the story of the diamond earrings. Even before that, though you have such a gloomy face. I thank you also for the promised clothes and the overcoat, as I will certainly have need of them soon. As for money, I have hardly a penny to my name at the present moment. There'll be money by evening, come along." There will, Lebedev took it up, "by evening and on until dawn there will." "And are you a great admirer of the female sex, Prince? Tell me in advance." "Aye. And then no. You see, I'm. Perhaps you don't know, but because of the illness I was born with, I have no experience of women at all." "Well, if that's so," Rogozin exclaimed, "you're an out-and-out holy fool, and God loves the likes of you." "Such as these the Lord God loveth," echoed the official. "And you follow me, pen-pusher," said Rogozin to Lebedev as they all left the carriage. Lebedev had finished up by gaining his ends. Soon the noisy throng was moving off in the direction of Voznesensky Prospect. The prince's route lay towards Lidianea. It was raw and dank, inquiries from passers-by established that it was 2 miles or so to his destination, and he made up his mind to take a cab. 2. General Yupankin resided in his own house just off Lidianea, towards the Church of the Transfiguration. Besides this splendid dwelling, 5/6 of which was rented out, the general possessed another huge house on Sadovaya, which also brought in a vast income. In addition to the 2 houses, he had an extensive and highly profitable estate outside the city. There was a factory of sorts too, in Petersburg province. It was common knowledge that, many years before, General Yupankin had been a tax farmer. Nowadays his voice carried weight in a number of reputable business concerns. He passed for a man of considerable wealth, with large responsibilities and influential contacts. In certain quarters, including his own department, he had been able to render himself absolutely indispensable. And yet it was also common knowledge that Ivan Fedorovich Yupankin was the uneducated son of a private soldier. Certainly this latter circumstance could only redound to his credit, but the general, intelligent man though he was, did have a number of minor pardonable weaknesses and disliked any hints in that direction. Nevertheless, he was intelligent and astute, that was undeniable. It was his way, for example, never to push himself forward where it was better to remain in the background, and many people valued him for this unassuming behavior, the fact that he always knew his place. If only those judges could have known what sometimes went on in the heart of that same Ivan Fedorovich who knew his place so well. Although he certainly possessed a good deal of practical experience in day-to-day affairs, along with a number of remarkable abilities, he liked to convey the impression of being the executant of someone else's ideas rather than a man with a mind of his own, to play the loyalty without flattery role. Even, such are the times we live in, the heartfelt Russian patriot. In this latter connection he had gone so far as to get himself involved in a number of amusing incidents, but the general never repined, however amusing the situation. Besides, he was a lucky man, even at cards, and played for enormously high stakes. Far from wishing to conceal this supposed little weakness for the pasteboards, so materially useful to him on so many occasions, he actually flaunted it. He moved in mixed circles, but of course always among first-rate people. Everything lay ahead of him, there was no hurry, never any hurry, all would come to him in its own good time. After all, General Yupankin was, as they say, in the very prime of his years, not a day over 56, a flourishing age certainly, an age when real life can truly be said to begin. His state of health, facial coloration, firm, though blackened, teeth, the stocky, thick-set build, the grave morning expression at work in the department, the genial one in the evening at cards or attending His Highness, everything contributed to his present and future success and strewed His Excellency's path with roses. The general was possessed of a flourishing family. True, not all was roses there, but there was a great deal else on which His Excellency had for long been seriously concentrating his fondest hopes and ambitions. Indeed, what ambitions in life are more important and sacrosanct than parental ones? What should one cleave to if not to one's family? The general's family consisted of his wife and 3 grown-up daughters. He had got married long ago, when he was still an army lieutenant, to a girl of about his own age who possessed neither beauty nor education and brought only 50 serfs with her all told, though these had formed the basis of his later fortune. The general had never subsequently grumbled about his early marriage, never referred to it slightingly as a rash youthful infatuation, and respected, and occasionally feared, his wife to the point of actual love. The general's wife was a Princess Mishkina, of a very ancient though hardly brilliant lineage, and piqued herself greatly on her ancestry. A certain man of influence, one of those whose patronage costs them nothing incidentally, agreed at that time to concern himself with the young princess's marriage. He opened doors for the young officer and pushed him through, though he didn't need pushing even, a single glance would have been amply sufficient. Barring a few occasions, the pair had passed their long life together amicably. In her very early years, the general's wife, being a born princess and the last of her line, as well as through her own personal qualities perhaps, had contrived to secure herself a number of patronesses in high places. Later on, through the wealth and official position of her husband, she began to feel somewhat at home in these exalted circles. In recent years, the general's daughters, Alexandra, Adelaida, and Aglaya, had grown to maturity. True, all three were only Yapankins, but they were descended from princes on their mother's side and had considerable dowries. Their father had prospects of achieving a very high position himself and, what is also quite important, all three were remarkably pretty, including the eldest, Alexandra, who was already over 25. The middle daughter was 23, while the youngest, Aglaya, had just turned 20. This youngest one was a great beauty in fact, and beginning to attract considerable attention in society. Even this wasn't all, the three were remarkable for their cultivation, wit, and accomplishments. They were well known for the great affection they bore one another and for standing by their sisters. There were even stories of the two elder girls making sacrifices for the sake of their youngest sister, the idol of the whole household. Rather than wanting to cut a figure in society, they were somewhat too modest and retiring. No one could accuse them of being haughty or supercilious, though people were aware that they had their pride and knew their own worth. The eldest was musical and the middle one was a fine artist, but no one knew this for many years. It had only been discovered very recently, and that by chance. In a word, a very great deal was said in praise of them. Still, well-wishers were not universal. The number of books they read was commented on with horror. They were in no hurry to get married, and though they valued a certain circle of acquaintance, it was in a restrained fashion. This was all the more remarkable in the light of what was generally known of their father's character, desires, and ambitions. It was already nearly 11 o'clock when the prince rang the bell at the general's apartments. He lived on the first floor and occupied rooms on as modest a scale as possible commensurate with his dignity. A liveried servant opened the door to the prince, and lengthy explanations followed, as at first the fellow looked suspiciously at him and at his bundle. Finally, after repeated and precise declarations that he really was Prince Mishkin and had urgent and immediate business with the general, the puzzled man conducted him into a small anteroom nearby, close to the study and leading into the actual reception room itself, before handing him on to another fellow whose morning duty it was to announce visitors to the general. This second man, who wore a tailcoat and a grave expression, was past 40. He was His Excellency's study attendant and announcer, and in consequence had a high opinion of himself. "Wait in the reception room and leave your bundle here," he said, slowly and solemnly seating himself in his armchair. He looked at the prince with severe astonishment as the latter at once disposed himself next to him, his bundle in his arms. "If you will permit me," said the prince, "I would prefer to wait here with you. What would I do there on my own?" "You cannot wait in the ante-room, because you are a visitor, in other words a guest." "You wish to see the general in person?" The servant clearly couldn't reconcile himself to admitting a visitor like this, and made up his mind to inquire yet again. "Yes, I have business," the prince began. "I am not asking you what business precisely. My duty is simply to announce your presence. Until the secretary arrives, however, I have said I will not do so." The man's suspicions were apparently intensifying by the minute, the prince was too much a departure from the norm of day-to-day visitors, and although fairly often, almost every day in fact, the general had perforce to receive guests of the most varied nature at a certain hour, especially on business, the servant was very dubious. Despite this flexible discretion, he had to have the secretary's sanction for the announcement. "And you're sure, from abroad?" he felt almost compelled to ask at length, and lost the thread at once. Perhaps he wanted to ask, "Are you really Prince Mishkin?" "Yes, just off the train." "I think you were going to ask if I was really Prince Mishkin, but you restrained yourself out of politeness." Grunted the lackey, disconcerted. "I assure you I didn't lie to you, and you won't have to answer for me. My appearance and my bundle are nothing extraordinary. At the present moment my circumstances are none of the best." That isn't what I'm concerned about, as a matter of fact. I am obliged to announce you, and the secretary will come out to you directly, unless you... Well, that's the long and short of it, that unless. You haven't come to ask for money, if I may be so bold as to ask? Oh no, you may be quite easy on that score. I have other business. You must forgive me, but I was going by your appearance. Just wait for the secretary then, he is engaged with a certain colonel at the moment, and the company secretary is due also. If I'm to wait a good while, I would ask you then if there is anywhere I can smoke here? I have a pipe and tobacco with me.
SMOG?
The attendant threw him a glance of amazed contempt, as if unable to credit his ears. Smoke? No, you may not smoke here, moreover you should be ashamed to entertain such a thought. The idea, sir. Oh, I didn't mean in this room, I know what's expected, I meant I'd go outside somewhere, wherever you said. I've got the habit, you see it, I haven't had a smoke for 3 hours or so. Still, as you like, there's a saying, you know, when in Rome. Well, how am I going to announce someone like you? The lackey couldn't help muttering. Firstly, you shouldn't be here at all, you should be sitting in the reception room, because you're by way of being a visitor, otherwise a guest, and I'll be held responsible. And do you intend living here, is that it? He added, again looking askance at the prince's bundle which was obviously still causing him unease. No. I don't think so. Even if I were invited, I shouldn't stay. I've just come to introduce myself, that's all. No more than that. What? Introduce yourself, asked the servant, surprised and by now doubly suspicious. Why did you say at first that you'd come on business, then? Well, hardly business. I mean, there is one matter if you like, just a case of asking advice, but I'm really here to introduce myself, since I'm Prince Mishkin, and Madame Yapankina is also the last of the Mishkina princesses. Apart from us, there are no Mishkins left. So you're a relation as well? The lackey started, by now thoroughly alarmed. That's hardly true either. Still, to stretch a point, we are kin, but so distant that really it can't be counted. I did once write to the general's wife from abroad, but she didn't reply. All the same, I decided I had to get in touch on my return. I'm explaining all this to resolve your misgivings, as I can see you're still uneasy. Just announce that it's Prince Mishkin, and that in itself will explain the reason for my visit. If they receive me, all well and good, if not, perhaps that will be all to the good as well. I don't think I'll be rejected though. Madame Yapankina will surely want to see the senior and only representative of her line. She is very proud of her ancestry, that I've certainly heard of her. To all appearances, the prince's conversation was simple and straightforward. the simpler it was, however, the more absurd it became in the present instance. The experienced servant could not fail to be aware that what was perfectly acceptable man to man was absolutely unacceptable between guest and man. Since servants are a good deal brighter than their lords and masters usually take them for, it dawned on him that one of two things applied here: either the prince was simply some kind of vagabond and had certainly come round begging, or he was a simpleton lacking any sense of self-respect. What self-respecting intelligent prince would be sitting in an ante-room telling a lackey about his private affairs? Either way, would he not be called upon to answer for him? All the same, you would be better waiting in the reception room, he pointed out as urgently as he could. Well now, if I'd been sitting there, I wouldn't have been able to explain everything to you, the prince laughed blithely, and you would still have been anxious, looking at my cloak and bundle. So now perhaps there's no need to wait for the secretary, you can go and announce me yourself. I can't announce a visitor such as yourself without the sanction of the secretary, especially since I was instructed just now that they were not to be disturbed on any account while the colonel is there. Only Gavrila Ardalionik goes in without announcement. He's an official? Gavrila Ardalionik, you mean? No. He works for the company on a private basis. At least put your bundle over here. I was thinking of that myself, if it's all right. Can I take my cloak off as well? Of course, you can hardly go in there with a cloak on. The prince rose and hastily took off his cloak, revealing a worn but tolerably decent and well-cut jacket. His waistcoat displayed a steel chain. From it hung a silver Geneva watch. Although the prince was a simpleton, the lackey had already decided this. It seemed improper on the part of the general's attendant to pursue this conversation between himself and the visitor, despite the fact that he felt drawn to the prince for some reason, in his own fashion that is. From another point of view, however, he aroused in him a decided feeling of outright indignation. And when does Madame Yapankina receive guests? The prince inquired, seating himself in his former place. That is not my affair, sir. Different times depending on the visitor. Her milliner comes at 11. Gavrila Ardalionik is received before others, sometimes to early lunch. Your rooms are warmer in winter than they are abroad, the prince observed. Although it's warmer outside there, a Russian can't stand it indoors in winter, he's not used to it. Don't they have heating? Yes, but the houses are constructed differently, the stoves and windows I mean. Have you been traveling long, sir? 4 years. Actually, I mostly stayed in one place, in the country. You've got out of the way of things here then? That's certainly true. Believe it or not, I'm amazed I haven't forgotten how to speak Russian. Here I am talking to you and thinking to myself, aren't I speaking it well? Perhaps that's why I'm talking so much. Really, since yesterday, I keep wanting to speak Russian. Ahem. Did you live in Petersburg before then? Despite his firm intentions, the lackey found it impossible not to go along with a conversation as polite and courteous as this. Petersburg? Hardly ever, just passed through occasionally. I knew nothing about the place before, and now I hear there's so much new happening, that people who were well informed before now have to relearn it all, so they say. There's a good deal of talk about the courts. Courts. Courts there certainly are. And are the courts fairer over there or not? I don't know. I've heard a good deal said in praise of our courts. Then again, we don't have capital punishment. They have that there? Yes. I saw it in France, in Lyons. Schneider took me there with him. Do they hang them? No, in France they always cut their heads off. Do they shout out or anything? Heavens, no. It's instantaneous. They put the man in position and this broad knife drops down. It's mechanical, they call it a guillotine. It's a heavy drop, lots of power. The head jumps away so fast you'd miss it if you blinked. The preliminaries are grim. That's when they announce the sentence, get the machine ready, bind the prisoner, and take him up to the scaffold. That's the horrible part. The crowds come rushing round, even the women, though they don't like women to see it. Not the thing for them. Of course not. Of course not. Agony like that. The criminal was an intelligent man, strong, brave, getting on in years. His name was Legros. Well, I tell you, believe me or believe me not, he mounted the scaffold and wept, white as a sheet. Is that possible? Isn't that a horrible thing? Who on earth weeps because they're afraid? I had never conceived that anybody could weep from fear, not a child, mind you, a man of 45, who'd never wept before. What on earth must be taking place in the soul to convulse a man like that? It's a violation of the soul, nothing less. It is written, thou shalt not kill, because he killed, should he be killed as well? No, that's wrong. I saw it all of a month ago and I can picture it to this day. I've dreamed about it half a dozen times. The prince had grown more animated as he spoke, and a faint flush came into his pale face, though his voice was no louder than before. The flunky observed him with sympathetic interest, unwilling, it seemed, to take his eyes off him. Perhaps he too was a man with an imagination and some reasoning ability. Still, it's a good thing the agony's not prolonged, he remarked, when the head comes off. Do you know, the prince seized on this warmly, everybody makes exactly the same point that you have, that's why the machine, the guillotine, was invented. But something occurred to me when I was there, what if that's actually worse? You may think that's silly, ludicrous even, but with a little imagination even an idea like that can flash into your mind. Just think, if there was torture, for instance, there'd be suffering and wounds, bodily agony, all of which would distract you from the mental suffering. You would only have the torment of your physical injuries right up to the point of death. After all, the greatest, the most intense pain lies not so much in injuries perhaps, so much as the fact that you know for certain that in an hour's time, then in 10 minutes, then 30 seconds, then now, at this moment, the soul will take wing from the body and you will cease to be a man, and that this is certain to happen. The main thing is that it's certain. You put your head under the blade and you hear it sliding towards you. It's that quarter of a second which is the most terrible of all. It's not just some fancy of mine, you know, lots of people have said the same thing. I'm so convinced of this that I'll tell you straight out what I think. To kill for murder is an immeasurably greater evil than the actual crime itself. Judicial murder is immeasurably more horrible than one committed by a robber. Someone killed by a robber, knifed at night in a forest or somewhere, certainly keeps hoping for rescue right up to the last second. There have been instances of people whose throats have been cut still hoping, or running away, or pleading for their lives. But all this final hope, which makes dying 10 times easier, is taken away by that certain. The sentence is pronounced and the whole agony resides in the fact that there's no escape. There's no greater torture in the world than that. Fetch a soldier and stand him right in front of a cannon during a battle and fire at him, he'll go on hoping, but read out a certain death sentence to that same soldier and he'll go off his head or burst into tears. Who can say that human nature can bear a thing like that without going mad? Why this disgusting, pointless, unnecessary mockery? Perhaps there exists a man who has had his sentence read out to him and been allowed to suffer before being told, "Be off, you've been pardoned." That man could tell you perhaps. Christ himself spoke of such agony and terror. No, a man should not be treated so. The servant, though he could not have expressed all this like the prince, took in the gist at least, as his softened expression clearly showed. "If you really want to smoke," he said, "you can, I dare say, if you're quick about it. They might just call you and you'd not be there. You see the door under the stairs there. Go through that and there's a box room on your right. It'll be all right in there, but be sure to open the window, it's not allowed, you see." The prince, however, had no time to go off for his smoke. A young man holding some papers suddenly came into the anteroom, and the lackey began helping him off with his fur coat. The young man looked narrowly at the prince. "This gentleman, Gavrila Ardalionovich," began the servant, confidential to the point of familiarity, "says he is a Prince Mishkin, a relation of the mistress. He's come from abroad on the train, with just a bundle in his hand, only." The prince heard no more as the servant started whispering. Gavrila Ardalionovich listened carefully and glanced at the prince with considerable curiosity. Finally he stopped listening and came eagerly over to him. "You're Prince Mishkin?" he inquired with the utmost courtesy and grace. He was a very good-looking young man of about 28, slender and fair, of medium height with a small imperial beard. His face was both intelligent and strikingly handsome, but his smile, for all its politeness, had something slightly too refined about it. The teeth it displayed were just a little too even and pearly white. His gaze, for all its apparent unaffected geniality, was just a little too keen and searching. "When he's alone I expect he looks quite different and perhaps never laughs at all," the prince sensed somehow. The prince made his explanations as best he could, briefly recounting more or less what he had told the servant, and Rogozin before him. Gavrila Ardalionovich meanwhile appeared to be recalling something. "Was it not you," he asked, "who was good enough to send a letter a year ago, or perhaps more recently, to Elizaveta Prokofievna, from Switzerland if I remember rightly?" "I did indeed." "Then they know you here and will surely remember. Have you come to see His Excellency?" "I'll announce you directly. He'll be free presently." "Only you should wait in the reception room till then." "Why is the gentleman here?" he addressed the lackey severely. "I kept telling him but he didn't want to." At that moment the study door suddenly opened and a military man with a briefcase in his hand emerged, still conversing loudly as he took his leave. "Are you there, Ganya?" came a shout from the study. "Come in here please." Gavrila Ardalionovich nodded to the prince and hurried through into the study. A couple of minutes later the door opened once more and Gavrila Ardalionovich's voice was heard, affable and sonorous. "Please come in, Prince." 3. General Ivan Fedorovich Yapankin stood in the middle of his sanctum and watched with considerable curiosity as the prince came in. He even took 2 paces towards him. The prince advanced and introduced himself. "So then," the general responded, "how may I be of service?" "I have no pressing business at all. My intention was solely to make your acquaintance. I would not wish to incommode you, since I do not know your receiving hours or other arrangements, but I'm just off the train myself, from Switzerland." The general was within an inch of smiling but bethought himself and managed to suppress it. On further reflection he narrowed his eyes and surveyed his guest once more from head to foot, before swiftly motioning him to a chair and sitting down himself at a slight angle. He then turned towards the prince, impatiently expectant. Ganya stood in the corner by the bureau, leafing through some papers. "I have little time available for making acquaintances as a rule," said the general, "but since you have some purpose of your own, of course, then—" "I felt sure," the prince interrupted, "that you would see some set purpose behind my visit, but I assure you that, apart from the pleasure of making your acquaintance, I have no private end to pursue. The pleasure on my part of course is very considerable also, but life cannot be all relaxation. Sometimes, you know, there are affairs to attend to. Besides, so far I cannot for the life of me see that we have any common interest, any reason, so to speak." "No reason, certainly, and of course, little in common. Since if I am Prince Mishkin and your wife is of our lineage, that does not constitute a reason of course. I quite understand that. However, that is my sole pretext for this meeting. I have been away from Russia for nearly 4 years, longer even, and when I left I was off my head. I knew nothing then and no less now. I am in need of well-disposed people. I even have a certain business matter on my mind and I don't know where to turn. Back in Berlin I thought, they're practically kinfolk, I'll start with them, perhaps we'll be of use to one another, they to me and I to them if they are good people. I had heard that you were good people. I'm obliged to you, sir." The general was disconcerted. "May I inquire where you are staying?" "I have nowhere to stay as yet." "So, it's straight from the train to me? And, with your luggage?" "My luggage is only one small bundle of linen, nothing else. I usually just carry it." "I'll find a room by evening." "So you still intend to seek a room?" "Oh yes, of course." "Going by what you said, I might have thought you were coming straight to me." "That might have been the case, but not otherwise than by your invitation. I have to confess that I shouldn't have stayed even if invited, no particular reason, it's just the way I am." "Well, it's a good thing I didn't invite you then, nor will I now." "Permit me further, Prince, to clear matters up once and for all, since we agreed just now that there is nothing more to say between us on the score of family ties. Though of course it would have been extremely flattering to me, it remains." "It remains to get up and leave?" The prince half rose, laughing cheerfully, despite the obvious difficulty of his situation. "And to be really truthful, General, although I know precisely nothing about local manners, or people's way of life here, things have turned out between us exactly the way I thought they would." "Well, perhaps that's how it ought to be. I got no reply to my letter that time either." "Well, goodbye and I'm sorry to have inconvenienced you." The prince's expression was so kindly at that moment, his smile so devoid of the faintest hint of ill feeling, that the general halted all of a sudden and looked at his guest in a different manner. The alteration in his expression was instantaneous. "Look here, Prince," he said in quite a different tone, "I don't know you, after all, but Elizaveta Prokofievna might like to see her namesake. Wait a while if you wish, and if time isn't pressing." "Oh, I have plenty of time, my time is absolutely my own." At this the prince placed his soft round hat on the table. "I confess that I was relying on Elizaveta Prokofievna perhaps remembering my letter. Just now, while I was waiting, your servant suspected that I had come to beg money from you. I noticed it and no doubt you have issued strict instructions on that score. Honestly, I haven't come on that account, truly I've simply come to make contact with people." Only I do rather feel that I've inconvenienced you and it makes me uneasy. Well, Prince, said the general, smiling jovially, if you really are the man you seem, it will indeed be a pleasure to make your acquaintance. But as you see, I'm a busy man and I've got to sit down presently and look through some papers and sign them, then I have to go off to His Highness, then to the department, so the upshot is that, though I'm glad to see people. Decent people, that is, but... However, I'm so convinced you are a person of excellent breeding that... How old are you, Prince? 26. Is that so? And I was thinking you were much younger. Yes, they say I've got a baby face. I'll soon learn not to get in your way, because I hate to inconvenience people myself. After all, it seems to me that we're such different people to all appearances, for all sorts of reasons, that we just can't have many points in common, but, you know, I don't believe that last idea myself, because it often just seems that way, that there are no points of contact, but they are very much there. It's people's laziness that makes them categorize each other on sight, so they can't find anything. Perhaps I'm boring you? You seem to. Just one thing, sir, do you have means of support of any kind? Or do you intend taking up any line of work? Forgive me for being so. Heavens, I appreciate your question and understand your implication. I have no means of support for the present and no work, also for the present. I must see about that. The money I had wasn't mine. Schneider, the professor who taught and treated me in Switzerland, gave me enough for the journey and no more, so I only have kopecks left. There is one matter I need advice about, but... Tell me, what exactly do you propose to live on for the moment, and what are your plans? The general broke in. I want to work at something. Ah, but you're a philosopher, still, have you any particular skills or abilities, preferably the kind you can earn your daily bread by, pardon me again for. Oh, no need to apologize. No, sir, I don't think I possess any talents or any special aptitudes, the contrary in fact, because as an invalid I never had a proper education. As regards bread, it seems to me. The general interrupted once more to put further questions. The prince told him what has already been narrated. It turned out that the general had heard of the late Pavlishev and had even been personally acquainted with him. Why Pavlishev had concerned himself with his welfare the prince was unable to explain. Perhaps it was simply a matter of friendship between him and the prince's late father. The prince had been orphaned while still a small child and had spent his whole life growing up in various villages, as his health demanded country air. Pavlishev had entrusted him to the care of some old lady landowners, relatives of his. A governess had been engaged for him to begin with, and later a tutor. He stated incidentally that although he recalled everything, he could explain little satisfactorily, as there was much he had not been aware of. The frequent bouts of his illness had made almost a complete idiot of him, the prince's own word. He concluded by saying that Pavlishev had met Professor Schneider in Berlin one day, a Swiss specializing in this very type of illness. He had an establishment in Valais Canton in Switzerland, where he used his own methods to effect cures in cases of idiotism and madness, involving cold water and gymnastics. He undertook to teach his patients and supervise their overall spiritual development. Pavlishev had sent him to Schneider some 5 years before, and had died suddenly himself 2 years ago, without having made any further arrangements. Schneider had kept him on and continued treating him for almost 2 more years. He had not cured him but had helped him a great deal, and had now finally sent him back to Russia at his own request and as a result of certain unforeseen circumstances. The general was greatly surprised at all this. And you have no one in Russia, Absolutely no one?" he asked. "At the moment, no one, but I have hopes. Besides, I have received a letter." "At least," the general intervened, missing the mention of the letter, "you did learn something, and your illness won't prevent you taking on some straightforward work in an office, say?" "Oh, certainly not. As regards work, I'd be very pleased. I very much want to see for myself what I'm capable of doing. I was studying all the time over the 4 years, though not really properly. It was the professor's special system. I did manage to read a great many Russian books in that time." "Russian books? That must mean you can write without mistakes?" "Oh, I certainly can." "Splendid, sir, and handwriting?" "My handwriting is excellent." "I do have a talent there, if you like. I'm a real calligraphist." "Allow me to write something for you now as a specimen," said the prince with enthusiasm. "Please do. It would be useful even. And I do appreciate this willingness of yours, Prince. You really are most kind. You have such beautiful writing materials, all these pencils and pens, this beautiful thick paper. It's a beautiful study you have. I recognize this landscape. It's a Swiss view. I'm sure the artist painted from nature, and I'm sure I've seen the place. It's in Uri Canton." "Very possibly, though it was bought here." "Ganya, give the prince some paper. Here's pen and paper, on this table if you will." "What's this?" The general addressed Ganya, who had meanwhile taken a large photographic portrait from his briefcase and handed it to him. "Bah! Nastasia Philippovna! Did she send this to you?" "Did she?" "Herself?" he asked Ganya, consumed with curiosity. "She gave it to me just now, when I was wishing her a happy birthday." "I've been asking her for one for a long time." "I don't know if it wasn't a hint on her part that I came with empty hands. No present on a day like this," added Ganya, smiling unpleasantly. "I doubt it," the general interrupted with conviction. "What a strange cast of mind you have, really." "She wouldn't bother hinting. Anyway, she's not in the least mercenary." "What would you think of giving her in any case?" "You'd need thousands." "Not a portrait anyway." "Incidentally, she hasn't asked you for a portrait yet, has she?" "No, not yet. Perhaps she never will." "Of course you remember the party this evening? You are one of those specifically invited." I remember, naturally, I'll be there. It's her birthday after all, 25. You know, Ganya, I think I'll let you into a secret. Prepare yourself. She's promised Afanasy Ivanovich and myself to give her final answer this evening, to be or not to be. So be ready, you've been warned." Ganya was disconcerted all of a sudden, and even turned a little pale. "Did she promise for certain?" he asked, his voice unsteady. "She gave us her word the day before yesterday. We both pestered her so much we forced it out of her. She just asked us not to let you know in advance." The general was staring at Ganya. The latter's embarrassment was clearly not to his liking. "You will recall, Ivan Fedorovich," said Ganya, nervous and hesitant, "that she gave me complete freedom of decision until such time as she had made her own mind up, and after that it was still up to me." "But you surely don't, you surely aren't." The general was suddenly alarmed. "I haven't said anything." "But good Lord, what are you trying to do to us?" "Oh, I'm not refusing." "Perhaps I didn't express myself very well. I should think you're not refusing," snapped the general, no longer bothering to conceal his exasperation. It's not a question of your not refusing, it's a matter of your willingness, your pleasure, your joy in accepting her consent. How are things at home? What's there to say? My word is law at home. It's just my father playing the fool as usual. His behavior's really outrageous these days. I'm not speaking to him actually, but I keep him on a tight rein. Really, if it hadn't been for Mother I'd have shown him the door. Mother's always in tears of course, and my sister's in a foul temper, but I told them once and for all that I'm the master of my fate and that in the house I wish to be obeyed. At least I impressed that on my sister in Mother's presence. Well, dear fellow, I still can't understand it, the general remarked, shrugging slightly and spreading his arms. Remember when your mother came to see me the other day, moaning and groaning? What's the matter? I ask her. It turns out that they see it as some kind of dishonor. What dishonor can there possibly be, may I ask? Who can reproach Nastasia Philippovna with anything or say anything against her? Surely not that she lived with Totsky? That's really utter nonsense, especially in the given circumstances. You, she says, won't let her associate with your daughters, will you? Well. Really? Come now, Nina Alexandrovna. How can you fail to grasp? How can you fail to grasp? Your own position, suggested Ganya, seeing the general in difficulties. She does, you mustn't be angry at her. I gave her a good talking to at the time, by the way, for meddling. Up to now, however, everything at home is only holding together because the final word has not yet been spoken. The storm is looming, though. If the final word is spoken tonight, it means everything is bound to come out. The prince overheard all this conversation as he sat in the corner working at his calligraphic specimen. He completed it and came up to the table to deliver his sheet of paper. So that's Nastasia Philippovna, he said, taking a close and curious look at the picture. She's astonishingly pretty, he at once added warmly. The portrait certainly depicted a woman of extraordinary beauty. She had been photographed in a black silk dress of exquisite simplicity. Her hair, apparently dark auburn, was done up simply, domestic fashion. The eyes were dark and deep, the forehead pensive, while her expression was passionate with a touch of hauteur. She was rather thin in the face, perhaps, and pale. Ganya and the general looked at the prince in amazement. What, Nastasia Philippovna? Surely you don't know Nastasia Philippovna too? Asked the general. Yes, 24 hours in Russia and I know a great beauty like this, replied the prince, and at once told them of his encounter with Rogozin and recounted the latter's story. Now, this is something new. The general was once again troubled after listening to the prince with rapt attention. He gave Ganya a searching glance. Probably just some wild prank, muttered Ganya, also somewhat taken aback. A merchant's son kicking over the traces. I've already heard something about him. So have I, dear fellow, said the general. After that earring business, Nastasia Philippovna retailed the whole story. Still, it's a different matter now, you know. There really is a million involved perhaps, and passion, wild and foolish it may be, but it smells of passion all the same, and we know what these fellows are capable of when their blood is up. Let's hope nobody gets involved in scandalous gossip over this, concluded the general thoughtfully. You're worried about the million, grinned Ganya. You aren't, of course? How did it strike you, Prince? Ganya addressed him suddenly. Did you think he was a serious sort of man or just a desperado? Your own opinion? Something peculiar was taking place in Ganya as he posed the question. It was as if some strange new idea had flashed into his brain and glittered eagerly in his eyes. The general, for his part, was genuinely and openly uneasy. He also glanced sideways at the prince, though appearing to expect little from his reply. "I don't know how to put it," answered the prince, "but it seemed to me that there was a great deal of passionate feeling in the man, even morbid passion. And he seemed quite ill himself, as well. He could very possibly take to his bed in his first few days in Petersburg, especially if they fill him up with drink." "Really? You thought that?" The general clutched at this idea. "Yes, I did. Still, a scandal could erupt before evening, never mind in several days' time. Today even something might happen." Ganya grinned at the general. Of course. It really all depends on what she takes it into her head to do," said the general. "And you know how she can be sometimes, don't you?" "And what on earth do you mean by that?" the general burst out again, by now thoroughly distraught. "Listen, Ganya, just don't keep contradicting her today. Try to be, humor her." Why twist your mouth up like that? Now listen to me, Gavrila Ardalionik, it would be very much to the point to ask, what are we trying to do here? You realize that whatever personal advantage I stand to gain in the matter was guaranteed long ago. Whatever happens, I shall resolve the business in my favor. Totsky won't go back on his decision, I am totally confident. If I wish for anything now, therefore, it is solely for your benefit. Judge for yourself, don't you trust me, is that it? Besides, you're a man of intelligence, and I've been relying on you. In the present instance, it's the main thing. Ganya finished for him, once again rescuing the general, as he twisted his lips into the most sardonic of smiles with no attempt at concealment this time. His blazing glance was directed straight at the general, as if willing him to read there all that he was thinking. The general went crimson with anger. "Well, of course, intelligence is the main thing," he conceded, looking sharply at Ganya. "And you're a funny chap, Gavrila Ardalionik. I can see you're really glad this merchant cub has appeared, aren't you? It's a way out for you. This is where brain should have been applied from the start. It was just at this point you should have realized and dealt honestly and openly with both sides, or if not, given warning in advance so as not to compromise others, especially as there was plenty of time to do it. There's still time enough now." Here the general raised his eyebrows meaningfully, "even if it is only a few hours." "You understand my meaning? Do you? Do you want to go through with it or not? If not, say so and that will be that. No one is stopping you, Gavrila Ardalionik, no one's forcing you into a trap, if that's the way you see it." "I'm willing." Ganya's voice was low but steady as he dropped his eyes and fell gloomily silent. The general was satisfied. He had lost his temper and clearly regretted having gone too far. He turned suddenly towards the prince, and it seemed as if the uneasy thought passed across his face that the latter had been present and had heard everything. He was instantly reassured, however. One glance at the prince was reassurance enough.
"Oho!"
the general exclaimed, looking at the calligraphic specimen proffered by the prince. "Now that's real writing for you. And very unusual at that. Have a look, Ganya, the skill." On the thick vellum sheet, the prince had written in Russian medieval characters. The humble abbot Paphnutius hath set his hand hereunto. This, elucidated the prince, highly elated, is the personal signature of the abbot Paphnutius copied from a manuscript of the 14th century. They had splendid signatures, all our old abbots and metropolitans, such exquisite style sometimes and such care. Surely you have Pogadin's edition at least, General? After that I've written using different lettering. This is a large, rounded, French script of the last century. Some characters were written in different ways even. It's a script of the marketplace, used by public scribes and taken from their specimens. I used to have one. You'll agree it has its virtues. Look at these rounded D's and A's. I've written the Russian letters in the French style, which is very difficult, but it's come out well. Here's another beautiful and original script. The phrase here, zeal conquers all. It's a Russian script, a clerk's or, if you prefer, military clerk's script. An official letter to an important personage would be written in this way. It's also a rounded script, splendid in black, written in black but with excellent style. A calligraphist would not have allowed these flourishes, or rather these attempted flourishes, these unfinished half-tales here, you see, and yet taken all together they have a character of their own. Look, really the entire soul of the orderly clerk peeps out. It wants to spread its wings and the skill is there, but the military collar is tightly fastened. Discipline comes out in the script as well. Wonderful. I was really struck when I came across a specimen like that not long ago. Guess where? Switzerland. Then there's this simple, ordinary, clean English script. Elegance can go no further. It's pure delight, like a pearl necklace. That's perfection. But here's a variation, French again. I got it from a French commercial traveler, the same English script, but the black line's just a touch blacker and thicker than in the English, so the balance of light and shade is disturbed. Note also, the oval is altered. Just a touch rounder and a flourish has been permitted, the most dangerous thing of all. A flourish demands rare taste, but if it succeeds, if the proportion should be found, then this script is incomparable. One might even fall in love with it.
Oho.
You're going into the fine detail, aren't you? The general laughed. Dear fellow, you're not just a calligrapher, you're an artist, eh, Ganya? Amazing, said Ganya, and aware of his vocation too, he added, with a sarcastic laugh. Laugh away, there's a career in this, you know, said the general. Prince, now we'll give you papers to write to a certain important person. Do you know who? You can reckon on 35 rubles a month just to start with. However, it's already 12:30, he concluded, glancing at his watch. To business, Prince, as I have to hurry and we may not meet again today. Please sit down for a moment. I've already explained that I cannot receive you very frequently, but I really would like to help you a little, just a little. It goes without saying, in the areas of most need. After that it rests with yourself. I'll arrange a little job in the office for you, not too arduous, but accuracy will be essential. Now further, in the house, the family that is, of Gavrila Ardalionovich Ibalgin, this young friend of mine here, whom I hereby introduce, his mama and sister have set aside 2 or 3 furnished rooms in their apartments and rent them out to highly recommended lodgers, meals and service included. I'm sure Nina Alexandrovna will accept my recommendation. In your case, Prince, it's invaluable, as you won't be starting off on your own but in the bosom of a family, so to speak. In my opinion, you shouldn't be on your own at first in a city like Petersburg. Nina Alexandrovna and Varvara Ardalionovna, her daughter, are ladies I hold in the highest respect. Nina Alexandrovna's husband, Ardalion Alexandrovich, is a retired general, a former comrade of mine in my early army service. for certain reasons we are not on terms, which doesn't prevent me from respecting him in my own fashion. I am telling you all this, Prince, so that you understand I am recommending you personally, as it were, and so vouching for you in a way. The terms are extremely reasonable and I trust your salary will soon be ample to the occasion. Of course a man needs spending money, if only a little, but you won't take offense, Prince, if I suggest that you'd be better off without spending money, or any money at all, in your pocket. I'm saying this from my impression of you. But as your purse is absolutely empty at the moment, allow me to offer you these 25 rubles to begin with. We'll settle up later on, of course, and if you're the sort of honest and principled fellow your words seem to indicate, there won't be any difficulties between us there. If I'm taking this much interest in you, I do have a certain end in view. You will learn what that is later. So, you see, I'm being perfectly straightforward with you. I trust, Ganya, you have nothing against the prince residing in your apartments? Oh, on the contrary. And Mama will be very pleased too, confirmed Ganya, courteous and complacent. I believe you've only got one other room occupied at the moment. That, what's his name, Ferd? Ferdyshchenko. That's it. I don't care for that Ferdyshchenko of yours, he's a foul-mouthed buffoon. I don't understand why Nastasia Philipovna encourages him. He's not really a relative of hers, is he? Oh no, that's all nonsense. Not even twice removed. Well, to blazes with him. Now then, Prince, what about you? Are you satisfied or not? I thank you, General, you have treated me extremely kindly, especially considering that I asked for nothing. I don't say that out of pride, I really didn't know where to lay my head. True, Rogozin did invite me a while ago. Rogozin? Ah, no, I would advise you as a father, or if you prefer, as a friend, to forget all about Mr. Rogozin. In fact, my advice would be to stick to the family you are about to enter. As you are so kind, the prince began, there is a certain matter. I've received notification. Now you must excuse me, the general broke in, I haven't a moment to spare. I will tell Lizaveta Prokofievna about you presently, if she wishes to receive you at once, I shall try to recommend that she should. I advise you to use the opportunity to get into her good graces, she could be very useful to you, since you are her namesake. If she doesn't, don't press the matter, some other time will do. You, Ganya, take a look at these accounts. Fedoseev and I got nowhere with them just now. We mustn't forget to include them. The general left the room and the prince had still not managed to discuss the matter he had tried to raise 3 or 4 times already. Ganya lit a cigarette and offered one to the prince, who took it but said nothing for fear of interrupting. He fell to examining the study. Ganya, however, barely glanced at the sheet of figures the general had indicated. He was preoccupied. It seemed to the prince that his smile, his pensive appearance, had become a great deal more somber now that they were left alone together. Suddenly he came over to the prince, who at that moment was again standing over the portrait of Nastasia Philipovna, scrutinizing it. That sort of woman appeals to you, does she, Prince? He inquired all of a sudden, fixing him with his stare. It was as if he had something important in mind. An astonishing face, responded the prince. And I'm sure her life has been no ordinary affair. The face is cheerful, but she's suffered dreadfully, hasn't she? The eyes say that, these 2 little bones just here, the 2 points under the eyes where the cheekbones start. It's a proud face, dreadfully proud, and I just don't know, is she a good woman or not? I do hope she's good. It would redeem everything. Would you marry a woman like that? Ganya pursued, keeping his burning eyes fixed upon him. I can't marry anyone, I'm a sick man, said the prince. And would Rogozin marry her? What do you think? Well, I suppose so. He could marry her tomorrow, marry her and perhaps murder her a week later. As soon as the prince had said this, Ganya gave such a start that the prince almost cried out. What's the matter? He said, seizing his arm. Your Highness! His Excellency requests your attendance upon Her Excellency, announced a footman, appearing in the doorway. The prince set off after him. 4. All three Yupankin girls were sturdy young ladies, tall and blooming, with magnificent shoulders, powerful bosoms, and strong, almost masculine arms. As a consequence of their health and strength, they naturally enjoyed eating well on occasions, something they took no pains to conceal. Their mamma, the general's wife, Lizaveta Prokofyevna, sometimes looked askance at their frankly hearty appetites, but since many of her opinions, despite the show of respect they were accorded by her daughters, had long since lost their pristine and indisputable authority over them, to the point, indeed, where the three girls' firmly united conclave had begun to prevail time after time, she found it more convenient to yield rather than argue, as far as was consonant with her own dignity. True, her temperament very often failed to comply, and declined to submit to the dictates of reason. With each passing year Lizaveta Prokofyevna became ever more fretful and intolerant, even to the point of eccentricity. But as she had an obedient and well-trained husband close at hand, she would usually vent her accumulated excess of exasperation on his head, after which harmony was restored in the household and everything went on as well as could be. Madame Yupankina had not lost her own appetite either, incidentally, and at 12:30 normally partook of an ample lunch, resembling a dinner almost, along with her daughters. Still earlier, the girls each had a cup of coffee in bed at exactly 10 o'clock, the moment they awoke. They had grown to enjoy this and it had become an established custom. At 12:30, then, the table would be laid in the small dining room, close to Mama's rooms, and if time allowed the general himself would attend this intimate family luncheon. Besides tea, coffee, cheese, honey, butter, cutlets, and Madame Yupankina's favorite special fritters and so on, a rich hot broth might also be served. On the morning when our story began, the whole family had gathered in the dining room in expectation of the general, who had promised to appear at the appointed time. If he had been as much as a minute late he would have been sent for at once. He appeared punctually, however. As he came up to greet his wife and kiss her hand, he noticed on this occasion a most peculiar expression on her face. Although he had had a presentiment the previous evening that such would be the case today, on account of a certain incident, as he habitually expressed it, and had felt uneasy about it on going to bed, he nevertheless felt himself quailing now. His daughters came up to kiss him, though they were not angry with him. There was something odd about them also. It was true that the general had his reasons for becoming over-suspicious, but as an experienced and resourceful husband and father, he took measures immediately. Perhaps it will do no harm to the main elements of our story if we pause here to clarify certain matters, in order to present a precise and straightforward picture of the relationships and circumstances obtaining in the general's household at the beginning of our narration. We have already said just now that the general, though not really an educated man, on the contrary he used to describe himself as self-taught, was an experienced and resourceful husband and father. Among other things, he had adopted the strategy of not hurrying his daughters into marriage, not nagging at them or worrying them too much with his paternal affection and concern for their happiness, as time and again happens, naturally and unwittingly, even in the most worldly wise families who happened to have an abundance of grown daughters. He even succeeded in winning over Elizaveta Prokofievna to his strategy, though it had been a difficult task, difficult because unnatural, but the general's arguments were extremely cogent and based on palpable facts. If the girls were left completely free to decide for themselves, they would naturally make their own minds up in due course, and then matters would move rapidly, as they would be acting according to their own desires, readily setting aside any tendency towards being flighty or over-fastidious. All that would remain for the parents to do would be to keep a vigilant, and as far as possible unsuspected, watch out for any odd choice or unnatural aberration, then, seizing a suitable moment, assist and guide the affair with all their strength and influence. Finally, the fact that their wealth and social status grew in geometrical progression with every passing year meant that the longer time went on, the more the girls gained, even as prospective brides. Upon these incontestable facts, however, obtruded another, suddenly and quite unexpectedly, as is invariably the case. The elder daughter, Alexandra, turned 25. Almost at the same time, Afanasy Ivanovich Totsky, a man of the social elite, with the most exalted connections and immense wealth, had once again announced his long-felt desire to marry. He was a man of about 55, elegant and with a rare refinement of character and taste. He wished to marry well, and he was a remarkable judge of beauty. Since he had been for some time on the closest terms of personal friendship with General Yupankin, reinforced by joint participation in certain financial dealings, he informed him of his wishes, so to speak, and requested friendly advice and counsel. Would a marriage proposal to one of his daughters be acceptable or not? Clearly an upheaval was about to occur in the delightfully even tenor of General Yupankin's family life. The undoubted beauty of the family was, as has been stated already, the youngest, Aglaya. Even a man of such overweening egoism as Totsky, however, realized that he would be wasting his time there and that Aglaya was not destined for him. Perhaps the somewhat uncritical love and the excessive attachment of the sisters for one another had exaggerated the matter, but Aglaya's future, as had been settled quite openly between them, was not to be any ordinary future. It was to resemble an attainable version of the earthly paradise. Aglaya's future husband was to be a paragon of virtue and accomplishment, not to mention wealth. The sisters had even come to an arrangement, without making too many bones about it, regarding the possibility of sacrifice on their part for Aglaya's sake. Aglaya's dowry was to be enormous, something unheard of. The parents were aware of this agreement between the two elder sisters, and so, on hearing Totsky's request for advice, they had barely any doubt that one of the two elder sisters would certainly agree to crown their desires, more especially since Afanasy Ivanovich could hardly make difficulties about the dowry. The general, with his characteristic worldly wisdom, at once placed a high estimation on Totsky's proposal. Since Totsky himself, as a result of certain peculiar circumstances, was observing extreme caution in his actions for the time being and was doing no more than exploring possibilities at the moment, the parents consequently represented all this to their daughters as no more than a remote possibility. The answer they obtained was, if not quite definite, at least reassuring, a declaration that the eldest, Alexandra, was unlikely to refuse. She was a strong-minded girl, but kind-hearted and sensible and very accommodating. She might indeed be very willing to marry Totsky, and if she did give her consent she would stand by it. She was not fond of display, and would sweeten and soothe her husband's life rather than threaten him with fuss and upheaval. She was very pretty, though not in an immediately striking way. What could be better for Totsky? However that might be, the matter continued to proceed in a tentative manner. It had been agreed mutually and amicably between Totsky and the general that they should avoid any premature formal and irrevocable step. Even the parents had not yet begun to talk to their daughters completely frankly about it. Something approaching discord was beginning to develop. Madame Yapankina, as mother of her family, was becoming displeased for some reason, and that was a very serious matter. It involved a certain complex and troublesome circumstance, which was frustrating progress and might ruin the whole negotiation irretrievably. This complex and troublesome circumstance, as Totski himself used to describe it, had begun a long time before, a matter of 18 years since. In one of the central provinces, adjoining one of Afanasy Ivanovich's richest estates, lived a certain miserably poor landowner on his tiny property. This man was noted for the constant stream of proverbial disasters which befell him. Philip Alexandrovich Barashkov was a retired officer of good family, rather superior to Totski's own in point of fact. Up to his neck in debt and mortgaged to the hilt as he finally succeeded in setting his small property more or less to rights by dint of cruelly hard, almost peasant-like toil. The smallest success would elate him tremendously. Encouraged, and radiant with hope, he went off for a few days to the district township, to meet one of his chief creditors and, if possible, come to a final agreement. On the third day of his stay there, his village elder rode in with his cheek and beard burned, bringing news that the house of his fathers had burned down the day before at the stroke of noon. Moreover, his wife had been burned as well, but the little children were safe and sound. Even Barashkov, inured to the buffets of fortune as he was, could not withstand a shock like this. He went off his head and died of a fever within a month. The gutted farmstead, along with its masterless peasants, was sold up to pay the debts, while Afanasy Ivanovich Totski magnanimously took upon himself the expense of rearing Barashkov's two little girls, aged 6 and 7. They began to be brought up alongside the children of Totski's German estate manager, a retired civil servant with a large family. Soon only one little girl, Nastia, was left. The younger had died of whooping cough. For his part, Totski resided abroad and soon completely forgot about them both. About 5 years later, Afanasy Ivanovich was passing the neighborhood and took it into his head to look in on his property. He suddenly noticed, living with the German's family, a delightful little girl of about 12, a clever little thing, winsome and spirited, already giving promise of extraordinary beauty. In this regard, Afanasy Ivanovich was an infallible judge. On this occasion he spent only a few days on the estate, but contrived to make all necessary arrangements. A considerable alteration came about in the little girl's education. A respectable, middle-aged Swiss governess, experienced in advanced girls' teaching, was engaged. She was a cultured woman and taught French as well as various other subjects. She took up residence in the house, and little Nastasia's education grew enormously in scope. After 4 years this educational process ceased. The governess left and a certain noblewoman, also a landowner and a neighbor of Totski's, but this time in a distant province, came and took Nastia away with her on the instructions and authority of Afanasy Ivanovich. There was a small but newly built wooden house on the little estate, furnished with the utmost elegance, and the hamlet itself, as luck would have it, was called Gladdening. The lady brought Nastia straight to this little house, and since she was a childless widow and lived less than a mile away, she moved in with her. An old housekeeper and an experienced young maid also materialized near Nastia. The house contained musical instruments and an exquisite young girl's library, pictures, prints, pencils, brushes, paints, and a marvelous little greyhound. A fortnight later Afanasy Ivanovich himself came visiting. After that he seemed to develop a particular fondness for this remote, stepland hamlet of his, dropping in every summer and staying for 2 or even 3 months. Thus passed a considerable length of time, about 4 years, in peace and happiness amid elegant and tasteful surroundings. One day around the beginning of winter, about 4 months after one of Afanasy Ivanovich's summer visits to Gladning, this time only for 2 weeks, a rumor went the rounds, or to be more precise, a rumor chanced to reach Nastasia Filipovna, that Afanasy Ivanovich was getting married in Petersburg to a wealthy society beauty. In a word, he was making a prudent and brilliant match. Subsequently, this rumor turned out not to be altogether well-founded. The marriage was then only being considered and everything was still very much in the air. Nevertheless, from that time on, Nastasia Filipovna's existence underwent a remarkable transformation. All of a sudden she exhibited unusual resolution and a most unexpected strength of character. Without the slightest hesitation she abandoned her little country house and suddenly appeared in Petersburg, all on her own, and went straight to Totsky. He was amazed and tried to talk to her. It turned out, however, almost from the first word, that he would have to alter his mode of address completely, along with his tone of voice and the topics of agreeable, elegant discourse he had employed up till then with such success, his logic, to everything. It was a totally different woman who sat before him, bearing no resemblance to the one he had known hitherto and had left in Gladning only that July. In the first place, it transpired, this new woman both knew and comprehended a great deal, so much in fact, that it was a matter of profound astonishment whence such knowledge could have proceeded and how she could have worked out such precise formulations for herself. Surely not from her girl's library? Moreover, she possessed an extraordinary grasp even of legal affairs and had a definite knowledge, if not of the world, then at least of how certain matters are arranged in that world. Secondly, her character was quite different from what it had formerly been, no longer demure or schoolgirlishly tentative, sometimes enchanting in her unpredictable spirited innocence, at other times sad and pensive, astonished, mistrustful, tearful, and restless. No, it was an extraordinary and startling creature who sat laughing in front of him now, stinging him with venomous taunts as she told him straight to his face that, in her heart, she had never held him in anything but the most profound contempt verging on nausea, which had begun immediately after her initial shock and surprise. This new woman declared that she was perfectly indifferent whether, when, or whom he married, but that she had come to prevent this union out of sheer spite, for the sole reason that she felt like it, and consequently so it must be, if only so that I can laugh at you to my heart's content, because now at last I want to laugh as well. That, at least, was how she put it. All that was in her heart she perhaps did not express. While the new Nastasia Filipovna was laughing as she made her declaration, Afanasy Ivanovich was pondering the situation and gathering his somewhat shattered thoughts as best he could. This pondering of his took a considerable time. He spent nearly a fortnight cogitating before finally making up his mind, but at the end of those 2 weeks he had come to his decision. The fact of the matter was that Afanasy Ivanovich was by then nearly 50, a decidedly staid man, set in his ways. His position in the world and society had long since been established on the firmest of foundations. He cherished and prized above all else on earth his own person, his creature comforts, and his peace of mind, as indeed was appropriate for such a highly respectable man. Not the smallest violation, not the tiniest tremor must be allowed to disturb what had taken a lifetime to stabilize in so perfect a form. On the other hand, his experience of life and deep insight told Totsky swiftly and very accurately that he was now dealing with a wholly extraordinary creature, a woman who would carry out whatever she threatened, and, what was most important, would assuredly stick at nothing, particularly as she assuredly cared for nothing in this world and was thus immune to inducements. There was clearly something else at work here, some kind of mental and spiritual ferment, a sort of wild romantic indignation, goodness only knew why or directed against whom, some insatiable feeling of contempt, going far beyond accepted norms, in short, something utterly absurd and inadmissible in polite society, and which for any decent person to encounter was to endure whips and scorpions. Naturally, with his wealth and connections, Dostoevsky could easily have perpetrated some wholly blameless little villainy to rid himself of this unpleasantness. For her part, however, it was clear that Nastasia Philippovna herself was in no position to do any harm, in the legal sense. For example, she couldn't even raise a scandal of any proportions, since she could be so easily restrained. All this, however, depended on whether Nastasia Philippovna had made up her mind to act like the generality of people in similar situations, that is, without stepping too freakishly far beyond the bounds of acceptable behavior. This is where the accuracy of Dostoevsky's insight came to his aid. He was able to divine that Nastasia Philippovna herself realized perfectly well how innocuous she was in the legal sense, but that she had something altogether different in mind, and in her flashing eyes. Caring for nothing, least of all herself, it needed a good deal of intelligence and insight to realize at that moment that she had long since ceased to care about herself, and for him as a skeptical and cynical man of the world to admit that feeling genuine, Nastasia Philippovna was quite capable of ruining herself scandalously and irrevocably, risking hard labor in Siberia, just as long as she could jeer at this man for whom she harbored so inhuman an aversion. Afanasy Ivanovich had always admitted to a measure of cowardice, or to put it more flatteringly, he was extremely conservative by temperament. If he knew, for example, that he was going to be murdered during his wedding or that something utterly indecent, absurd, and unpleasant of that sort was going to happen in front of company, he would be alarmed of course, but not so much because he would be killed or severely wounded or his face publicly spat on, and so on and so forth, as that it would happen to him in such an unnatural and disagreeable manner. And it was just that which Nastasia Philippovna was threatening, though she was saying nothing at the moment. He knew that she had studied and understood him through and consequently knew where to strike the blow. So, since the marriage was still really only a matter of intention, Afanasy Ivanovich resigned himself and yielded to Nastasia Philippovna. There was one other factor which assisted him in coming to his decision. It was hard to imagine how much this new Nastasia Philippovna differed facially from her former self. Previously, she had been just a very pretty girl, but now, it was a long time before Dostoevsky forgave himself for having spent 4 years looking without seeing. True, sudden inner alteration on both sides can make a great deal of difference. He recalled, however, that there had been moments even before when strange fancies had come to him as he looked at those eyes, for example, how he sensed in them a kind of darkness, profound and mysterious. Her gaze rested on him, seeming to propound a puzzle. Over the last 2 years he had often marveled at the girl's change in facial coloration. She had become terribly pale and oddly, the more beautiful for it. Dostoevsky, like all gentlemen sowing their wild oats, had at first regarded the immature spirit he had obtained so cheaply with contempt. Recently he had altered his opinion somewhat. At all events, as long ago as last spring, he had intended marrying her off quickly and well, with an ample dowry, to some sensible and respectable gentleman serving in another province. Ah, how horribly, how malevolently Nastasia Philippovna had laughed at that now. At the present moment, however, Afanasy Ivanovich, seduced by the novelty of the situation, thought he might exploit this woman once more. He made up his mind to settle Nastasia Philippovna in Petersburg and surround her with luxurious comfort. If he couldn't have one thing, he would have another. He could flaunt Nastasia Philippovna and even boast about her in a certain circle. Afanasy Ivanovich valued his reputation in that regard, after all. 5 years of Petersburg living had now passed, and it goes without saying that much had become clear in that time. Afanasy Ivanovich's situation was unenviable. The worst thing about it was that, having once played the coward, he was never able subsequently to come to terms with himself. He was afraid of her and didn't know why, he just feared. Nastasia Filipovna. For a while, during the first 2 years, he had begun to suspect that Nastasia Filipovna wanted to marry him herself, but that overweening pride kept her silent, waiting doggedly for his proposal. It would have been a strange claim on her part, Afanasy Ivanovich frowned and pondered deeply. To his considerable and, such is the heart of man, somewhat disagreeable surprise, an incident occurred which convinced him that, even if he had proposed, he would not have been accepted. For a long time he was unable to understand this. Only one explanation seemed possible to him, that the pride of the humiliated and fantastical woman had reached such a level of fury that she took more pleasure in venting her scorn through a rejection than in regularizing her position permanently and attaining untouchable eminence. The worst of it all was that Nastasia Filipovna had achieved so signal a triumph. She did not succumb to any financial inducements either, however large, and although she had accepted the proffered comfort, she lived very modestly and saved almost nothing over the 5 years. Afanasy Ivanovich risked a most cunning approach in order to break free of his fetters. With imperceptible skill he began to seduce her with the help of able accomplices, and sundry ideal temptations were placed in her way. The embodiments of these ideals, however, princes, hussars, embassy secretaries, poets, novelists, socialists, even none made any impression on Nastasia Filipovna. It was as if her heart was made of stone, and her emotions had withered and died once and for all. She lived alone for the most part, reading, even studying. She liked music. Her circle of acquaintance was small. She spent much of her time with certain poor, rather ridiculous civil service wives, knew a few actresses and old women, and had a great affection for the multitudinous family of a certain respectable teacher. The family loved her in return and were always pleased to welcome her. Quite often of an evening some half-dozen acquaintances would call on her, not more. Totsky appeared with frequent regularity. Recently General Yapankin had made her acquaintance, not without difficulty. At the same time a certain young official had done the same thing quite easily and without any difficulty at all. His name was Ferdishenko, a coarse purveyor of indecent jokes, and a hard drinker with pretensions to wit. She also knew a certain odd young man called Titson, a neat, modest, rather dapper figure, who had risen from poverty and become a moneylender. At length she was also introduced to Gavrila Ardalionovich. The end result was that Nastasia Filipovna gained a rather curious reputation. Everyone knew of her beauty, but that was all. Nobody was able to boast with regard to her, and nobody had any stories to tell of her. A reputation like that, her upbringing, her elegant manners, her wit, all this finally confirmed Afanasy Ivanovich in his projected strategy. Here began General Yapankin's active and prominent participation in the story. When Totsky had so courteously applied to him for friendly advice with regard to one of his daughters, he simultaneously made a full and frank confession, in the most chivalrous fashion. He revealed that he was resolved to stop at nothing to gain his freedom. He would not rest even if Nastasia Filipovna herself declared that from henceforth she would leave him in peace. Words were not enough for him, he required the fullest guarantees. They reached agreement and resolved to act in concert. Initially it was decided to employ the gentlest of means and touch, so to speak, only the noblest strings of the heart. Both of them went to see Nastasia Filipovna, and Totsky began bluntly by making clear the intolerable burden of his situation. He blamed himself in every respect, saying frankly that he could not repent of his initial conduct towards her because he was an inveterate sensualist and unable to control himself, but that now he wanted to marry and the whole fate of this eminently suitable society marriage was in her hands. In short, he was depending on the generosity of her heart. Then General Yapankin began to speak in his capacity as the father. He spoke judiciously, avoiding pathos, mentioning only that he fully acknowledged her right to decide the fate of Afanasy Ivanovich, while adroitly parading his own humility by pointing out that the future of his daughter, possibly all three daughters, now depended on her decision. To Nastasia Filipovna's question, "What exactly do you want of me?" Totsky confessed, with the same absolutely unadorned directness, that he had been so intimidated 5 years before that even now he could feel no peace of mind until Nastasia Filipovna married someone herself. He added at once that the request would have been quite absurd on his part had he not possessed certain grounds for making it. He had noticed, and indeed knew for a fact, that a young man of name and most respected family, to wit Gavrila Ardalionovich Ivolgin, whom she knew and was in the habit of receiving, had long been deeply enamored of her and of course would give half his life for the mere hope of gaining her favor. Gavrila Ardalionovich had confessed as much himself to him, Afanasy Ivanovich, long ago out of friendship and a pure young heart, and General Yapankin, his benefactor, had long known about it. Finally, unless Afanasy Ivanovich was very much mistaken, Nastasia Filipovna was well aware of the young man's affections and regarded them indulgently. Of course it was harder for him to talk about it than anyone else. But if Nastasia Filipovna was willing to allow that he, Totsky, besides selfishness and a desire to further his own ends, had at least some desire for her good also, then she would realize how strange and distressing it had been to look upon her loneliness for so long. Her existence was a formless obscurity, a total lack of belief in the renewal of a life, which could have had such a wonderful resurrection in love and a family and thus taken on a new direction. It was a waste of talent. Perhaps brilliant talent, to give herself up to the contemplation of her own anguish. It was a kind of romanticism, in fact, worthy neither of Nastasia Filipovna's common sense nor her noble heart. Reiterating that it was more difficult for him to speak than others, he concluded by saying that he could not abandon the hope that Nastasia Filipovna would not reply with scorn if he expressed his sincere desire to provide for her future by offering her the sum of 75,000 rubles. He added by way of explanation that this sum was already earmarked for her in his will. In other words, it was not a kind of compensation, and, finally, why not allow for an excuse his human desire to salve his conscience, and so on, everything that is said on such occasions on subjects of this nature. Afanasy Ivanovich spoke eloquently and at length, adding in passing, as it were, the very curious information that this was the first time he had ever hinted at this 75,000, and that even General Yapankin himself sitting nearby didn't know. In a word, nobody knew. Nastasia Filipovna's reply astounded both the friends. There was not the faintest trace of her former sneering manner, her former hostility and hatred, the laughter which sent cold shivers up Totsky's spine at the mere recollection. No, on the contrary, she seemed glad to be able to talk to someone amicably and frankly. She admitted that she herself had wanted to ask for friendly advice for a long time, and only pride had prevented her. Now, since the ice had been broken, nothing could suit her better. Smiling sadly at first, but then gaily breaking out into playful laughter, she confessed that at all events her stormy scenes were a thing of the past. She had long ago changed her view of matters, and though her heart remained unaltered she had been compelled to accept many things as a fait accompli. What was done could not be undone, what was past was past. She was surprised, even, that Afanasy Ivanovich should still be so fearful. Here she addressed the general and declared, in an attitude of deepest respect, that she had long been hearing a good deal about his daughters and was in the habit of thinking of them with profound and sincere esteem. The very thought that she might be of service to them would be, of course, a source of happiness and pride. It was true that she was depressed and dull at present, exceedingly dull. Afanasy Ivanovich had divined her dreams correctly. She would like to renew herself, if not through love then through a family, as a new end in life. As to Gavrila Ardalionovich, however, she could say nothing. It was probably true that he loved her. She sensed that she could fall in love herself, if she could be convinced of the firmness of his affections. Still, even if sincere, he was very young. It was a hard decision. What pleased her most, incidentally, was that he was employed, and toiled to support his entire household. She had heard that he was a man of energy and pride who wanted a career, was anxious to get on. She had also heard that Nina Alexandrovna Ivolgina, his mother, was a splendid and most estimable woman, and that his sister, Varvara Ardalionovna, was a very fine and energetic girl. She had heard a good deal about her from Titson. She had also heard that they were bearing up under their misfortunes. She would much like to make their acquaintance, but there was the question of whether they would welcome her into their family. On the whole, she had nothing against the marriage, but it needed careful consideration. She hoped they would not press her. Regarding the 75,000, it was a pity Afanasy Ivanovitch had felt it so difficult to mention it. She knew the value of money and would accept it, of course. She was grateful to Afanasy Ivanovitch for his tact in not mentioning it even to the general, let alone Gavrila Ardalionovich. Still, why shouldn't he know about it in advance? She had no reason to feel shame about accepting it on coming into their family. At all events, she had no intention of asking anybody's forgiveness for anything, and wished them to know that. She would not marry Gavrila Ardalionovich unless she was convinced that neither he nor his family harbored any reservations on her account. In any case, she didn't regard herself as guilty of anything, and it was better that Gavrila Ardalionovich knew on what basis she had been living in Petersburg for the last 5 years, what her relationship with Afanasy Ivanovitch had been, and whether she had amassed any personal wealth. Finally, if she were accepting money now, it was certainly not as payment for her maidenly shame, in which she was blameless, but simply as a recompense for her ruined life. Towards the end, she had become so ill-tempered and irritable in making all this plain, as was only natural, that General Yapankin was very pleased and regarded the matter as concluded. The thoroughly unmanned Totsky, however, was mistrustful even now, and long feared to find a snake under these flowers. Nevertheless, the negotiations began. The point on which the entire strategy of the two friends was based, namely the possibility of Nastasia Philippovna being attracted to Ganya, had gradually begun to take clearer and more convincing shape, so that even Totsky at times started to believe in the possibility of success. Meanwhile, Nastasia Philippovna had discussed the matter with Ganya. Few words were spoken, as if her modesty found the subject painful. She acknowledged and permitted his love, but insisted that she had complete freedom of action. She reserved the right to say no right up to the wedding itself, should there be one, even at the very last minute. She allowed absolutely the same right to him. Soon Ganya learned by chance that Nastasia Philippovna certainly knew the broad details of his family's hostility to the marriage and to her personally, evidenced by domestic scenes. She never spoke of this to him, though he was in daily expectation of it. It would be possible to mention a great deal else concerning the history and circumstances surrounding this matchmaking and the accompanying negotiations, but we have run on ahead as it is, and in any case some of the circumstances were no more than the vaguest hearsay. Totsky, for example, was supposed to have found out somewhere that Nastasia Philippovna had entered into some vague secret relations with the Yapankin girls, a most improbable story. On the other hand, there was another nightmarish rumor he felt compelled to believe. He heard for a fact that Nastasia Philippovna was perfectly well aware that Ganya was marrying her for money, and that he was a blackguard, envious, intolerant, and voracious, a monster of self-regard, that formerly Ganya had indeed passionately sought to conquer Nastasia Philippovna, but when the two friends had made up their minds to exploit this reciprocal passion for their own ends and by Ganya by selling him Nastasia Filipovna as his lawful wedded wife, he had conceived a poisonous hatred for her. Passion and hatred seemed strangely intermingled in his heart, and although he agreed in the end, after agonizing hesitations, to marry the awful woman, he swore in his heart to wreak bitter revenge on her for it and make her smart, as he was supposed to have put it himself. All this Nastasia Filipovna was supposed to be aware of, and she was thought to be hatching something up in secret. Totsky was so unnerved that he had ceased confiding his anxieties to Yupankin. There were moments, however, when like any weak man he took heart again and his spirits rose quickly. He was immensely cheered, for example, when Nastasia Filipovna finally promised both friends that on the evening of her birthday she would make her decision. On the other hand, the oddest and most unlikely rumor of all, which concerned the highly respected Ivan Fedorovich Yupankin himself, had turned out, alas, to be more and more probable. At first glance, the whole thing seemed utterly preposterous. It was hard to credit that Ivan Fedorovich, in his honorable old age, with all his outstanding intelligence and worldly wisdom, and so on and so forth, could be infatuated by Nastasia Filipovna himself, but that was what was being said. Indeed, infatuated to such an extent, the thing seemed almost to border on passion. It was hard to imagine exactly what hopes he entertained in the matter. Perhaps he was even counting on Ganya's cooperation. Totsky was beginning to suspect something of the sort, at least, to suspect the existence of some kind of tacit agreement almost, between the general and Ganya, based on their mutual understanding of one another. Still, it is well known, of course, that a man carried away by passion, especially at an advanced age, is quite blind and ready to detect hope where none exists. He loses his reasoning powers, moreover, and acts like some silly child, whatever his intellectual equipment. It was common knowledge that the general was intending to give Nastasia Filipovna a wonderful pearl necklace of enormous value for her birthday and had taken great trouble over the gift, though he knew that Nastasia Filipovna was not a mercenary woman. On the eve of her birthday he was almost in a fever, though he concealed his feelings adeptly. It was of this same necklace that Madame Yupankina had heard rumors. Elizaveta Prokofievna had long experience of her husband's waywardness, was even used to it to some extent, but clearly this was too much to let pass. The pearl rumor vastly intrigued her. The general had got wind of this in good time. There had been words between them the day before, and he foresaw that a thorough explanation of his conduct was inevitable. This was the reason why he was decidedly disinclined to go and have lunch in the bosom of his family on the morning this story began. Even before the arrival of the prince he had intended to plead pressure of work and avoid doing so. For the general, avoiding things sometimes meant fleeing from the house, pure and simple. He just wanted to get this day over, especially the evening, without unpleasantness. And suddenly here was the prince's opportune arrival. God must have sent him, thought the general, as he went in to his wife. 5. Madame Yupankina was jealous of her lineage. Her feelings may well be imagined on learning, bluntly and without preparation, that this Prince Mishkin, the last of her line and a man of whom she had already heard something, was no more than a pitiable idiot, almost a beggar, accepting alms. The general had been at pains to create an effect which would grip her attention at once and divert it somehow away from him. In moments of crisis Madame Yupankina was wont to open her eyes very wide and lean her body back slightly, staring vaguely before her without uttering a word. She was a tall, lean woman, of about her husband's age, with abundant dark hair, heavily streaked with gray, a somewhat aquiline nose, sallow sunken cheeks, and thin puckered lips. Her forehead was high, if narrow. Her gray, rather prominent eyes occasionally held a most surprising expression. At one time she had been prone to think her glance extremely striking, and the conviction had remained unshakably with her.
Receive him? You mean receive him now, this instant?
Here Madame Yepankina strove to widen her eyes at the general fidgeting before her. Oh, as far as that goes, one can dispense with the formalities, just as long as you wish to see him, my dear, the general hastened to explain. He's an absolute child, one feels so sorry for him, he has fits of some kind, he's back from Switzerland, just off the train, dressed rather oddly, sort of German fashion, and literally not a kopeck to his name, practically in tears. I gave him 25 rubles and I want to get him some sort of clerking job in the office. I would ask you, mesdames, to offer him some lunch, because it appears he's hungry as well. You astonish me, his wife pursued. Hungry and fits. What sort of fits? Oh, they don't happen very often, besides he's almost like a child educated though. I would like you, mesdames, he addressed his daughters again, to put him through an examination, it would be useful to know what he's good for after all. Examination, drawled his wife and began rolling her eyes from husband to daughters and back again in profound astonishment. Ah, my dear, don't misunderstand my meaning. Well, as you wish, I meant make a fuss of him and make him feel at home, it's almost an act of charity. Feel at home? From Switzerland? That could come in useful, still, as I say, just as you wish. I am suggesting this in the first place because he's your namesake, perhaps even a relative, and secondly because he doesn't know where to lay his head. I had thought it might be of some interest to you, as he bears the name. Of course we should, maman, if it's informal, besides, he's hungry after his journey, why not give him something to eat if he has nowhere to go, said the eldest, Alexandra. A complete child as well, we could play blind man's buff with him. Blind man's buff? How do you mean? Oh, maman, please do stop putting on an act, Aglaya cut in, vexed. The humorous middle daughter, Adelaida, couldn't help bursting out laughing. Call him in, Papa, Aglaya decided. Maman gives her permission. The general rang for the prince to be summoned. But only on condition he ties a napkin round his neck, when he sits down to table, his wife decided. Call Fyodor, or let Mavra, to stand behind him and see to him while he's eating. Is he quiet during these fits at least? Doesn't wave his arms about? On the contrary, he's been very nicely brought up and his manners are beautiful. He's just a trifle too simple sometimes. But here he is. So then, may I introduce Prince Mishkin, last of his line, your namesake, and perhaps relation, do welcome him and make him feel at home. Lunch is being served, Prince, do us the honor. You will excuse me, I'm afraid I'm late, I must dash off. We know where you're dashing off to, said his wife heavily. I'm in a hurry, my dear, and I'm late. Do show him your albums, mesdames, and get him to write something for you, you've never seen such a writer. A real talent, the way he noted down for me out there in old-fashioned lettering, the abbot Paphnutius hath put his hand hereunto. Well, then, au revoir. Paphnutius? Abbot? Wait a moment, wait, where are you off to and who's this Paphnutius? Cried Madame Yepankina to her absconding spouse, her dogged exasperation verging on alarm. It's all right, my dear, it was in olden times, an abbot. I'm off to the Count's, he's been expecting me, long ago, and the thing is, he fixed the time himself. Au revoir, Prince. The general made off, stepping swiftly. I know, Count indeed, said Elizaveta Prokofievna brusquely, and transferred her petulant gaze to the prince. "What was I saying just then?" she began, tentative and peevish, struggling to bring it to mind.
"What was it again?" "Oh, yes, what abbot was that again?" "Maman," began Alexandra, while Aglaya went so far as to stamp her little foot. "Don't interrupt, Alexandra Ivanovna," snapped Madame Yapankina. "I want to know too."
"Sit here, Prince, here in this armchair opposite, no, here towards the sun, move nearer the light so I can see you."
"Well now, who is this abbot?"
"Abbot Paphnutius," responded the prince, earnestly attentive.
"Paphnutius? That's interesting. Well, what about him then?"
Madame Yapankina questioned him abruptly, quick and eager, keeping her eyes fixed on him. When the prince replied, she nodded after every word. "Abbot Paphnutius lived in the 14th century, the prince began. He was the head of a monastery on the Volga, in present-day Kostroma province. He was well known for his righteous life and used to travel to the Horde Asterisk to help in the management of affairs in those days. He signed a document and I've seen a photograph of that signature. I liked the style of writing and learned how to do it. When the general wanted to see my writing just now, to decide if I was suitable for employment, I wrote a number of sentences in different scripts, among them the abbot."
"Paphnutius hath set his hand hereunto, using the handwriting of abbot."
"Paphnutius himself. The general liked it very much, that's why he recalled it just now." "Aglaya," said Madame Yapankina, "remember that, Paphnutius, better still, write it down, I'm always forgetting things."
"However, I thought it would be more interesting than that." "Where is this signature then?" "It's still on the table in the general's study, I think." "Send someone to fetch it at once."
"It might be better if I wrote it for you some other time, if it's more convenient."
"Of course, Maman," said Alexandra. "We should have lunch now, we're hungry."
"Very well," decided Madame Yapankina.
"Let us go, Prince. Are you very hungry?"
"Yes, I do feel hungry now and I really am most grateful to you. I'm very glad you're well-mannered and I can see you're not at all the
eccentric you were made out to be. Come along. Sit yourself here opposite me."
She fussed about seating the prince when they arrived in the dining room.
"I want to look at you. Alexandra, Adelaida, look after the prince. He's not at all an invalid, is he? Perhaps we can dispense with the napkin too. Did they used to tie you a napkin on at mealtimes?"
"Formerly, when I was about 7, I think they used to do that, but now I normally put it on my knees when I'm eating."
"Quite right. And the fits?"
"Fits?" The prince was somewhat surprised. "I have fits quite rarely these days. I don't know though, they say the climate here won't be good for me." "He speaks very well," remarked Madame Yapankina, addressing her daughters and continuing to nod after every word of the prince's.
"I didn't expect that at all."
"It must have been all stuff and nonsense, as usual. Help yourself, Prince, and tell us where you were born and brought up. I want to know everything, you interest me greatly." The prince thanked her and, while eating with great relish, began relating what he had been obliged to repeat several times that morning.
Madame Yapankina's pleasure increased.
The girls also listened with a fair amount of interest. They discussed their degree of kinship and the prince turned out to have a good knowledge of his family tree, however hard they tried, though, It seemed there was hardly any blood relationship between him and Madame Yepankina at all.
There might have been some distant connection among the grandfathers and grandmothers.
Madame Yepankina enjoyed this kind of dry stuff. She got few opportunities of talking about her pedigree, however much she wanted to, and rose from the table much elated. "Let's all go to our sitting room," she said, "and they'll bring the coffee in there. We have this little common room," she told the prince as she let him out, "just my little drawing room where we sit together when we're on our own and everybody gets on with their own work. Alexandra here, my eldest daughter, plays the piano, reads, or sews, Adelaida paints landscapes or portraits, and never finishes anything, and Aglaya just sits and does nothing. I'm all thumbs as well, can't get anything done. Well now, here we are, sit over here, Prince, by the fire and talk about something. I want to hear you tell a story. I want to be fully convinced, and when I see the old Princess Belakonskaya, I'll tell her all about you. I want them all to take an interest in you as well. Come along now, say on." "Maman, that's a very funny way of having to talk, you know," observed Adelaida, who had adjusted her easel meanwhile and taken up her brushes and palette to resume copying from a landscape print. Alexandra and Aglaya seated themselves together on the small sofa and, with arms folded, prepared to listen. The prince became aware that singular attention was being directed towards him from all sides. "If I was ordered to do it like that, I wouldn't say anything at all," remarked Aglaya. "Why not? What's odd about that? Why shouldn't he talk? He's got a tongue. I want to know how well he talks." "Anything will do. Tell us what you thought about Switzerland, your first impression." "You'll see, he'll start in a minute and very well too." "I was greatly struck," the prince began. "There you are," Lizaveta Prokofievna seized on this eagerly, addressing her daughters. "He's started, hasn't he?" "At least let him talk then, Maman," Alexandra stopped her. "This prince may be a great fraud, and not an idiot at all," she whispered to Aglaya. "Very likely. I could see that ages ago," answered Aglaya. "And it's mean on his part to pretend. What does he think to gain by it?" "I was greatly struck by my first impression," repeated the prince. "When I traveled out of Russia through various German towns, all I did was stare in silence, and I remember asking no questions. It was after a long series of severe and agonizing bouts of my illness, and I would always fall into a total stupor whenever the illness was intensifying or attacks came one after another. I lost the power of remembering things altogether, and although my mind went on working, it was as if my capacity for logical thought was disrupted. I couldn't string more than 2 or 3 ideas together at any one time. So it seems to me. Whenever the attacks subsided, I grew well and strong again, just like now. I remember feeling unbearably sad. I felt like crying even. I was in a continual state of wonderment and anxiety. It affected me terribly that all this was alien, that much I realized. It was this sense of the alien which was crushing me. I shook off this blankness completely. I recall, one evening in ball, as we were entering Switzerland, and what roused me was the braying of an ass in the town market. That ass really astonished me. It greatly took my fancy for some reason, and at the same time my head seemed to clear suddenly. "An ass? That's odd," remarked Madame Yepankina. "Though what's odd about it, one of us could well fall in love with a donkey," she remarked, glancing angrily at the giggling girls. "It happened in mythology." "Continue, Prince." "Since then I've been extremely fond of donkeys. There's a kind of common chord between us. I began asking questions about them, because I'd never seen them before, and I became convinced at once that they are the most useful of creatures, hard-working, strong, patient, cheap, and long-suffering, and through that donkey, I suddenly began to like everything about Switzerland, and my former sadness passed off completely. All this is very strange, but you can leave off about the donkey. Let's get on to something else. Why are you still laughing, Aglaia? And you, Adelaida? The prince told us about the donkey beautifully. He saw it himself, and what have you seen? You've never been abroad. I've seen an ass, Mammon, said Adelaida. And I've heard one too, added Aglaia. All three laughed again. The prince began laughing along with them. It's too bad of you, remarked Madame Yepankina. You must excuse them, Prince, they're good-hearted really. I'm always scolding them, but I love them just the same. They're scatter-brained and flighty. Mad things. Well, why not, laughed the prince. I wouldn't have missed the chance in their place either. I'm still on the side of the ass though. The ass is a good and useful creature. And are you good? I'm just being curious, asked Madame Yepankina. Everyone burst out laughing again. That wretched donkey again, I wasn't thinking of that at all, cried Madame Yepankina. Please believe me, Prince, I wasn't. Hinting? Oh, I believe you, really I do. And the prince continued laughing. I'm very glad you can laugh about it. I can see that you're a most good-natured young man, said Madame Yepankina. Not always, the prince replied. Well, I am, put in Madame Yepankina unexpectedly. If you want to know, I'm always good-hearted, it's my one failing, because one shouldn't be, not all the time. I very often lose my temper, with them, for example, and with Ivan Fedorovitch especially, but the awful thing is, I'm kindest of all when I'm angry. Just now, before you came in, I lost my temper and made out I didn't and couldn't understand what was going on. I tend to do that sometimes, just like a child. Aglaia taught me a lesson, thank you. Aglaia. It's all nonsense though. I'm not as silly as I seem or as my daughters like to make me out. I have a mind of my own and I'm no shrinking violet. I'm saying this without malice, by the way. Come over here, Aglaia, and kiss me, there, that's enough, she remarked, when Aglaia had kissed her feelingly on lips and hand. Do go on, Prince. Perhaps you can remember something more interesting than a donkey. I still don't see how anybody can tell a story straight out like that, said Adelaida again. I wouldn't know how to start. But the prince will, because he's extremely clever, at least 10 times more than you, maybe 12. I hope you'll realize it after this. Prove it to them, Prince, do go on. The donkey can be left out of it, really. Well now, what did you see abroad apart from that? It was clever about the donkey as well, observed Alexandra. What the prince said about his illness was very interesting, how he started liking everything after one external shock. I've always been interested in how people go mad and then recover their wits. Especially if it happens suddenly. Really? Really, cried Madame Yepankina. I see that you can sometimes be clever as well, that's enough laughing now. You had got up to the Swiss scenery, I think, Prince, now then. When we got to Lucerne, I was taken out on the lake. I thought it was splendid, but I felt wretched at the same time, said the prince.
Why? Asked Alexandra. I don't know. I always feel wretched and uneasy when I see nature like that for the first time, happy and uneasy at the same time. However, I was still unwell at that time.
Oh no, I would love to see it, said Adelaida.
I don't know when we're going abroad. I haven't been able to find anything to paint for 2 years. Both East and South have long been pictured. Find me, Prince, a subject for a picture. I don't understand anything about it really. It seems to me you just look and paint. I don't know how to look. Why talk in riddles? I don't understand this, Madame Yapankina broke in. What you mean, I don't know how to look?
You've got eyes, use them.
If you don't know how to look here, you won't learn abroad either.
Better if you tell us how you looked yourself, Prince.
Now that would be better, Adelaida said. The prince learned how to look when he was abroad, didn't he?
I don't know, really. I just recovered my health there. I don't know if I learned to look or not.
Incidentally, I was very happy almost all the time. Happy? You know how to be happy? Cried Aglaia. So how can you say you never learned to look? You could teach us. Yes, teach us please, Adelaida laughed. I can't teach anything, said the prince, laughing in his turn. I lived in that Swiss village practically all the time I was abroad, an occasional short trip outside. What have I got to teach you? To start with, it was just pleasant, and I soon began to recover my health. After that, every day became precious to me, the more so the longer time went on, so that I began to notice it. I used to go to bed very contented, and rise even happier. Why all that should be so, I should be hard put to tell you. So you never felt like leaving, you felt no urge to go elsewhere? Asked Alexandra. At first, at the very beginning, yes, there were times when I used to have very restless moods. I kept thinking how I was going to spend my life. I wanted to test the future that awaited me. There were certain moments when I used to feel restless. You know how those moments come, especially when you are alone. We had a waterfall there, quite a small one, dropping high off the mountain in a delicate thread, almost vertical, white, pattering, foaming. It fell from a great height, but it seemed quite low. It was a good half-mile off, but it seemed only 50 yards away. I loved to listen to it at night. It was in moments like those that I sometimes reached a peak of anxiety. Also at midday sometimes, on mountain walks, I'd be alone among the mountains, pine trees all around me, ancient, tall, resinous. Up there on the rock an old castle, medieval and ruinous, our village far away below, barely visible, the sun bright in the blue sky, a fearful silence. It was there that I used to sense a something that kept calling me elsewhere, and it seemed that if I walked straight ahead for a long, long time, past the line, that line where sky and earth meet, the whole puzzle would be resolved and I should see a new life, 1,000 times more vital and tumultuous than ours. I kept dreaming of a big city like Naples, all palaces, life, the thunderous noise. What didn't I dream? Then it seemed to me that even in prison one might discover an immense life. I read that last laudable sentiment in my school anthology when I was 12, said Aglaia. It's all philosophy, observed Adelaida. You're a philosopher come to teach us. Perhaps you're right, smiled the prince. I am indeed a philosopher, and who knows, perhaps I really do mean to teach people. That's possible, indeed it is. And your philosophy is exactly the same as Eulampia Nikolaevna's. Aglaia rejoined. She's a civil service widow, comes to us, a sort of hanger-on.
Her one concern in life is cheapness, how cheaply one can live. All her talk is about kopecks, and yet she has money. She's a complete fraud. It's the same with your immense life in prison, and perhaps your 4 years' happiness in the country that you sold your Naples for at a profit too, it seems, if only a few kopecks worth. As regards prison life, there is room for disagreement, said the prince. I heard the story of one man who had spent nearly 12 years in prison. He was one of my professor's patients. He had recurrent fits and he would get restless sometimes, used to cry, and once even tried to kill himself. His life in jail was very grim, I can assure you, but by no means to be measured in kopecks. And yet all the companionship he had was a spider and a sapling growing under his window. But better if I tell you of another man I met last year. He had a very strange story to tell, strange because an incident like that happens only very rarely. This man was led out along with others onto a scaffold and had his sentence of death by shooting read out to him, for political offenses. About 20 minutes later a reprieve was read out and a milder punishment substituted. However, during the interval between the sentences, 20 minutes, or quarter of an hour at least, he lived with the certain conviction that within minutes he would suddenly die. I was extremely eager to listen whenever he recalled his emotions of that time, and I started asking him about it on a number of occasions. He remembered everything with the utmost clarity, and he used to say that he would never forget anything of those minutes. About 20 yards from the scaffold, near where the people and soldiers were standing, 3 stakes had been dug into the earth, as there were several criminals. The first 3 were taken to the stakes and bound before being dressed in the death garments, long white smocks, and white hoods over their eyes so that they couldn't see the rifles. Then a party of soldiers was lined up opposite each stake. My acquaintance was number 8, so he was due to go to the stake in the third group. A priest went round everyone with a cross. It worked out that he had 5 minutes to live, no more. He used to say that those 5 minutes seemed to him an eternity, an immense richness. It seemed that in those 5 minutes he could live through so many lives, that there could be no thinking now of the last instant. He divided his time up. He calculated the time in which to say farewell to his comrades and allotted some 2 minutes to that, then 2 more minutes to reflect upon himself and then look about him for the last time. He clearly recalls making these dispositions and the way he calculated them. He was dying at 27, healthy and strong. In bidding goodbye to his comrades, he remembered asking one of them a somewhat irrelevant question and even being very interested in the answer. Then, after he had said goodbye to his comrades, came the 2 minutes he had set aside for thinking about himself. He already knew what he was going to think about. He kept wanting to imagine as swiftly and vividly as possible how on earth it could be that now he existed and was alive, and in 3 minutes' time he would merely be something or somebody, but who, though? And where? He thought he could resolve all this in 2 minutes. A church stood not far off and its gilded roof sparkled in the sunshine. He remembered staring with an awful intensity at that roof and the sunlight glancing from it. He couldn't drag his eyes away. It occurred to him that those rays were his new state of being, and that in 3 minutes he would somehow merge with them. His revulsion at the unknown and the new, now that it was inevitable and imminent, was dreadful, but he says that nothing was more terrible at that moment than the nagging thought, what if I didn't have to die? If life was returned to me, what an eternity it would be. And it would all be mine. I would turn every minute into an age, nothing would be wasted, every minute would be accounted for, nothing would be frittered away. He used to say that this thought finally roused him to such a pitch of anger, that he wanted them to hurry up and shoot him and have done with it. The prince suddenly fell silent. Everyone waited for him to go on and draw some conclusion. "Have you finished?"
asked Aglaya. What? Yes, said the prince, rousing himself from his momentary reverie. But why did you tell us about all this? It came back to me, it seemed relevant. You're very abrupt, Prince, remarked Alexandra. You probably wanted to demonstrate that one shouldn't value a single instant in mere kopecks, and that sometimes 5 minutes can outweigh a fortune. All very laudable, but if I may ask, this friend of yours who told you about his sufferings, he had his sentence commuted, didn't he? So he was presented with that eternal life. So what did he do with those riches afterwards? Did he account for every minute? Oh no, he told me himself, I asked him about that. He didn't live like that at all and wasted an awful lot of minutes. So it follows from your example, it follows that one can't really live one's life counting every minute. It's just impossible, for some reason. Yes, for some reason it's just impossible, the prince echoed, that's what I thought myself. But somehow I just can't believe it all the same. That means you think you're going to live more wisely than anyone else, said Aglaya. Yes, I thought that too sometimes. And think so now? And think so now, replied the prince, smiling gently and almost timidly at Aglaya, then all at once he laughed out loud again and looked brightly at her. Modesty indeed, said Aglaya, almost nettled. And how brave you are, really, here you were laughing and I was so shaken by all he told me I dreamed about it, just those 5 minutes. He again gave his hearers an earnest and searching look. You're not angry with me for any reason, are you? He inquired suddenly, apparently disconcerted but managing to look everyone straight in the eye. What for? Cried all 3 girls, astonished. Well, because I keep lecturing you. Everyone laughed. If you are angry, don't be, he said. I'm well aware that I've less experience than others and I'm less worldly wise than anybody. Perhaps I talk very strangely at times. Now he was definitely at a loss. If you say you were happy, that means you lived more, not less. Why do you wriggle and try to apologize then? Began Aglaya, severely censorious. And please don't worry about lecturing us. You've nothing to be superior about. One could fill 100 years of happiness with your sort of quietism. Whether you saw an execution or a little finger, you would draw equally laudable conclusions and still be happy. That sort of living's easy. What you keep getting so angry about I fail to understand, said Madame Yapankina, who had been observing the speakers' faces for a long time. And I don't understand what you're talking about either. What's all this nonsense about a finger? The prince talks beautifully, though a bit on the sad side. Why are you discouraging him? He was laughing when he started and now he's quite depressed. It's all right, Maman. It's a pity you never saw an execution, Prince. I wanted to ask you something. I have seen one, responded the prince. You have, cried Aglaya. I should have guessed. That's the finishing touch. If you have seen one, how can you say you lived happily all the time? Well, aren't I right? They didn't execute people in your village, did they? Asked Adelaida. I saw it in Lyons. I went there with Schneider, he took me. I came across it as soon as I arrived. Well then, did you enjoy it? Was it very edifying? Was it instructive? Asked Aglaya. I didn't enjoy it at all. I was rather ill afterwards. But I admit I was riveted by the sight.
I couldn't tear my eyes away.
I couldn't have either, said Aglaya.
They're very much against women going to watch, they even write about such women in the papers. If they say it's not suitable for women, by the same token they're saying it's all right for a man and so justifying it. I congratulate them on their logic.
You think the same way too, of course? Tell us about the execution, Adelaida interrupted.
I would much prefer not at the moment. The prince was troubled and frowned slightly. It's as if you begrudge telling us, Aglaya reproached him.
No, it's because I was telling someone about this execution just now.
Who? Your footman. While I was waiting, what footman came from all sides? The one who sits in the entrance hall, with the graying hair, reddish face. I was sitting there before going in to see General Yapankin.
That's an odd thing to do, remarked Madame Yapankina. The prince is a Democrat, Aglaya put in bluntly.
Well, if you've told Alexei, you can't refuse us, now can you?
I would certainly like to hear it, Adelaida repeated.
A little while ago, actually, the prince addressed her, quite animated once more. He seemed to get excited in a very quick and unaffected way. When you asked me to give you the subject for a picture, I actually thought of this one. Draw the face of a condemned man in the minute before the guillotine falls, while he's still standing on the scaffold before lying down on the plank they have.
The face?
Just the face, asked Adelaida. A strange subject, and what kind of picture would that be? I don't know, why on earth not, the prince insisted with some heat. I saw a picture like that in Ball not long ago.
I'd very much like to tell you. I'll tell you some other time. It made a great impression on me.
You must certainly tell us about the ball picture later, said Adelaida, but now explain this execution picture for me.
Can you tell me how you imagine it yourself? How should one draw that face? Just the face, yes. What kind of face is it, then?
It is exactly a minute before death, began the prince perfectly readily, at once carried away by his recollection and apparently oblivious to all else, just when he has climbed the stair and set foot upon the scaffold. That was when he glanced in my direction. I looked into his face and understood it all.
But how can one convey it?
I would be terribly pleased if you or anyone else could draw that face.
Best of all if it were you. At the time I thought a picture would do a lot of good.
To do it one really has to imagine everything that had taken place earlier, every single thing. He had been living in prison and expecting to wait at least a week before execution. He had been reckoning on the usual formalities, the documents being sent somewhere and taking a week to come back. But this time, for some reason, the process was curtailed.
At 5 o'clock in the morning he had been asleep.
It was towards the end of October. At 5 o'clock it's still cold and dark. The prison governor came in very quietly with a warder and touched him gently on the shoulder. He raised himself on one elbow and saw the light. What's the matter?
The execution is at 10 o'clock.
Still half asleep, he didn't believe it and started to argue that the document was only due in a week's time, but when he was fully awake he stopped arguing and went quiet.
That's what they told me.
Then he said, still, it's hard like this, all of a sudden, then fell silent again, there being nothing more he wanted to say. Then 3 or 4 hours go by on the usual things, the priest, breakfast for which he gets wine, coffee, and beef. Well, is that a mockery or not? Just think how cruel that is, and yet on the other hand, honestly, these innocent people do it out of the goodness of their hearts, convinced they're being humane, then comes the dressing up, you know what that involves for a condemned man, then finally they take him through the town to the scaffold. I imagine he thinks he still has an eternity left to live while they're taking him. I imagine he probably thought as he went along, it's a long time yet, 3 streets yet to live, after this one there's the next, then the one after with the bakers on the corner, it'll be ages before we reach the bakers. All around there's the crowd, shouting, noise, 10,000 faces, 10,000 eyes, all that had to be borne, and then worst of all, the thought, there's 10,000 of them and not one of them is being executed, but I am. Well, all that is by way of preliminary. The ladder is put up against the scaffold, suddenly he begins to weep in front of it, this strong and courageous man, a great evildoer, so they said. All this time the priest has been inseparable from him, traveling with him in the cart, talking all the time, though hardly heard, he would start to listen, then fail to comprehend more than 2 words. It must have been so. Finally he began to mount the ladder, his legs are bound so that he walks in tiny steps. The priest, a perceptive man no doubt, stops talking and just keeps offering him the cross to kiss. At the bottom of the ladder he had been very pale, but after he had climbed it and stood on the scaffold, he became as white as a sheet all of a sudden, as white as a sheet of writing paper. Probably his legs had gone numb and were giving way, then came nausea, as if his throat was being constricted and almost tickling him. Have you ever felt like that when you've been frightened or in moments of terror, when your reason remains perfectly clear but is no longer in control? I would think that in some inescapable disaster, like the house collapsing about you, for example, one would have an awful desire to just sit down, close one's eyes, and wait. What will be will be. Just then, when this weakness was beginning, the priest with a swift gesture silently placed the cross to his lips. It was a little, silver, 4-ended cross and he kept putting it to his lips every minute. And as soon as the cross touched his lips he would open his eyes and come to life again, as it were, and his legs moved on. He kept kissing the cross avidly, hurrying to do so, as if anxious not to forget to take something with him just in case, but he would scarcely have felt anything religious at that moment. And so it went on right up to the board itself. It's odd, but very few people faint in these last seconds. On the contrary, the brain is fearfully alive and active, must be working, ever so hard, like a machine. I can imagine all kinds of thoughts hammering away, all half-formulated, perhaps even absurd, irrelevant thoughts like, that one staring. He's got a wart on his forehead, the executioner there, he's got a rusty bottom button, yet all the while you know and remember everything. There is a certain point you cannot forget, and you must not faint, and all things move and revolve around that point. And to think, this goes on till the last quarter of a second when your head is lying on the block and waiting and knowing, and all at once it hears the iron sliding above. You would certainly hear that. Speaking for myself, if I was lying there I would deliberately listen for it and catch the sound. There might only be the 10th part of an instant, but you would certainly hear it. And just imagine, people still argue that perhaps the head when it flies off knows for a second that it has done so. What an idea! And what if it were 5 seconds? Draw the scaffold so that the very last rung only can be seen clearly and close to. The felon has placed his foot on it, the head and face as white as a sheet, the priest is holding out the cross, while the other greedily protrudes his blue lips, and stares, and knows everything. The cross and the head, that's the picture, the faces of the priest, the executioner, his 2 assistants and several heads and eyes from below, all that can be drawn in as distant background, indistinct, subordinate. That's the sort of picture it should be. The prince fell silent and regarded them all. That's not much like quietism, of course, said Alexandra to herself. Well, now tell us how you fell in love, said Adelaida. The prince stared at her in astonishment. "Listen," Adelaida hurried on, "you have still to tell us about the ball picture, but just now I want to hear about your being in love. Don't try to deny it, you were. Besides, as soon as you start telling a story, you stop being a philosopher. As soon as you stop speaking, you're ashamed of what you've been saying," Aglaya remarked suddenly. "Why is that?"
"Now that is just silly," said Madame Yupankina sharply, with an indignant look at Aglaya.
"Not clever at all," confirmed Alexandra.
"Don't believe her, Prince," Madame Yupankina told him.
"She does that on purpose out of spite. She's not as bad-mannered as that. Don't pay any attention to their teasing. They're probably up to something, but they already like you. I can read their faces." "And I can read their faces too," said the prince, emphasizing his words.
"What do you mean?" asked Adelaida curiously.
"What do you know about our faces?" the other two inquired. But the prince was silent and grave. Everyone awaited his answer. "I will tell you later," he said, softly and earnestly. "You're really trying to intrigue us," cried Aglaya, "and so serious." "Well, all right," Adelaida once more hurried on, "but if you're such an expert on faces, then you must have been in love. That means I was right. Tell us the story, do." "I was never in love," said the prince, quietly earnest as before.
"I was happy in a different way."
"How, then, in what way?" "Very well, I'll tell you," said the prince, apparently deep in thought. 6. "Here you all are," the prince began, looking at me with such curiosity that if I didn't satisfy it, you would probably be very angry with me. "No, I'm just joking," he added hastily, smiling. There it was children all the time. I spent all my time with children, just children. They were the village children, the whole crowd of them at school. I didn't actually teach them. Oh no, there was a schoolmaster to do that, Jules Thibault. I did teach them a little bit as well, but I mostly just spent time with them all the 4 years I was there.
I wanted nothing else. I used to tell them everything, keeping nothing back.
Their parents and relatives used to get very angry with me because their children couldn't do without me in the end, always crowding about me. The schoolmaster finally got to be my worst enemy. I made a lot of enemies there, all because of the children.
Even Schneider took me to task.
What were they all so afraid of? You can tell a child everything. I've always been struck by how little adults understand children, even their own fathers and mothers. Nothing should be kept from children on the pretext that they're little and it's too soon for them to know. Such a sad, wretched idea. Children themselves are well aware that their parents regard them as too small and uncomprehending, when actually they understand everything. Adults don't realize that children can give extremely valuable advice in the most difficult situations.
Heavens!
When that pretty little bird looks at you, so happy and trusting, you are ashamed to betray it. I call them little birds because the earth holds nothing finer than a bird. Still, the main reason everybody in the village was angry with me was because of a certain incident. Thibault was simply jealous of me. At first he kept shaking his head, wondering how it was that the children understood everything I taught them and practically nothing he did. Later on he started laughing at me when I said that neither of us would teach them anything, they would teach us. How could he be jealous of me and tell stories about me when he lived among the children himself? The soul is healed through contact with children. There was one patient in Schneider's establishment, a most wretched individual.
His plight was so dreadful that it can hardly be paralleled. He had been sent there to be treated for insanity. In my view, he wasn't insane, he was simply terribly distressed. And that was the extent of his illness. If you only knew what our children came to mean for him in the end. Still, better if I tell you about that patient some other time. What I'll tell you now is how it all began. At first, the children didn't take to me at all. I was so big and awkward. I know I'm not very good looking either, and I was a foreigner to cap it all. They made fun of me at first, and later on they even started throwing stones at me when they caught sight of me kissing Marie. And I only kissed her once. No, don't laugh, the prince hastened to restrain his smirking audience, it wasn't anything to do with love. If you only knew what an unhappy creature she was, you would feel as sorry for her as I did. She was from our village. Her mother was an old woman who was permitted by the village council to partition off one of the 2 windows of her ramshackle little house and sell laces, thread, soap, and tobacco for coppers enough to live on. Her health was poor and her legs were all swollen, so she always sat in the one spot. Marie was her daughter, about 20, a feeble slip of a thing. She'd been developing consumption for long enough, but she still kept going round the houses as a daily, doing heavy cleaning work, washing floors, doing laundry, sweeping out yards, and mucking out livestock. A French commercial traveler passed by, seduced her, and carried her off. A week later he abandoned her alone on the road and quietly disappeared. She arrived back home, begging her way, all begrimed and ragged, her shoes worn through. She had walked for a whole week, sleeping out in the fields and catching a severe chill. Her feet were bleeding and her arms swollen and chapped. Even before that, incidentally, she had been nothing to look at, though her eyes were placid, kindly, and innocent. She was a terribly quiet girl. Once, before all this, she suddenly started singing and I remember everybody being astonished and laughing. Marie singing. Did you ever? Marie singing. And she got horribly self-conscious and kept quiet ever afterwards. People were still affectionate towards her then, but when she came back all ill and bedraggled, nobody showed her the slightest sympathy. They are so cruel over that sort of thing. Their views are so rigid. Her mother was the first to treat her with angry contempt. You have dishonored me now. She was the first to expose her to public disgrace. When the news got round the village that Marie had come back, everyone came running to have a look at her and practically the whole village crowded into the old woman's hut, old men, children, women, girls, everybody in such jostling, eager hordes. Marie was lying at the old woman's feet, hungry, ragged, and weeping. When everybody ran in, she just hid her face in her disheveled hair and pressed herself face down onto the floor. Everyone around regarded her as some sort of vermin. The old men condemned and berated her, the young folk laughed even, the women scolded and blamed her, looking at her contemptuously as if she had been a spider. The mother let all this go on, just sitting there nodding her approval. Her mother was very ill at that time, practically dying. In fact, she actually did die 2 months later. She knew she was dying, yet she still had no thought of forgiving her daughter till the time she died. She didn't say a word to her and chased her out to sleep in the passage, hardly giving her anything to eat. She frequently had to stand her diseased legs in warm water, and every day Marie washed her legs for her and looked after her, but she accepted all these services in silence and never gave her a kindly word. Marie put up with everything, and I noticed later, when I got to know her, that she approved of all this herself. She thought of herself as the lowest of creatures. When the old woman finally took to her bed, the old women of the village came in turns to look after her, as the custom is there. At this point they stopped feeding Marie altogether. In the village they used to chase her away and nobody even wanted to give her work, as they had done before.
It was as if everyone despised her and the men stopped regarding her as a woman even, saying all manner of vile things to her. Sometimes, though very rarely, when the drinkers had had their fill on a Sunday, they used to throw down coppers for her, just like that, straight on the ground. Marie would pick them up in silence. She was coughing up blood even then. At length her old clothes became so tattered that she was ashamed to show herself in the village. She had gone about barefoot since the time of her return. It was now that she began to be tormented, especially by the children, the whole gang of them, about 40 or more, and even had filth thrown at her. She implored a herdsman to let her look after the cows, but he drove her away. Then she began going out with the herd all day, without permission. Observing that she was extremely useful to him, the herdsman didn't chase her away this time. In fact, he would sometimes give her the leavings from his own dinner, bread and cheese, regarding this as a great kindness on his part. When the old woman did die, the local pastor did not shrink from holding Marie up to public disgrace in church. She was standing over the coffin just as she was, in her rags, weeping. A good many people had congregated to see her crying as she followed the coffin. Then it was that the pastor, still a young man, filled with hopes of becoming a great preacher, addressed them all, pointing to Marie. She was the cause of this worthy woman's death, which was untrue because she'd been ailing for 2 years. Behold her standing before you, not daring to look because she has been marked by the finger of God. There she is, barefoot and in rags, an example to all who lose their virtue. Who is she, then? That woman's daughter, and much more in the same vein. Can you imagine? This vile stuff was much to the taste of practically all of them, but now something extraordinary happened. The children took her part, because by this time they were all on my side, and had begun to feel affection towards Marie. It came about like this. I felt I must do something for Marie. She was in great need of money, but I never had a penny while I was there. I did have a small diamond pin, which I sold to a second-hand dealer who used to go round the villages trading in old clothes. He gave me 8 francs for it, though it was worth all of 40. I tried for a long time to get Marie on her own. At length we did meet behind a tree by the fence outside the village, along a side path leading up into the mountains. I gave her the 8 francs and told her to take care of it because I wouldn't have any more. Then I kissed her and said she mustn't think I had any evil intentions, that I was kissing her not because I was in love with her, but because I was very sorry for her and had never thought her guilty from the very first, merely unfortunate. I really wanted to console her there and then and assure her that she shouldn't see herself as beneath everyone, but I don't think she understood me. I could see that at once, though she said practically nothing the whole time, standing in front of me with her eyes cast down, dreadfully ashamed. When I had finished, she kissed my hand and I seized hers at once and made to kiss it, but she hastily pulled it away. It was then that the children caught sight of us, the whole crowd of them. I found out later that they had been keeping watch on me for a long time. They started whistling, clapping their hands, and laughing, while Marie took to her heels. I tried to talk to them but they began pelting me with stones. That day everybody knew, the whole village, and Marie took the brunt of it all again. They detested her more than ever. I heard it said they even wanted to have her legally punished, but nothing came of that, thank goodness. Still the children wouldn't let her be and tormented her worse than ever, pelting her with mud, chasing her as she ran from them breathless with her weak chest, shouting abuse after her. Once I even rushed in to fight them off. After that I began talking to them. Every day I talked to them, whenever I possibly could. Sometimes they would stop and listen, though they still kept abusing her. I told them how unhappy Marie was. Soon they left off reviling her and went away in silence. Little by little we began to get talking and I concealed nothing from them. I told them everything. They listened to me very intently and soon began to feel pity for Marie. Some of them began to greet her kindly when they met her. It's the custom there if you meet anybody, whether you know them or not, to bow and say, "Good day." I can imagine how surprised Marie must have been. One day, two little girls got hold of some food and took it to her. After they gave it to her, they came to me and told me. They said Marie had burst into tears and that they were now very fond of her. Before long everyone else began to love her, and me too, suddenly, along with her. They started coming to me often, asking me to tell them stories. I think I did this well because they all liked to listen to me. Later on I studied and read everything just so as to have something to tell them afterwards. And I did this for all of 3 years. When I was accused by Schneider too later on for talking to them like grown-ups, hiding nothing from them, I used to answer that it was shameful to tell them lies, and they knew it all anyway, however much you kept from them, and they would find things out in a squalid sort of way, which was not the case with me. People should just recall how it had been when they were children. They didn't agree. I kissed Marie a fortnight before her mother died. By the time the pastor preached his sermon, the children were all on my side. I immediately told them what the pastor had done and interpreted it for them. They were all angered at him and some went so far as to smash his windows with stones. I stopped them doing it because that was wrong. Still, everybody in the village got to know about it and started accusing me of corrupting the children. Then they found out that all the children loved Marie, and were terribly alarmed, but Marie was happy by now. The children were forbidden to see her even, but they used to run to her on the sly out to the herd, quite a way off, almost a mile from the village. They took her presents, while others just ran to hug and kiss her and say, "Je vous aime, Marie," before racing back again. Marie almost went mad from such unexpected happiness. She had never so much as dreamed of this. She was overjoyed, though bashful, but the main thing was that the children, the little girls especially, were very keen to run and tell her how much I loved her and how I was always talking to them about her. They said I had told them everything and that now they loved and pitied her and would always do so. Then they came running along to me with such joyful, flustered little faces to announce that they had just seen Marie and that she sent her greetings. In the evenings I used to go to the waterfall. There was a place there completely secluded from the village side, with poplars growing all around. It was there they came running to find me of an evening, some of them in secret even. I think they found my love for Marie terribly enjoyable, and yet it was the one thing in all my life there in which I deceived them. I didn't disabuse them of the idea that I loved Marie, that I was in love with her rather than merely being very sorry for her. I could tell that this was the way they wanted it, the way they had imagined it and settled it among themselves, so I kept quiet and pretended that they had guessed right. Those little hearts were so tactful and kind. It seemed impossible to them that Marie should be barefoot and so poorly dressed, when their kind Leon loved her so. Just imagine, they got hold of shoes and stockings for her, and underthings, and even a dress of some sort. How they had contrived to do this I have no idea. The whole crowd of them had a hand in it. Whenever I asked them about it, they just laughed gleefully and the little girls clapped their hands and kissed me. Sometimes I would go secretly to see Marie myself. She was very ill by now and scarcely able to walk. She had finally given up working for the cowherd, but still went out with the cattle every morning. She would sit down some distance away. There was a ledge under a sheer, overhanging rock, and she would sit there right in the corner, secluded from everyone, almost motionless the livelong day, from morning till the cows were moving off home. By then she was so weak from consumption that for the most part she sat with her eyes closed, leaning her head against the rock, dozing and breathing heavily. Her face was emaciated and skeletal, and sweat stood out on her forehead and temples. That was how I always found her. I used to come for a minute or so and had no wish for anyone to see me either. As soon as I appeared, Marie would at once start, open her eyes, and fall to kissing my hands. I didn't withdraw them now, since it made her happy. All the time I sat there she would tremble and weep. Several times she actually started saying something, but it was difficult to make anything out. She seemed demented at times, terribly agitated and ecstatic. Occasionally the children would come with me. When that happened, they used to stand not far off, guarding us from something or somebody. They got enormous pleasure from that. When we left, Marie was alone again, motionless as before, her head pressed against the rock, perhaps dreaming. One morning she could no longer go out to the herd and stayed behind in her empty house. The children found out about this at once, and practically all of them came to visit her that day. She lay all on her own in bed. For 2 days it was the children alone who looked after her, trotting into her by turns, but later, when the village heard that Marie was actually dying, the old women began to come and sit by her. The village had begun to take pity on Marie. At any rate, they no longer tried to check the children or scold them as they had done formerly. Marie was drowsy all the time, her sleep restless. She coughed dreadfully. The old women chased the children away, but they used to run up to the window, sometimes only for a moment, just to say, "Bonjour, notre bonne Marie." When she caught sight of them or heard them, she revived and, ignoring the old wives, struggled to rise on her elbow to nod her thanks to them. They brought her gifts as before, but she hardly ate anything. Because of them, I assure you, she died almost happy. Through them she forgot her own black misfortune, accepting absolution through them, as it were, because to the very end she continued to regard herself as a great sinner. Like little birds, they beat their wings against her windows and shouted to her every morning, "Nous t'aimons, Marie." She died very soon after. I had thought she would live much longer. On the eve of her death, I called in to see her before sunset. She seemed to recognize me and I pressed her hand for the last time. How shriveled it had become. Then suddenly in the morning they came to tell me that Marie had died. The children couldn't be held back now. They decked her coffin with flowers and placed a garland on her head. In church, the pastor did not shame the dead this time. There weren't many at the funeral in any case, just a few out of curiosity, but when it was time to carry the coffin, the children all rushed forward at once to bear it themselves. As they couldn't carry it, they did their bit to help, and all of them ran behind, weeping. Since then the children have revered Marie's little grave. They deck it with flowers every year and have planted roses round it. But it was after the funeral that I was most persecuted by the village on account of the children. The pastor and the schoolmaster were the chief ones behind it. The children were strictly forbidden even to meet me, and Schneider undertook to see to this. Nevertheless, we continued to see each other and communicated by signs. They used to send me little notes. Later on things were patched up and settled, but even at the time it was all right. The persecution brought me even closer to the children. During my final year I almost made my peace with Thibault and the pastor. Schneider talked a good deal to me, arguing about my harmful system with the children. As if I had a system. At length Schneider told me of a very strange notion he had conceived. This was just before my departure. He told me he was firmly convinced that I was a complete child myself, an absolute child, that it was only in the face and build that I resembled an adult, but in development, spirit, character, and perhaps intelligence I was not a grown-up, and I'd stay that way, even if I lived to be 60. I was very amused. He's wrong, of course, a child indeed. But he was right about one thing. I really don't like being among adults, grown-up people. I've noticed that long since. I don't like it because I can't cope with them. Whatever they say to me, however kind they are to me, I never feel at ease with them for some reason, and I'm always terribly glad when I can get away to my friends, and my friends have always been children, but not because I am a child myself, it was simply because I have always been drawn to children. At the beginning of my time in the village, when I used to go off to brood alone in the mountains, and I came across the whole band of them sometimes, usually at noon when they were let out of school, making plenty of noise as they ran along with their little satchels and slates, shouting and laughing as they played their games, my soul began suddenly to reach out to them. I don't know, but I began to experience an intense sensation of happiness whenever I encountered them. I would stop and laugh from sheer gladness as I gazed at their little flashing legs, always running, at the little boys and girls running together, at their laughter and tears. Many of them contrived to fight, burst into tears, make up again, and start playing before they got home, and I would forget all about being depressed. Afterwards, in fact, for the next 3 years, I simply couldn't understand how and why people could ever be depressed. My whole life became centered on them. I never reckoned on leaving the village, and it never entered my head that I would one day come here to Russia. I thought I should always be there. But one day I realized that Schneider couldn't very well go on keeping me at his own expense, and a certain matter turned up, so important, seemingly, that Schneider himself urged me to go, and wrote a letter on my behalf. I'll look into all that and discuss it with somebody. It may be that my life will be completely changed, but that's not the main thing. The main thing is that my life has already changed utterly. I left a lot behind there, a very great deal. It's all disappeared. As I sat in the railway carriage, I thought, now I'm on my way to be among people. Perhaps I don't know very much, but a new life has begun. I resolved to conduct myself honestly and firmly. I might be bored and miserable among people, but my first decision was to be polite and open with everyone. No one could ask more of me than that. Perhaps they would look on me as a child here as well, let them. Everybody regards me as an idiot for some reason. I really was ill enough at one time to resemble an idiot, but hardly now, when I'm well aware that they think of me as one. I come in and I think, now they regard me as an idiot, but I'm intelligent really, they just don't realize. I often think like that. When I was in Berlin and got some little letters they had already managed to write, it was only then I realized how much I loved them. It was very distressing to get that first letter. How sad they had been seeing me off. That had started a month before. Leon s'en toujours. We would gather every evening by the waterfall like before, and talked constantly of our parting. Sometimes it was as jolly as it had been before. When we separated for the night, though, they had taken to hugging me warmly, something they hadn't done before. Some of them used to run and see me secretly by themselves, just so as to hug and kiss me on their own, not in front of the others. When I was finally setting off, all of them together flocked to see me off at the station, which was about a mile from the village. They tried to stop themselves from crying, but many of them couldn't manage it and wept aloud, especially the girls. We were hurrying so as not to miss the train, but first one then another would rush out of the crowd just to embrace me on the road with his little arms and kiss me, so holding up the whole procession, even though we were in a hurry, everybody stopped and waited while he said his farewells. When I got in the carriage and the train started moving, they all shouted out, "Hurrah!" and stood for a long time till the train was completely out of sight. And I was staring too. Do you know, when I came in just now and saw your nice faces, I look closely at faces now, and heard your first words, I felt my heart ease for the first time since then. I was already thinking just now that perhaps I was one of the really lucky ones. After all, I know that one doesn't often meet people one takes to at first sight, but I have met you straight away as soon as I got off the train. I am very well aware that everyone is shy when it comes to talking of their own feelings, but here I am talking to you and not being shy at all. I'm not a sociable person, and perhaps I won't come to see you for a long time.
I don't mean it like that. I didn't say that because I don't think highly of you, and don't imagine I've taken offense at anything. You asked me about your faces and what I saw in them.
I will tell you with great pleasure.
You have a happy face, Adelaida Ivanovna, the nicest face of all three.
Aside from the fact that you're very pretty, one looks at you and thinks, she has the face of a kind sister. You have a straightforward, cheerful manner, but you can quickly understand a person's heart.
That's how your face seems to me. Your face, Alexandra Ivanovna, is also beautiful and very sweet, but perhaps you have a secret sadness. You have the kindest of hearts, no doubt of that, but you are not high-spirited.
You have a certain something in your face reminiscent of the Holbein Madonna in Dresden.
Well, so much for your face. Am I a good guesser?
You said I was yourselves.
But as for your face, Lizaveta Prokofievna, here he addressed Madame Yepankina all of a sudden, from your face I do not have to think, I am perfectly certain that you're an absolute child in everything, for good or ill, even though you're the age you are.
You aren't angry with me for saying that?
After all, you know my opinion of children.
And don't go thinking I'm saying all this about your faces out of simplicity. Oh no, not at all.
Perhaps I have my reasons too.
7. When the prince had concluded, they all looked brightly at him, even Aglaya, and especially Lizaveta Prokofievna. Well, you've certainly put him through an examination, she exclaimed.
So then, dear ladies, you thought to take him under your wing like some poor little soul, but he hardly deigned to accept you himself, and even then with the proviso that he'll only visit occasionally. We're the ones to look foolish, and I'm glad of it. Ivan Fedorovitch comes out worst of all.
Bravo, Prince, we were instructed to put you through your paces just now.
And what you said about my face is absolutely correct. I'm a child and I know it.
I knew that even before you told me. You put my thoughts in a nutshell. I believe your character is just like mine, and I'm very pleased, like 2 drops of water.
Only you're a man and I'm a woman, and I've never been to Switzerland, that's the only difference.
Don't be too sure, Maman, exclaimed Aglaya. The prince says he had a motive of his own in all his confessions. He wasn't just talking for talking's sake.
Yes, laughed the others.
Don't make fun of him, my dears, he might be a bit craftier than all 3 of you put together.
You'll see. But Prince, why didn't you mention Aglaya? She's waiting and so am I.
I can't say anything now, I'll tell you later.
Why? Isn't she striking?
Oh, indeed she is. You are extraordinarily beautiful, Aglaya Ivanovna. You're so pretty, one is afraid to look at you.
Just that? No qualities? Madame Yepankina pursued. It's hard to judge beauty. I'm not ready yet. Beauty is a puzzle.
That means you've set Aglaya a puzzle, said Adelaida.
Solve it then, Aglaya.
She is pretty though, Prince, isn't she? Marvelously, the prince replied feelingly, his glance drawn to Aglaya, almost as pretty as Nastasia Philippovna, though the face is totally different. They exchanged astonished glances.
Like WHOO? Madame Yepankina brought out. Like Nastasia Philippovna?
Where have you seen her?
Which Nastasia Philippovna?
Gavrila Ardalionovich was showing Ivan Fedorovitch her portrait just now.
What, he brought Ivan Fedorovich her portrait? To show him. Nastasia Filipovna gave her portrait to Gavrila Ardalionovich today, and he brought it to show. I want to see it. Madame Yepankina burst out. Where is this portrait? If she gave him it, he must have it with him in the study. He always comes in to work on a Wednesday and never goes before 4. Call Gavrila Ardalionovich at once. No, I'm not exactly dying to see him. Do me a favor, dear Prince, go along to the study, get the portrait from him, and bring it here. Say we just want to see it. If you please. He's nice but a bit on the simple side, said Adelaida, when the prince had gone out. Yes, rather too much so, said Alexandra. It makes him a bit ridiculous even. Neither of them seemed to be saying all she thought. Still, he got out of the face business well enough, said Aglaya, flattered us all, even Maman. No clever remarks, please, cried Madame Yepankina. He wasn't flattering, it was I who was flattered. You think he was being crafty? Asked Adelaida. I fancy he's not so simple. Get away with you, said her mother, bristling. I think you're more ridiculous than he is. Simple, maybe, but he's got his wits about him, in the best sense of course. Exactly like me. Of course it was awful of me to blurt that out about the picture, the prince was thinking to himself as he entered the study, his conscience troubling him somewhat. But, perhaps it was for the best, an odd idea, still rather vague, had begun to take shape in his mind. Gavrila Ardalionovich was still sitting in the study, engrossed in his papers. He obviously wasn't paid his company salary for nothing. He was horribly embarrassed when the prince asked for the portrait and related how the others had found out about it.
E chiaccia.
Why did you have to blab about it? He cried in savage annoyance. You know nothing about all this. Idiot, he muttered to himself. I'm sorry, I did it absolutely without thinking, it just slipped out. I said that Aglaya was almost as pretty as Nastasia Filipovna. Ganya asked for a more detailed account and the prince obliged. Ganya gave him a derisive look. You've got Nastasia Filipovna on the brain, he muttered, but fell to thinking before finishing the sentence. He was clearly distraught. The prince reminded him about the picture. Listen, Prince, said Ganya suddenly, as if struck by an idea, I have an enormous favor to ask of you. But I don't know, really. He paused, embarrassed. He was making his mind up about something and engaged in an internal struggle of some sort. The prince waited in silence. Ganya stared at him again, intently, searchingly. Prince, he resumed, just now the people through there, because of something really strange, ridiculous too, and I'm not to blame, well, irrelevant anyway, those people are a little cross with me, so I don't want to go through there for the time being unless they call me. And I badly need to speak with Aglaya Ivanovna. I've written a few words in case of need, a small folded paper appeared in his hand, but I just don't know how to deliver it. Would you, Prince, undertake to pass it to Aglaya Ivanovna, but only to her, I mean so that no one else sees, you follow me? It's not much of a secret, there's nothing out of the way, but, you'll do it? I'm not very happy about it, replied the prince. Oh, Prince, it's a case of desperate need. Ganya began imploring him. She might answer, perhaps. Believe me, I would only have asked you in the most urgent, the most pressing circumstances. Who else can I entrust with it? It's extremely important. Terribly important for me.
Ganya was miserably afraid that the prince would refuse, and gazed into his eyes with timid entreaty.
Very well, I'll do it.
But make sure no one notices, the delighted Ganya begged him.
The thing is, I'm relying on your word of honor here, aren't I? I shan't show anybody, said the prince.
The note isn't sealed, but, Ganya blurted, over-anxious, then halted in embarrassment.
Oh, I shan't read it, said the prince quite simply, as he took the portrait and left the study.
Ganya, left to himself, put his head in his hands.
One word from her and I really might break it off.
The excitement and suspense prevented him sitting down to his papers again, and he began wandering round the room from one corner to another. The prince walked back, a prey to reflection. The commission troubled him, as did the thought of Ganya writing notes to Aglaya. 2 rooms away from the drawing room on his way back, however, he stopped short, as if recalling something, looked about him, then went over to the window nearer the light and began to study Nastasia Philippovna's portrait. It was as if he was trying to resolve some mystery hidden in that face which had struck him earlier. That recent impression had hardly abated, and now he was in haste to verify it once more. The extraordinary beauty of the face, along with something else about it, struck him even more forcibly now. It seemed to contain a boundless pride and scorn, almost hatred, and yet at the same time something trusting, something astonishingly ingenuous. The contrast prompted a feeling approaching compassion in him as he gazed at those features. That dazzling beauty verged on the intolerable, the beauty of the pale face, the almost hollow cheeks, the burning eyes, a strange beauty indeed. The prince gazed for a minute or so, then suddenly bethought himself, looked about him, then swiftly brought the portrait close to his lips and kissed it. When he walked into the drawing room a minute later, his face was perfectly composed. As soon as he entered the dining room, however, 2 rooms before the drawing room, he almost collided with Aglaya coming out. She was alone.
Gavrila Ardalionovich asked me to give you this, said the prince, handing her the note. Aglaya halted, took the note, and gave the prince a rather odd look. There was no hint of embarrassment in her glance, apart from a glimmer of surprise, and that directed at the prince alone. Aglaya's gaze seemed to demand some explanation from him. How had he got mixed up in this affair with Ganya, a demand that was cool and lofty. They stood opposite one another for several seconds. At length a look of faint derision came into her face. She gave a slight smile and walked past him. Madame Yapankina studied Nastasia Philippovna's picture for some time in silence, evincing a certain disparagement as she held it at arm's length in showy affectation, as far from her eyes as she could.
Yes, pretty, she brought out at length.
Very pretty even.
I've seen her once or twice, but only from a distance.
Does that kind of beauty appeal to you? She suddenly addressed the prince.
Yes, that kind, he replied, with a certain effort.
You mean just that kind?
Just that kind.
Why?
In that face, there's a great deal of suffering, the prince went on, somehow reluctantly, seeming to be talking to himself rather than answering the question. I dare say you're talking nonsense, decided Madame Yapankina, and with a lofty gesture tossed the picture away from her onto the table.
Alexandra picked it up, and as Adelaida came over both began to scrutinize it.
At that moment Aglaya returned to the drawing room. Such power, cried Adelaida suddenly, gazing avidly at the picture over her sister's shoulder.
Where? What power? Lizaveta Prokofievna asked sharply.
Beauty like that is power, said Adelaida warmly. With beauty like that one could turn the world upside down. She walked thoughtfully over to her easel. Aglaya glanced only fleetingly at the picture, blinked, and pushed out her lower lip as she sat down to one side and folded her arms.
Madame Yupankina rang.
Call Gavrila Ardalionovich, he's in the study, she ordered the servant who had entered.
Maman, cried Alexandra significantly.
I just want a word or two with him, that's all, Madame Yupankina snapped, silencing the protest. She was plainly irritated. As you see, Prince, we're all full of secrets here.
Full of secrets. That's the done thing, a sort of etiquette, it's stupid. Especially in a matter which needs the utmost frankness, openness, and honesty. There's marriages in the air and I don't like the sound of them. Maman, do you have to? Alexandra again hastened to stop her. What's the matter, dear daughter? Are you saying you like it yourself?
What if the prince does here? We're friends after all.
At least he and I are.
God seeks good people, of course, and he has no use for the wicked and wayward, the wayward ones especially, who decide one thing today and talk differently tomorrow.
You follow me, Alexandra Ivanovna? They say I'm a queer one, Prince, but I can tell people apart. The heart is what matters, the rest doesn't count.
You need brains too, of course, perhaps that's what matters, after all. Stop smiling, Aglaya, I'm not contradicting myself. A foolish woman with a heart and no brains is as bad as one with brains and no heart.
Old but true.
I'm the fool with the heart and no brain, you're the other way round, we're both miserable and we both suffer.
What are you so unhappy about then, Maman? Adelaida couldn't help asking, as the only member of the company who retained her good spirits.
In the first place from having clever daughters, snapped Madame Yupankina, and since that's reason enough, there's no need to go into the others. There's been quite enough chatter. We'll see how the two of you, I don't count Aglaya, manage to extricate yourselves with all your cleverness and long words, and whether you'll be happy with your fine gentleman, my dear Alexandra Ivanovna.
Ah, she exclaimed, seeing Gania enter the room, here comes another nuptial union.
Good day, she responded to Gania's bow, without asking him to sit down.
Are you contemplating marriage? Marriage? What? What marriage?
Gavrila Ardalionovich mumbled, aghast.
He was dreadfully taken aback. Are you getting married? I'm asking you, if you prefer that expression. And no.
And no, lied Gavrila Ardalionovich, shame flooding his cheeks with color. He shot a swift glance at Aglaya as she sat apart, and quickly averted his eyes. Aglaya's cool, calmly intent gaze was fixed upon him as she contemplated his confusion.
No?
Did you say no? Pursued the implacable Lizaveta Prokofievna. Very well, I will remember that today, Wednesday morning, you answered no to my question.
It is Wednesday today, isn't it?
I believe so, Maman, responded Adelaida.
They never know what day it is.
What's the date? The 27th, Gania replied.
27th?
That's good for another reason.
Goodbye then, I expect you are very busy, and I have to dress and go out, don't forget your portrait. Give my regards to poor Nina Alexandrovna.
Au revoir, dear Prince. Come and see us often, and I'll drop by on old Princess.
Belakonskaya specially to tell her about you. And listen, my dear, I believe that God has brought you from Switzerland to Petersburg just for my sake. You may have other things to attend to, but I'm the main reason. It's God's purposes at work. Au revoir, my dears. Alexandra, come to my room, dear. Madame Yapankina went out.
Ganya, crestfallen, distraught, and in a foul temper, picked the portrait up from the table and with a twisted smile addressed the prince.
Prince, I'm going home now. If you're still minded to live with us, I can drive you, otherwise you won't know the address.
Wait a little, Prince, said Aglaya, suddenly rising from her chair.
I'd like you to write in my album. Papa said you had a fine hand. I'll just bring it. And she left the room. Au revoir, Prince, I must be going too, said Adelaida.
She squeezed his hand hard, smiled at him with cordial affection, and went out.
She did not look at Ganya.
It was you, grated Ganya, rounding on the prince as soon as they had all gone. It was you letting on to them that I was going to get married, he muttered in a swift undertone, his face working and his eyes furious.
Shameless blabbermouth.
I assure you, you're mistaken, the prince replied, calmly polite.
I didn't even know you were getting married.
You heard Ivan Fedorovich talking about everything being decided tonight at Nastasia Filipovna's, that's what you told them.
Don't lie. How could they have known? Who the devil could have told them apart from you? The old woman was dropping the hint, wasn't she?
You know better than I who told them. If you think the hint was directed at you, I never said a word about it.
Did you hand over the note? Any answer? Ganya interrupted, hotly impatient.
But Aglaya returned just at that moment, and the prince was unable to reply. There you are, Prince, said Aglaya, placing her album on the table.
Choose a page and write me something. Here's a pen, it's a new one too. Does it matter if it's got a steel nib?
I've heard calligraphists don't use steel nibs. As she spoke to the prince, she appeared not to notice Ganya's presence. But while the prince was adjusting the pen, choosing a page, and making his preparations, Ganya walked over to the fireplace where Aglaya was standing close to the prince's right, and in a faltering, trembling voice spoke almost in her ear.
One word, just one word from you and I'm saved.
The prince turned swiftly and looked at them both. Ganya's face registered genuine despair, he seemed to have uttered the words without thinking, on a sudden impulse. Aglaya regarded him for several seconds with precisely the same expression of cool astonishment she had directed towards the prince a little while before. It seemed this cool astonishment of hers, this bewilderment, this apparent total incomprehension of what was said to her, was for Ganya at that moment more terrible than the most withering contempt.
What shall I write then? Inquired the prince.
I'll dictate it to you, said Aglaya, turning to him.
Are you ready?
Very well, write,
I do not bargain. Now write the day and month underneath. Show me.
The prince gave her the album.
Excellent. You've done it beautifully, you have a wonderful hand. Thank you. Now au revoir, Prince.
Wait though, she added, as if suddenly remembering something, come with me, I want to give you a keepsake.
The prince followed her, but as they came into the dining room, Aglaya stopped.
Read this, she said, handing him Ganya's note.
The prince took it and looked at Aglaya in bewilderment. I know very well you haven't read it and you can't be in that man's confidence. Read it. I want you to read it. The note had evidently been written in haste. Today my fate is to be decided, you know how. Today I have to give my irrevocable word. I have no right whatever to your sympathy and do not dare to nurture any hopes, but once you spoke a word, just one word, and that word lit up the black night of my life and became for me a beacon. Speak one more such word to me, and you will save me from disaster. Just tell me, break the whole thing off and I'll do it this very day. Oh, does it cost so much to say it? I only ask for that word as a token of your sympathy and pity for me, only that, only that. Nothing more whatever, nothing. I dare not cherish any hope, because I am not worthy of it. But after a word from you, I will take up my poverty again and rejoice to endure my desperate plight. I will take up the struggle and rejoice in it. I will be reborn, with strength renewed. Send me that word of compassion, compassion alone, I swear. Do not be angry at the presumption of one in despair, a drowning man who nerves himself to make one last effort to save himself from perishing. G.I. This man assures me, said Aglaia harshly, when the prince had finished reading, that the words break the whole thing off will not compromise me and commit me to nothing. He gives me a written guarantee himself, as you see, in this note of his. See how naively quick he is to lay stress on certain words and how crudely his real intent shows through. And yet he knows that if he had broken it off by himself, without any word from me, not even telling me, and with no claim on me at all, then I would have altered my opinion of him and perhaps become his friend. He is perfectly aware of that. But he has a mean soul, he knows, and yet he can't bring himself to act. He knows and still he asks for guarantees. He's incapable of acting on faith. He wants me to give him hopes of my hand, in exchange for the 100,000. As for the word he talks about in the note, that I once spoke and supposedly lit up his life, it's a barefaced lie. I just felt sorry for him once. But he's bold and has no sense of shame. It immediately struck him that here was a semblance of hope. I realized that at once. Ever since, he's been angling for me, he's still at it. But enough is enough, take his note and give it him back, this minute, when you get out of the house, of course, not before. What answer shall I give him, then? Nothing, of course. That's the best answer. So you intend living in his house? Your father recommended that himself this morning, said the prince. Well, be on your guard against him, I warn you, he'll never forgive you for giving him his note back. Aglaia squeezed his hand lightly and left. Her expression was grave and frowning. She did not even smile as she nodded her farewell to the prince. I'm coming, I'm just getting my bundle, said the prince to Ganya, then we'll be off. Ganya stamped his foot impatiently, his face darkening with fury. At length they both emerged into the street, the prince with his bundle in his hands. The answer! The answer! Ganya turned on him. What did she say to you? Did you give her the letter? The prince silently handed him the note. Ganya froze. What? My note, he cried. He didn't give her it. Oh, I should have guessed. Oh, deed damnation. Of course she didn't understand a thing just now. But why on earth didn't you give it to her? Oh, double damn. I'm sorry, on the contrary, I managed to give her your note straight away, the moment you gave it to me, exactly as you wished. I have it now because Aglaya Ivanovna gave it back this minute. When? When?
As soon as I'd finished writing in the album, when she asked me to go with her, as you heard.
We went into the dining room and she gave me the note, told me to read it, and to return it to you. Read it, cried Ganya almost at the top of his voice. Read it? You read it?
He again halted in the middle of the pavement, stupefied, his mouth wide open in astonishment.
Yes, I read it just now.
And she gave it to you to read, herself?
Herself, do believe me, I wouldn't have looked at it without her invitation.
Ganya was silent for a minute, in an agony of thought, then suddenly exclaimed.
It's impossible. She couldn't have told you to read it. You're lying. You read it yourself.
I am speaking the truth, replied the prince in a completely imperturbable fashion, as before, and believe me, I am very sorry to see it upset you so much.
Wretched creature. But at least she said something to you at the same time, didn't she? She made some sort of reply, didn't she?
Yes, of course.
Then tell me, damn it.
Ganya twice stamped his galoshed right foot on the pavement.
As soon as I'd read it, she told me you were angling for her, you wanted to compromise her into giving you hope, and relying on that hope, abandon your hopes for the 100,000 without risk. That if you had done that without bargaining with her and broken the thing off yourself without asking guarantees from her in advance, she might possibly have become your friend. I think that's all.
Yes, one more thing, when I had already taken the note, I asked her what answer I should give you then, and she said no answer was the best answer. I think that was it. I'm sorry if I can't remember her exact words, I'm saying it as I understood it myself.
Ganya was seized by a boundless rage and his fury burst out, unrestrained. So? That's the way of it, he ground out. Throw my notes out of the window. So? She won't bargain, but I will. Then we'll see. I've a trick or two up my sleeve yet, we'll see. I'll show her who's master. He had turned pale, his face working and his lips frothing, he shook his fist. So they walked on a few yards. He made no attempt to observe the niceties as far as the prince was concerned, and behaved as if he were alone in his own room. He regarded him as a complete nonentity. All of a sudden, however, he was struck by a thought and recollected himself. But how on earth, he asked the prince abruptly, how on earth could you, an idiot, he added to himself, how could you be on such confidential terms 2 hours after meeting them for the first time? How did it happen? Only jealousy had been wanting to make his torment complete. Now it suddenly pierced him to the heart. That I can't explain to you. Ganya looked at him grimly. It wasn't to present you with her confidence that she called you into the dining room, was it? She intended to give you something, didn't she? I can't account for it otherwise. Then what was it, for God's sake? What did you get up to in there? Why did they take such a fancy to you? Look, he was acutely fidgety, everything within him at that moment seemed to be in a seething turmoil, he simply couldn't collect his thoughts. Look, can't you just remember something of what you talked about in there and put it in some sort of order? What exactly you talked about, all the words from the very beginning? Anything you remember noticing? Oh, I can certainly do that, responded the prince. To begin with, after I'd come in and been introduced, we started talking about Switzerland. Oh, to hell with Switzerland. Then about capital punishment? Capital punishment? Yes, it just came up.
Then I told them about my living there for 3 years, then a story about a poor village girl.
Oh, to hell with the poor village girl. Get on with it. Ganya was bursting with impatience.
Then Schneider's opinion about my character and how he made me. Confound Schneider and damn his opinions.
Get on.
After that I got on to facial expressions and said that
Aglaya Ivanovna was almost as pretty as Nastasia Filipovna. That's when I let it out about the portrait. But you didn't tell them, you surely didn't tell them what you just heard in the study? Did you? No? I tell you again, I did not. Then where the devil, bah! Aglaya didn't show the note to the old lady?
I can completely reassure you on that point, she did not.
I was there all the while, she didn't have time either. Still, you might not have noticed.
Oh, Ricci the idiot, he exclaimed, now absolutely beside himself, he can't even tell a story properly.
Having once started swearing without encountering remonstrance. Ganya gradually cast off all restraint, as is invariably the case with some people.
A little while longer and he might well have begun spitting, such was his fury. And yet it was this same fury which blinded him, otherwise he would have noticed long before, that this idiot he was berating was sometimes capable of very swift and subtle understanding, and could give a perfectly adequate account of events. But all of a sudden something unexpected occurred.
I must point out to you, Gavrila Ardalionovich, the prince said suddenly, that formerly I was so ill that I actually was almost an idiot. I recovered from that a considerable time ago, however, and it is somewhat unpleasant when I am called an idiot to my face. Although you may be forgiven, bearing in mind your disappointments, you have already abused me twice in your annoyance. I don't like it at all, especially just like that, suddenly, on first acquaintance, since we are standing at a crossroads. Would it not be better for us to part? You turn right towards your house and I to the left. I have 25 rubles and I'm sure to find some lodging house. Ganya was horribly embarrassed and even blushed for shame.
Forgive me, Prince, he cried hotly, abruptly altering his abusive tone to one of extreme politeness.
Do please forgive me. You see the trouble I'm in. You still know practically nothing about it, but if you knew everything, you would surely forgive me at least a little, though of course it was inexcusable.
Oh, there's no need for any profuse apologies, the prince hastened to reply. I do understand how unpleasant it is for you, and that's the reason for your rudeness.
Well, let's go on to your house.
I'll come with pleasure.
No, I can't let him go now just like that, thought Ganya to himself, glancing savagely at the prince as they walked on.
This rogue squeezed it all out of me, then suddenly dropped the mask.
There's something behind all this. Well, we'll see. All will be decided, everything. This very day.
By now they had reached the house.
8. Ganya's flat was on the second floor, reached by way of a clean, bright, and spacious staircase.
It comprised 6 or 7 rooms, large and small, nothing special in themselves but rather beyond the means of an office worker with a family, even one earning 2,000 a year. It had been taken over by Ganya's household some 2 months before and had been laid out, to Ganya's utter disgust, as separate flatlets with board and service, at the insistent request of his mother and sister who had wanted to make themselves useful and increase the family income by however little. Ganya would scowl and call it outrageous to take in boarders. Subsequently, he began to feel somewhat ashamed in polite society, where he was accustomed to cut a figure as a young man with prospects and a certain polish. All these concessions to necessity, and the consequent exasperating feeling of constriction, were deeply wounding to Ganya's spirit. Of late he had begun to get intensely, disproportionately, upset over trifles. If he was willing for the moment to resign himself and show patience, it was only because he had resolved upon altering and refashioning the situation in the very near future. Meanwhile, this very process of change, the escape route he had decided upon, was presenting no small difficulty. It was a problem whose resolution bid fair to be more troublesome and agonizing than anything which had gone before. The apartment was divided by a corridor which led from the hallway. The 3 rooms for letting to specially recommended lodgers were on one side of this corridor. There was also a 4th room, smaller than the others, right at the end by the kitchen, where lived the retired General Ivolgin himself, the head of the family. He slept on a broad sofa and, in order to enter or leave the flat, was obliged to go through the kitchen and down the backstairs. Gavrila Ardalionovich's 13-year-old schoolboy brother Kolya lived here as well. He had to squeeze himself in to do his studying, and sleep on another sofa, ancient, narrow, and short, with a sheet full of holes. Above all, he had to look after and keep an eye on his father, who was becoming more and more dependent on such attention. The prince was allotted the middle room of the 3. The first one, to his right, was occupied by Ferdishchenko, while on his left, the 3rd stood vacant for the moment. Ganya initially conducted the prince into the family half of the apartments, however. This consisted of a hall, converting it neat into a dining room, a drawing room, which fulfilled that function only in the mornings. However, it turned into Ganya's study-cum-bedroom later on in the day, and finally a tiny 3rd room which was always kept locked. This was the bedroom of Ganya's mother and sister. In a word, everything in the apartments was cramped and constricted. Ganya just had to grit his teeth. Although he was and wished to be respectful towards his mother, it was obvious from the first moment that he was the tyrant of the family. Nina Alexandrovna was not alone in the drawing room. Her daughter, Varvara, was sitting with her. Both of them were busy knitting as they conversed with a visitor, Ivan Petrovich Titsin. Nina Alexandrovna seemed about 50, with a pinched, sunken face, very dark under the eyes. She had an ailing look about her and an air of mourning. Though her face and expression were quite attractive, her first words bespoke a serious nature full of genuine dignity. Notwithstanding her melancholy look, one could sense a firmness in her, resolve even. She was dressed extremely modestly in something dark, old lady fashion, but her deportment, conversation, her whole manner in fact, pointed to her as a woman familiar with a better class of society. Her daughter, Varvara, was a girl of about 23, of medium height and rather on the thin side. Her face was not exactly pretty but possessed the secret of being winning without being beautiful, and was really remarkably attractive. She was very like her mother, even sharing her strong disinclination to dress ostentatiously. Her gray eyes might sometimes have been very gay and affectionate, if they had not been more often grave and pensive, sometimes too much so, especially of late. Strength and resolution could be seen in her face too, but one got the impression that her strength could be much more dynamic and resourceful than that of her mother. Varvara was rather quick-tempered, and her brother went somewhat in fear of that temper. Among those who shared this apprehension was their present visitor, Ivan Petrovich Titsin. He was still quite a young man, around 30, elegantly though unobtrusively dressed, with manners which were attractive but somehow a little too solemn. His small, dark brown beard indicated that he was not in the government service. His conversation was clever and interesting, but more often than not he was silent. On the whole, he made a pleasing impression.
He was clearly not indifferent to Varvara Ardalionovna and did not hide his feelings.
She treated him in friendly fashion, but some of his questions were not to her liking and she delayed before answering. Titsyn, however, was far from being discouraged.
Nina Alexandrovna was nice to him, and of late had begun to confide in him to a considerable extent.
It was common knowledge, though, that his main activity was lending money at high interest on more or less reliable security. He was exceedingly friendly with Ganya. After an abrupt, though circumstantial, introduction by Ganya, who gave his mother the coldest of greetings, ignored his sister, and at once led Titsyn out of the room, Nina said a few pleasant words to the prince and told Kolya, who was peeping in at the door, to take him to the middle room. Kolya was a pleasant boy with a cheerful face and a trusting, unaffected manner. "Where are your things, then?" he asked as he led the prince into the room. "I've just got a bundle, I've left it in the hall." "I'll fetch it directly. We only have the cook and Matryona, so I help out as well. Varya supervises everything and gets cross." "Ganya says you arrived from Switzerland today?" "Yes." "Is it nice there?" "Very." "Mountains?" "Yes." "I'll go and bring your bundles." Varvara Ardalionovna entered. "Matryona will make your bed presently. Do you have a suitcase?" "No, a bundle." "Your brother's gone for it. It's in the hall." "There's nothing there apart from this little one. Where did you put them?" asked Kolya, returning. "There aren't any apart from that," the prince announced, taking his bundle. I thought Ferdischenko might have carried them off." "Don't tell lies," said Varvara severely. She was barely polite even to the prince, and spoke extremely coldly. "Cher Babette, you might treat me more affectionately, I'm not Titsyn, you know." "You're lucky to escape whipping, you're so silly. Ask Matryona for anything you want, dinner is at 4:30. You can eat with us or have it in your room, as you wish. Come on, Kolya, don't get in the way." "Let us go then, O woman of decision." As they left, they encountered Ganya. "Is father in?" Ganya asked Kolya, and on receiving an affirmative reply whispered something in his ear. Kolya nodded and went out after his sister. "A word, Prince, I forgot to mention about this business. I have a favor to ask. Would you oblige me, if it isn't asking too much, by not mentioning here what has passed between me and Aglaya, or speak at the Yapankins of what you may find here, because things are at a pretty pass here too. Still, to hell with it. At least restrain yourself for today at least." "I do assure you, I said a good deal less than you think," said the prince, somewhat nettled by Ganya's reproaches. Their relations were clearly becoming more and more strained. "Well, I've gone through a lot today because of you. Anyway, I'm asking you." "I must point out also, Gavrila Ardalionovich, that I was in no way bound not to mention the portrait this afternoon." "You didn't ask me, did you?" "Phew, what a horrid room," remarked Ganya looking about him disdainfully, "dark and a view of the yard. You've come at an awkward time for us in every way." "Well, that's no business of mine, I don't let the apartments." Titsyn looked in and called Ganya, who hastily deserted the prince and left. Despite having something more to say, he was obviously ill at ease and nervous about coming out with it, finding fault with the room and his embarrassment. Scarcely had the prince washed and managed to tidy himself up somewhat, when the door opened and a new personage peered round it. This was a gentleman of around 30, stocky, broad-shouldered, and with a huge, ginger-curled head. His fleshy face was florid, with thick lips and a broad, flat nose. His small eyes were bleary and mocking as if perpetually winking.
The overall impression was one of insolence.
His clothes were rather grubby. To begin with, he opened the door just enough to insert his head. The head surveyed the room for about 5 seconds, then the door began to open gently and the entire figure appeared. The visitor, however, did not enter. He stayed regarding the prince from the threshold. At length he closed the door behind him, approached, sat down on a chair, seized the prince firmly by the hand, and placed him on the sofa almost opposite.
"Ferdishchenko," said he, with a keen and searching look at the prince. "Yes," responded the prince, almost laughing out loud. "Lodger," said Ferdishchenko again, staring as before. "You wish to be acquainted?" "Eek," said the visitor, sighing as he ruffled his hair. He began staring at the opposite corner of the room. "Have you got any money?" he addressed the prince all of a sudden. "A little." "How much exactly?" 25 rubles. "Show me, then." The prince took the 25-ruble note from his waistcoat pocket and gave it to Ferdishchenko. He unfolded it, examined it, then turned it over and finally held it against the light. "It's rather odd," he spoke, as if ruminating, "why should they go brown? These 25ers sometimes go really brown and others fade completely. Here." The prince took his note back. Ferdishchenko rose from his chair. "I came to warn you, first don't lend me money, because I'll certainly be asking you." "Very well." "You intend to pay here?" "I do." "And I don't, thank you. I'm the first door on the right from you, did you see? Try not to come and see me too often. I'll come to see you, never fear." "Have you seen the general?" "No." "And not heard him?" "Of course not." "Well, you will see and hear him. He tries to borrow money from me even."
Avis au lecteur.
Goodbye. Can one really live with a surname like Ferdishchenko? Eh? Why ever not? Goodbye. And he walked to the door. The prince learned later that this gentleman had taken it upon himself to astonish everyone with his originality and high spirits, though it never quite came off. He even impressed some people unpleasantly, a fact which grieved him but did not prevent him pursuing his task. In the doorway he managed to recover lost ground, as it were, by stumbling against another gentleman who was coming in. As he let this new visitor, unknown to the prince, into the room, he gave several warning winks from behind his back and thus contrived to make a reasonably effective exit after all. The new arrival was a tall man of about 55 or a little older, rather stout, with a fleshy, purplish-red face whose flabbiness was framed in bushy gray side whiskers and mustache. He had large, rather prominent eyes. His figure would have been quite dignified had there not been something neglected and slovenly, even grubby, about it. He wore an ancient, out-at-elbows frock coat and his linen was also soiled, in around-the-house fashion. Close to, there was a slight whiff of vodka. His demeanor was striking, nevertheless, though rather studied and obviously designed to create a dignified impression. He approached the prince slowly with a welcoming smile, silently took his hand and, while retaining it, peered into his face for some time, as if recognizing familiar features. "It's him! Him!"
He spoke with quiet solemnity.
To the life.
I hear them repeating the dear familiar name and I recall the dead past.
Prince Mishkin? It is indeed. General Ivolgin, retired and wretched. Your first names, if I may be so bold? Lev Nikolaevich. That's it. That's it. The son of my friend and childhood companion, Nikolai Petrovich? My father's name was Nikolai Lvovich.
Lvovich, the general corrected himself, but unhurriedly and with complete confidence, as if it had been a mere slip of the tongue rather than forgetfulness. He seated himself, and taking the prince's hand, sat him down beside him. I carried you in my arms, sir.
Really, said the prince. My father died all of 20 years ago. Yes, 20 years and 3 months. We went to school together. I went straight into the army. Yes, my father was in the army too, a sub-lieutenant in the Vasilkovsky regiment. The Belomursky. He was transferred to the Belomursky just before he died. I stood there and blessed him to his eternal rest. Your dear mother. The general paused, as if in sad reflection. But she died as well, 6 months later from a chill, said the prince. Not from a chill. Not from a chill, take an old man's word. I was there at the funeral. It was from grief for her prince, not a chill. Yes, how I remember the princess. Ah, youth. It was because of her that the prince and I, lifelong friends, almost became each other's murderer. The prince began listening with a certain skepticism. I was still passionately in love with your mother when she was betrothed to my friend. The prince noticed and was shocked. He comes to me one morning at 7 and wakes me up. I get dressed, astonished, not a word on either side, I understood. Takes out a brace of pistols from his pocket. Across the handkerchief. No witnesses. What need of them if we were sending each other into eternity in 5 minutes' time? We loaded, spread the handkerchief out, braced ourselves, and aimed at the heart as we looked one another in the face. Suddenly, tears flooded from our eyes and our hands shook. Both of us, at the same time. Well, then came the embraces, of course, each of us outdoing the other in generosity. The prince shouts, "She's yours." I shout, "Yours." Well, in short. You've come here, to live? Yes, for a time, perhaps, said the prince, seeming to hesitate slightly. Prince, Mama asks you to come and see her, cried Kolya, glancing in at the doorway. The prince half rose to go, but the general placed his right palm on his shoulder in friendly fashion and sat him down on the sofa again. As a true friend of your father, I want to warn you, said the general. As you can see, I am the victim of a tragic misfortune, but no court involved, no trial. Nina Alexandrovna is a rare woman. Varvara Ardalionovna, my daughter, the rarest of daughters. Circumstances compel us to let out rooms and unheard of degradation. Me, who could have been a governor general. You we are always glad to see. But there is tragedy in this house, all the same. The prince looked at him inquiringly, his curiosity greatly aroused. There's a marriage in the offing, and no ordinary one. It's a match between a woman of dubious reputation and a young man who might have risen to a position at court. They are bringing that woman into the house where my wife and daughter are living. But over my dead body. I'll lie down on the threshold, she'll have to walk over me. I hardly speak to Ganya these days, in fact I keep out of his way. I'm giving you advance warning, if you're going to live here, you'll witness it all anyway. But you're my friend's son and I have the right to expect.
Prince, be so good as to come into the drawing room, called Nina Alexandrovna, now appearing in the doorway herself. Just fancy, my dear, exclaimed the general, it seems I used to dandle the prince in my arms.
Nina Alexandrovna glanced reproachfully at the general and inquiringly at the prince, but did not utter a word.
The prince set off after her, but no sooner had they seated themselves in the drawing room, and Nina
Alexandrovna had begun talking to the prince in a rapid undertone, than the general himself came in.
His wife at once stopped talking and bent to her knitting in visible annoyance. The general also perhaps observed her vexation, but it failed to dampen his excellent spirits.
"The son of my friend," he cried, addressing Nina Alexandrovna. "And such a surprise! I'd long since given up thinking about it. My dear, surely you remember the late Nikolai Lvovich? You met him in Tver? I don't recall a Nikolai Lvovich. Is he your father?" she asked the prince.
Yes, but he died in Elizabethgrad, I believe, not Tver, the prince observed diffidently.
I heard it from Pavlishev.
Tver it was, confirmed the general. He was transferred to Tver just before he died, even before his illness developed. You were too young to remember either the transfer or the journey. I dare say Pavlishev was mistaken, splendid fellow though he was.
You knew Pavlishev as well? One of the finest, but I was an eyewitness. I blessed him on his deathbed. My father died awaiting trial, the prince observed again, though I could never find out exactly what for. He died in military hospital.
Oh, that was over the private Kolpakov business, and the prince would have been acquitted without a doubt.
Really? You're sure about that? Asked the prince with marked curiosity.
I should say so, exclaimed the general. The trial ended without a decision.
The case was ridiculous.
Mysterious even, one might call it. Lieutenant Larionov, the company commander, dies. The prince is appointed acting commander, right?
Private Kolpakov is caught stealing a comrade's boot leather and selling it for drink, right?
The prince, and note this was in the presence of a sergeant and corporal, gives Kolpakov a roasting and threatens him with a flogging.
Very good.
Kolpakov goes off to the barracks, lies down on his bunk, and in 15 minutes he's dead.
Excellent, but the situation is unusual, almost incredible.
However that might be, Kolpakov is buried, the prince reports the matter, and Kolpakov is taken off the roll.
What could be better, eh?
But exactly 6 months later, Private Kolpakov turns up in the 3rd Company of the 2nd Battalion of the
Novaya Zemlya Infantry Regiment, same brigade, same division, just as if nothing had happened.
What? Cried the prince, in stunned amazement.
It isn't so, it's a mistake. Nina Alexandrovna addressed him suddenly, her look almost anguished. Mon Marius et trompe.
Now, my dear, c'est trompe is easily said, but try and sort a thing like that out yourself.
Everybody was baffled. I would be the first to say qu'on c'est trompe.
Unfortunately, I witnessed it and was a member of the commission myself. All who saw him testified that it was the very man, the same Private Kolpakov who had been buried 6 months before with the usual parade, drums beating. A really odd case, almost impossible, I agree, but… "Papa, your dinner is served," announced Varvara Ardalionovna, entering the drawing room.
"Now that's splendid, excellent. I'm famished."
That case though, psychological you might say.
"The soup will be cold again," said Varvara impatiently.
"Coming, coming," muttered the general as he went out. Despite all the inquiries, was still audible from the corridor. "You will have to overlook a good deal of my husband's behavior if you stay with us," Nina Alexandrovna told the prince, "though he won't bother you much, he even has his dinner on his own. You'll agree, everybody has their shortcomings and their peculiarities, sometimes more than those who tend to have the finger pointed at them. One thing I would beg of you, if my husband should approach you in any way for the rent of the apartment, tell him you've given it to me. I mean, anything you give him would be taken off your bill. I'm only asking you so that I can keep things straight." "What is it, Varya?" Varya had returned and silently handed Nastasia Philippovna's portrait to her mother. Nina Alexandrovna gave a start, then studied it for some time, at first with something like alarm, which gave way to feelings of overwhelming bitterness. At length she looked questioningly at Varya. "It's a personal gift to him today," said Varya. "Everything's to be settled between them this evening." "This evening," echoed Nina Alexandrovna in a despairing undertone. "Well then, no more uncertainty and no hope left either. She's made her announcement through the portrait." "Did he really show it to you himself?" she went on, surprised. "You know we've hardly exchanged a word for a good month. It was Titsyn who told me all about it. The portrait was lying on the floor by the table and I just picked it up." "Prince," Nina Alexandrovna suddenly addressed him. "I wanted to ask you, in fact why I asked you in here, have you known my son long? I think he told me you had just arrived today from somewhere?" The prince gave a brief account of himself, leaving out the greater part. Nina Alexandrovna and Varya heard him out. "I'm not asking you because I'm trying to worm out anything about Gavrila Ardalionovich," Nina Alexandrovna said. "You mustn't misunderstand me. If there is anything he doesn't want to tell me himself, then I don't want to find out behind his back. What I mean is that, just now when you were present and later when you'd gone out, Ganya told me when I asked about you, he knows all about it, you needn't mince words with him." "What on earth does that mean? I mean, I'd like to know to what extent." At this point, Ganya and Titsyn came in. Nina Alexandrovna stopped talking at once. The prince remained in his chair next to her, while Varya moved away. Nastasia Philippovna's portrait lay in the most conspicuous place, on Nina Alexandrovna's work table, directly in front of her. Ganya scowled on seeing it and crossly took it from the table and threw it onto his own writing desk at the other end of the room. "Tonight is it, Ganya?" asked his mother abruptly. "What is?" Ganya gave a start, then suddenly turned on the prince. "Ah, I see you're here as well. What on earth's the matter with you? Some sort of disease, is it? Just can't keep a thing to yourself? Let it be understood once and for all, Your Excellency." "I'm the one to blame, Ganya, no one else," Titsyn broke in. Ganya looked at him inquiringly. "It really is for the best, Ganya, especially since the matter's been decided on one side," muttered Titsyn, moving away to sit by the table, where he took out a piece of paper covered in penciled writing and began studying it intently.
Ganya stood bleakly by, anxiously anticipating a family scene.
He had no thought of apologizing to the prince.
"If everything's settled, then Ivan Petrovich is right, of course," said Nina Alexandrovna.
"Please don't frown so and don't be cross, Ganya. I shan't inquire about anything you don't tell me yourself. I assure you I'm completely resigned, so please don't worry." She went on working as she spoke, apparently quite placid. Ganya was astonished, but maintained a wary silence while he looked at his mother and awaited clarification. He had suffered too much from family scenes already. His mother observed his caution, and smiled bitterly as she added, "You still have your doubts and can't trust me. Don't worry, there won't be any more tears or entreaties, at least on my part. My only wish is that you should be happy. You know that. I am resigned to what will be, but my heart will always be with you, whether we stay together or part."
"Naturally, I can speak only for myself. You can't demand the same from your sister."
"Ah, her again," cried Ganya, giving his sister a look of sneering hatred. "Mamma dear, I swear to you again what I have promised already. No one shall ever dare to show disrespect to you while I am here, while I live. Whoever it is, I shall insist on the height of respect being shown, whoever crosses our threshold." Ganya was so delighted that his expression as he looked at his mother was conciliatory, almost tender. "I feared nothing for myself, Ganya, as you know. I was never worried or anxious on my own account all this time."
"I hear it's all to be settled this evening?"
"What's to be settled exactly?"
"This evening, at her house, she has promised to announce whether she consents or not," replied Ganya.
"We've been avoiding that topic for nearly 3 weeks now, and that was for the best. Now that everything's settled, I will permit myself just one question. How could she give her consent and even send you her portrait, when you don't love her? Surely a woman so
experienced, you mean?"
"I didn't want to put it that way. How could you pull the wool over her eyes to that extent?" There was a sudden note of intense exasperation in the question.
Ganya stood thinking for a moment and went on, not bothering to conceal a sneer.
"You've got carried away again, Mama, just couldn't help it. That's the way it always starts flaring up with us. You said, there'll be no questions, no reproaches, now here they are starting already. Better leave off. No, really, at least the thought was there. I shall never leave you for anything. Anyone else would have run away from a sister like that. Look at her staring at me now. Let's leave it there. I was just feeling cheerful too. And how do you know that I'm deceiving Nastasia Philippovna? As for Varya, she can do as she likes and there's an end of it. This has all gone quite far enough."
Ganya's temper had risen with each word as he paced aimlessly about the room.
Talk like this touched every member of the family on the raw. "I said that if she comes here I go, and I mean it," said Varya.
"Out of sheer pig-headedness," cried Ganya.
"You refuse to get married out of pig-headedness as well. What are you snorting at me for?" "I don't give a damn, sister of mine, you can go straight away if you like."
"I'm sick of you."
"What, you've decided to leave us at last, have you, Prince?" he shouted as he saw the prince rising from his place. Ganya's voice rang with the exasperation of a man almost reveling in his own anger, letting himself go with a sort of increasing enjoyment, regardless of the consequences. The prince turned in the doorway to make some reply, but realizing from the contorted face of his tormentor that only one more drop was needed to make the cup run over, he turned back and went out in silence. A few minutes later he could hear by the voices in the drawing room that the conversation had become even noisier and more outspoken in his absence. He walked through the hall into the lobby to reach the corridor and from there his own room. Passing close to the front door, he could hear someone trying to ring the bell with all their might outside. The bell mustn't have been working, it merely trembled slightly, but no sound came. The prince undid the latch, opened the door, and stepped back in astonishment, thoroughly startled. Before him stood Nastasia Philippovna. He recognized her at once from her portrait. Her eyes flashed in annoyance as she saw him. She passed quickly into the hallway, shouldering him out of the way, and remarked testily as she flung off her fur coat. "If you're too lazy to mend the bell, you should at least be sitting in the lobby when people knock. There, you've gone and dropped the coat, you oaf." The coat was certainly lying on the floor. Nastasia Philippovna, without waiting for the prince to help her off with it, had flung it into his arms behind her without looking, and the prince had failed to hold it. "They should get rid of you. Get along and announce me." The prince was about to say something, but was so taken aback by all this that nothing came out, and he went on towards the drawing room, still holding the coat he had picked up. "Now look, he's carrying the coat. What does he want to do that for?"
Ah.
"Are you out of your mind or what?" The prince came back and looked at her like a dummy. When she began to laugh he grinned also, but still couldn't utter a word. When he had first opened the door to her, he had been ashen. Now the color flooded his face. "What kind of idiot is this?" cried Nastasia Philippovna angrily, stamping her foot at him. "Well, where are you going? Who are you going to announce then?" "Nastasia Philippovna," he mumbled. "How do you know who I am?" she asked him swiftly. "I've never seen you before. Get along, announce me. What's all the shouting?" "They're quarreling," responded the prince, and walked towards the drawing room. He entered at a rather critical moment. Nina Alexandrovna was on the point of forgetting that she had resigned herself to it all. She was, in fact, defending Varya. Titsin was standing near Varya as well, having abandoned his pencilings. Varya herself was not cowed either. Timidity was not in her nature. Her brother's rudeness, however, was becoming coarser and more insufferable with every word. In such situations she usually stopped talking and merely stared fixedly at her brother, silently taunting him. This proceeding, as she well knew, was capable of goading him beyond all endurance. It was at this very moment that the prince strode into the room and announced, "Nastasia Philippovna." 9. The silence was total. Everyone was staring at the prince, apparently unable to comprehend, and not wishing to do so. Ganya was numb with fright. The arrival of Nastasia Philippovna at this particular juncture was the strangest and most worrying surprise for all of them. There was the fact that this was her very first visit. Up till now she had held herself aloof, and in her conversations with Ganya had expressed no desire whatever to meet his relations, indeed of late had stopped alluding to them altogether, as if they did not exist. Ganya was quite glad to be relieved of a trying conversational topic, but had set this haughty attitude against her in his heart. At all events, he expected sneers and sarcasm at the expense of his family rather than a visit. He knew for a fact that she was aware of what was going on in his household with regard to his marriage plans and in what light his relations regarded her. A visit now after giving him the portrait on her birthday, the day when she had promised to resolve his future, was almost tantamount to the answer itself. The bewilderment with which they all looked at the prince was of short duration. Nastasia Philippovna herself appeared in the doorway, again brushing the prince lightly aside as she entered. "Well,
at last I've managed to get in."
"Why do you keep your belt tied up?" she said brightly, giving her hand to Ganya as he rushed to meet her.
"Why the gloomy face? Introduce me, do."
Ganya, completely flustered, introduced her first to Varya. The women exchanged an odd glance before taking one another's hand.
"Nastasia."
Filipovna laughed in fact, and hid her feelings beneath a show of good humor. Varya, however, had no desire to dissimulate and looked at her with grim intensity. Her face was devoid even of the faint smile that simple politeness demands. Ganya was aghast. There was no point in pleading with her, and indeed no time to do so, but he threw her a glance of such menace that it compelled Varya to realize what this moment meant for her brother. Thereupon she decided, it seemed, to relent and give Nastasia Filipovna the faintest of smiles. All the family were still very fond of one another. Nina Alexandrovna partially retrieved the situation as Ganya, who was completely flustered by now, introduced her after his sister and even led her up to Nastasia Filipovna. But no sooner had Nina Alexandrovna begun on her particular pleasure than Nastasia Filipovna, without waiting for her to finish, turned swiftly to Ganya, and seating herself, without invitation, on a little sofa in the corner by the window, cried, "Where's your study, then? And where are the lodgers? You do take lodgers, don't you?" Ganya flushed horribly and was stammering some sort of reply when she added immediately,
"Where on earth can you keep lodgers here? You haven't even got a study. Is it a paying business?" she abruptly addressed Nina Alexandrovna.
"It's quite a bother," she began.
"Naturally it should be profitable. Actually we've just—"
But Nastasia Filipovna had once again ceased to listen. She was laughing as she looked at Ganya, and shouting out to him,
"What sort of a face is that? Good heavens, what a face you've got this minute!"
Several seconds of this laughter ensued, and Ganya's face actually was a good deal contorted. His rigid stance, his comic, weak-kneed confusion had all of a sudden left him. He was terribly pale, however, his lips were working convulsively and he stared grim-faced and intent at his visitor, who carried on laughing. There was another observer present who had likewise not shaken off his near stupefaction at seeing Nastasia Filipovna, although he remained standing ramrod-stiff in his former position by the drawing-room door. He still managed to note Ganya's pallor and the ominous change in his features. That observer was the prince. Almost in fright, he suddenly stepped instinctively forward.
"Have a drink of water," he whispered to Ganya. "And stop looking like that."
It was obvious that he spoke on the spur of the moment, on impulse, and with no particular ulterior motive. His words, however, produced an extraordinary effect. It was as if Ganya's entire fury suddenly turned against the prince. He seized him by the shoulder and stared into his eyes with mute, vengeful hatred, seemingly incapable of uttering a word.
A general commotion ensued. Nina Alexandrovna even gave a small shriek.
Titsin took an anxious pace forward, while Kolya and Ferdyshchenko, who had appeared in the doorway, halted in amazement. Only Varya looked askance as before, while watching closely. She did not sit down, but remained standing to one side, near her mother, arms folded. Ganya recovered himself at once, however, virtually as he moved, and gave a nervous laugh. He had himself completely in hand.
"Are you a doctor then, Prince?" he cried, trying hard to sound unaffectedly cheerful. "You quite frightened me, Nastasia Filipovna. Let me introduce a most priceless individual, though I've known him only since morning." Nastasia Filipovna stared at the prince in bewilderment. "Prince? Is he a prince?
Imagine, just now in the lobby I took him for a footman and sent him here to announce me.
Ah, ah, ah.
Never mind, put in Ferdishchenko, approaching quickly, relieved that they had begun to laugh. No harm done, Sinani Vero, asterisk. And I was on the point of giving you a good scolding, Prince. Please forgive me, Ferdishchenko, what are you doing here at this hour? At least I didn't expect to find you here. Who? What prince? Mishkin, she inquired of Ganya, who had contrived to introduce him, still clasping his shoulder. Our lodger, Ganya repeated. Clearly the prince was being presented as a rara avis as well as a convenient way for everyone to escape from their false position, and almost being forced upon Nastasia Philippovna. The prince even heard the word idiot distinctly whispered behind him, probably by Ferdishchenko explaining matters to Nastasia Philippovna. Tell me, why did you let me go on making that awful mistake about you, just now? Pursued Nastasia Philippovna, scrutinizing the prince most unceremoniously from head to toe. She awaited his reply eagerly, as if utterly convinced that it would be laughably foolish. I was too surprised, seeing you so suddenly, the prince began muttering. But how did you know it was me? Where had you seen me before? Can it be, it's as if I'd actually seen him before? And may I ask, why were you stunned just now? What is there so stunning about me? Come along, now, come along. Ferdishchenko said, grimacing away. Come now, what wouldn't I say to a question like that? Come on. What a slow coach you are, Prince, to be sure. And in your place I could have said lots of things too, laughed the prince. A little while ago I was very much struck by your portrait, he went on to Nastasia Philippovna, and then I talked to the Epankins about you. And early this morning before my train got to Petersburg, Parfy and Rogozin told me a good deal about you. At the very moment I opened the door you were in my thoughts, then all of a sudden, there you were. But how did you recognize that it was me? The portrait and what? And because you were exactly as I had imagined. As if I'd seen you before too somewhere. Where? Where? I've certainly seen your eyes somewhere, but that's impossible. I'm just talking. I've never even been here. Perhaps in a dream. Bravo, Prince, cried Ferdishchenko. No, I take back my Sinani Vero. Still, he says it in all innocence, he added regretfully. The prince had said his few words in a tremulous voice, faltering and frequently pausing for breath. Everything about him betrayed an intense agitation. Nastasia Philippovna was regarding him curiously, though she had stopped laughing. At this moment a loud new voice, audible beyond the press of people round the prince and Nastasia Philippovna, parted the crowd as it were and divided it in two. Before Nastasia Philippovna stood the head of the household in person, General Ivolgin. He was wearing a frock coat and his shirt front was clean, his mustaches were dyed. This was too much for Ganya. Vain and self-regarding to the point of morbid fastidiousness, he had been seeking over the past 2 months for some point of support to give him the appearance of decency and gentlemanly conduct. Sensing his lack of experience on the path he had chosen, and indeed that he was likely to be unsuccessful in it, he had resolved to brazen things out at home where he was a despot, though without having the temerity to do so in front of Nastasia Philippovna. She, meanwhile, had kept him in suspense till the last moment, mercilessly retaining her dominance over him, the impatient beggar as she herself called him, according to report. He had sworn by every oath that she would pay bitterly for all this afterwards, yet at the same time he sometimes dreamed, childlike, of making ends meet and reconciling opposites. Now he had to drain this dreadful cup too, and at this of all moments. One more unforeseen torment, the most terrible of all for a vain man, the torture of blushing for his own kindred in his own house, had fallen to his lot. Is the game really worth the candle, after all, flashed through his mind at that moment. What was occurring was something which had been giving him nightmares for these 2 months, making him go cold with horror and hot with shame, at long last the meeting of his father with Nastasia Philipovna. To tantalize and torment himself he had occasionally tried to visualize the general during the marriage ceremony, but had always failed to picture the agonizing scene properly and hastily abandoned the attempt. Perhaps he was exaggerating the extent of the disaster, but that is always the way with vain people. Over these last 2 months he had come to the conclusion that, whatever happened, he would get rid of his father at least temporarily, even get him out of Petersburg, whether his mother agreed or not. 10 minutes before, when Nastasia Philipovna entered, he had been so stunned, so thunderstruck, that he had completely overlooked the possibility of Ardalion Alexandrovich's appearance on the scene and had taken no steps to prevent it. And here the general was, in front of them all, solemnly got up in evening dress what's more, at the very moment when Nastasia Philipovna was just looking for the chance to shower him and his household with ridicule. Of that he was convinced. After all, what could this visit of hers signify otherwise? Had she come to establish friendly relations with his mother and sister, or insult them in his own house? Considering the attitudes of both sides, there could be no doubt as to which it was. His mother and sister were sitting out of the way, humiliated, while Nastasia Philipovna seemed even to have forgotten that they were in the same room with her. And if she was behaving like this, she had her reasons. Ferdishchenko took hold of the general and led him forward. Ardalion Alexandrovich Ivolgin, announced the general in dignified fashion, bowing and smiling, a poor old soldier and head of a family, happy in the expectation of welcoming such a charming. He did not finish. Ferdishchenko quickly placed a chair behind him and the general, somewhat unsteady at that postprandial moment, flopped, or rather fell, into it, without, however, losing composure. He seated himself directly opposite Nastasia Philipovna and, with a pleasant simper, slowly and affectedly brought her fingers to his lips. The general was a hard man to disconcert. His appearance, despite a certain slovenliness, was still quite presentable, and he was well aware of it. Formerly he had moved in very good society, and had been finally dropped only some 2 or 3 years before. Since then he had given himself up rather too freely to certain of his weaknesses. His easy and agreeable manners had not deserted him, however. Nastasia Philipovna was apparently delighted at the appearance of Ardalion Alexandrovich, of whom she had heard much at second hand. "I have heard that my son," began the general. "Yes, your son. You're a fine one too, Papa. Why do I never see you at my house? Do you keep yourself hidden away or won't your son let you out? You can come and see me without compromising anyone, you know." "Children of the 19th century and their parents," began the general. "Nastasia Philipovna. Please let Ardalion Alexandrovich go for a moment, he is wanted," said Nina Alexandrovna loudly. "Let him go. Forgive me, I've heard so much about him, I've wanted to see him for ever so long. What business can he have? He's retired, is he not?
You won't leave me, General, you won't go away?
I give you my word he will come and visit you himself, but now he needs his rest.
Ardalian Alexandrovitch, I'm told you need a rest, cried Nastasia Philipovna, making a peevish, resentful face, like some fretful little girl deprived of a toy. The general at once tried to make even more of a fool of himself. My dear, he said reproachfully, turning solemnly to his wife, hand on heart. Won't you come away, Mamma dear? Varya asked in a loud voice.
No, Varya, I'll sit it out to the end.
Nastasia Philipovna could not fail to hear both question and answer, but it seemed only to intensify her gaiety. She at once began peppering the general with questions, so that within 5 minutes he was in high good humor, holding forth amid the loud laughter of those present. Kolya tugged at the prince's coat-tail. Can't you get him away at least? Can't you? Please. Tears of indignation shone in the poor boy's eyes. That blasted Ganya, he added to himself. I was certainly on close terms with Ivan Fedorovich Yapankin, the general gushed on in answer to Nastasia Philipovna. He and I and the late Prince Lev Nikolaevich Mishkin, whose son I embraced today after a 20-year separation, were 3 inseparables, a regular cavalcade, you might say, like Athos, Porthos, and Aramis. But, alas, one is in his grave, struck down by bullet and slander, the second stands before you, still fighting those same 2 enemies. Bullets, cried Nastasia Philipovna. Here in my chest, I got them at Kars and I get twinges in damp weather. Otherwise I live like a philosopher, go for walks, play drafts in my cafe like a retired businessman, and read The Independence. But with Yapankin, our Porthos, I've had absolutely nothing to do since the lapdog scandal on the railway 3 years ago. Lapdog? What on earth was that? Asked Nastasia Philipovna, vastly intrigued. A lapdog? Really, and on the railway, she seemed to be trying to recall something. Oh, it was a silly story, not worth repeating even. It all had to do with Princess Belakonskaya's governess, Mistress Schmidt, but it's not worth repeating. Do tell it at once, cried Nastasia Philipovna gaily. I've never heard it either, put in Ferdyshchenko. C'est du nouveau. Ardalian Alexandrovitch. Once again came Nina Alexandrovna's beseeching voice. Daddy, someone wants to see you, shouted Kolya. It's a silly story, it can be told in no time, began the general complacently. 2 years ago, yes it was. A bit less, just after the opening of the new railway, I was on some personal business of great importance in connection with giving up the service. I was already in Mufti at the time. I got a first-class ticket, got in, sat down, and had a smoke. I carried on smoking the cigar I'd started earlier. I was on my own in the carriage. Smoking wasn't forbidden, but it wasn't allowed either. It was sort of half allowed, the usual thing, depending who it was. The window was down. Suddenly, just before the whistle went, 2 ladies got in with a lapdog just opposite me. They were late, one gorgeously decked out in blue, the other quieter, black silk with a cape. Not at all bad-looking, gave me a rather haughty look and talked in English. I just carried on smoking, of course. That is, I thought about it, but I went on smoking anyway, out of the window as it was open. The lapdog was resting on the blue lady's knees. It was the size of my fist, little black thing, white paws, you don't see many of them. Silver collar with something written on it. I just sat.
I noticed the ladies getting annoyed, about the cigar of course. One stared at me through her lorgnette, tortoiseshell.
I still didn't do anything, because they didn't say a thing.
If they'd said something, given me warning, or just asked me, there is such a thing as human speech after all.
But not a word.
All of a sudden, as I say, without the slightest indication, not a hint of a warning, just as if she'd taken leave of her senses, the blue lady grabs my cigar and out it goes through the window. The train races on, me staring like a half-wit. The woman was wild, really wild, in a savage state, a well-grown woman, incidentally, tall and stout, fair-haired and rosy-cheeked, too rosy even, her eyes were flashing at me. Without a word, and with extreme courtesy, the most perfect, the most exquisitely refined courtesy, I leaned over to the dog, picked it up delicately by the collar with 2 fingers, and slung it out of the window after my cigar.
One squeal. The train goes rushing on.
"You monster!" cried Nastasia Philippovna, laughing and clapping her hands like a little girl.
Bravo, bravo.
Ferdyshchenko was shouting.
Titsin grinned too, though the general's appearance had dismayed him considerably. Even Kolya began laughing and joined in the shouts of bravo. "And I was right 3 times over," continued the exultant general warmly, "because if cigars are against the rules in railway carriages, dogs are even more so."
Bravo, Papa!
cried Kolya ecstatically. "Wonderful! I would certainly have done the same, certainly."
But what about the lady? Nastasia Philippovna asked eagerly.
Her? Well now, that's where all the unpleasantness comes in, the general went on, frowning. Without saying a word and without the slightest warning, she ups and smacks me across the face.
Wild woman, really wild. And what did you do?
The general lowered his eyes, raised his brows and shoulders, pursed his lips, then said after a short pause,
"I got carried away."
"You hit her? Hit her hard?"
"No, I didn't, honestly I didn't.
There was a scene, but I didn't hurt her. I just pushed her away once, just to defend myself. But the devil of it was that the blue lady turned out to be an Englishwoman, a governess or companion of some sort in Princess Belakonskaya's household, and the one in black was the eldest of the Belakonskaya daughters, an old maid of around 35. Everybody knows how close Madame Yepankina is to the
Belakonskaya family.
All the princesses swooning, tears of mourning for the pet lapdog, shrieks from the 6 princesses, shrieks from the English lady, it was bedlam. Well, of course I went to say sorry, ask for forgiveness, wrote them a letter, but they wouldn't receive either me or my letter, quarreled with Yepankin, ostracized, banished.
But really, General, how can this be? Nastasia Philippovna asked suddenly.
5 or 6 days ago I read the exact same story in the
Independence. I read it regularly, the very same story.
It happened on one of the Rhine Valley trains, with a Frenchman and an English lady in the compartment, the cigar snatched away, the lapdog thrown out of the window, just the same as you, and it all ended as it did with you.
Even the dress was blue.
The general flushed horribly, Kolya also went red and clutched his head with his fists, Titsin swiftly turned away.
Only Ferdyshchenko carried on laughing as before.
There are no words to describe Ganya, he had been standing the whole time in mute, intolerable agony. "I do assure you," muttered the general, "that the selfsame thing happened to me."
There was some unpleasantness between Papa and Mistress Schmidt, the Belakonskys' governess, cried Kolya. I remember. What? Exactly the same thing? The same incident at opposite ends of Europe, identical in every detail down to the blue dress, pursued Nastasia Filipovna mercilessly. I'll send you the Independence Belgique. But bear in mind, the general went on insisting, it happened to me 2 years earlier. Ah yes, there is that. Nastasia Filipovna was laughing hysterically. Papa dear, please come outside for a word or two. Ganya spoke in a quavering, exhausted voice as he took his father automatically by the shoulder. His eyes blazed with a limitless hatred. At that very instant came an extremely violent ringing of the bell in the hallway, so loud the bell might have been wrenched off altogether. It could presage no ordinary visit. Kolya ran to open the door. 10. The hallway had suddenly become extraordinarily noisy and crowded. From the drawing room it seemed as if a number of persons had come in from the courtyard and more were still arriving. Various voices were talking and shouting at once. There was more talking and shouting on the staircase, as the front door which led onto it had not been closed. This seemed a most peculiar visit. They all exchanged glances as Ganya rushed out into the reception room to find several people already there. Ah, here he is, the Judas, shouted a voice familiar to the prince. How are you, Ganka, you dirty dog? That's him, that's what he is. The prince could not be in any doubt. One voice belonged to Rogozin, the other was that of Lebedev. Ganya stood in apparent stupefaction on the threshold of the dining room, silently staring and making no attempt to obstruct the entry of some 10 or 12 people filing in after Parfy and Rogozin. The company was motley in the extreme, and notable for disorder as well as diversity. Some were coming in just as they were from the street, in coats and furs. Nobody was completely drunk, however, though they were all rather tipsy. They seemed to need each other's support to actually enter. Not one had the temerity on his own, they all seemed to be pushing one another in. Even Rogozin was stepping cautiously at the head of the throng, but he had something on his mind and seemed irritable and morosely preoccupied. The rest of them only made up the chorus, or rather the gang of his supporters. Besides Lebedev, there was the wavy-haired Zalyazev, who had discarded his fur coat in the hallway, and came in dandified and jaunty along with 2 or 3 like him, evidently scions of the merchant class. There was a man who wore a semi-military greatcoat, another was short and extremely fat, continually laughing. There was a giant of a man, over 6 feet, also very stout, grim and silent, clearly one who put much faith in his fists. There was a medical student among those present and a little, cringing Pole. 2 ladies peered in from the staircase without venturing inside. Kolya slammed the door in their faces and hooked it shut. How are you, Ganka, you dirty dog, repeated Rogozin, reaching the drawing room and halting opposite Ganya in the doorway. What, didn't expect Parfy and Rogozin? But just at that moment he caught sight of Nastasia Filipovna across the room. Clearly it had never occurred to him that he might encounter her here, as the sight of her had an extraordinary effect upon him. He went so pale that even his lips took on a blue tinge. So it's true, he said softly, as if to himself, the picture of despair. It's the end. Well, you'll certainly answer to me for this now, he grated suddenly, looking at Ganya with furious hatred. Well, ACH. He was fairly gasping for breath and could scarcely get his words out. He moved on into the drawing room automatically, and once inside caught sight of Nina Alexandrovna and Varya. He came to a standstill, somewhat embarrassed in spite of his agitation.
Lebedev followed him in, sticking to him like a shadow, and by now exceedingly drunk. Then came the medical student, then the gentleman with the fists, then Zaliezev, bowing extravagantly to right and left and, bringing up the rear, the short fat man squeezed himself in. They were all somewhat inhibited by the presence of the ladies, a powerful restraint upon them of course only until things got started, till the first excuse arrived to begin kicking up a row and get started. Then all the ladies in the world wouldn't bother them. "What? You here as well, Prince?" said Rogozin vaguely, somewhat surprised at coming across him. "Still in those wretched gaiters, Eek," he sighed, dismissing the prince from his mind at once as he transferred his gaze once more to Nastasia Philipovna, moving steadily towards her as if drawn by a magnet. She too was regarding the visitors with uneasy curiosity. Ganya at length recovered himself. "But look here, what on earth is the meaning of all this?" he began loudly, surveying the newcomers sternly and addressing himself principally to Rogozin. "You're not in the stables, you know, my mother and sister are here." "We can see it's your mother and sister," Rogozin said through his teeth. "It's obviously your mother and sister," seconded Lebedev, keeping his end up. The gentleman with the fists, doubtless thinking his moment had arrived, began growling. "But hang it all!" Ganya's voice rose suddenly, overloud, explosive. "First of all, I want everybody out of here into the other room, then kindly inform me." "Fancy, he doesn't recognize me," Rogozin grinned malevolently, not budging. "You don't recognize Rogozin?" "I suppose I must have met you somewhere, but—" "Fancy, met me somewhere. Why, I lost 200 rubles of my father's money to you just 3 months ago. The old man died without finding out, you dragged me into it and cheated. Don't recognize me? Titson's a witness, aren't you? If I took 3 rubles out of my pocket just now and showed you them, you'd crawl to Vasilyevsky Island for them on your hands and knees. That's the sort you are. Your soul's like that. I've come to buy you off for cash. Never mind looking at these boots. I've got money, friend, stacks of it. I'll buy you out lock, stock, and barrel. I could buy you all out if I wanted. Buy everything." Rogozin was getting very heated and seemingly more and more drunk. "Eek," he shouted. "Nastasia Philipovna! Don't drive me away, just say one little word, are you going to marry him or not?" Rogozin asked the question like a desperate man supplicating some deity, but with the recklessness of one condemned to death who has nothing more to lose. He awaited the reply in a deathly anguish. Nastasia Philipovna measured him with her taunting imperious stare, but glanced at Varya and Nina Alexandrovna, then looked at Ganya and suddenly altered her tone. "Of course not, what are you talking about? Whatever possessed you to ask a thing like that?" she answered, quiet and serious, and apparently mildly surprised. "No? No," shouted Rogozin rapturously. "So you're not, then? And they told me, ACH. Well, Nastasia Philipovna, they told me you were engaged to Genka. Him of all people. It couldn't be true, I tell them. Why, I could buy him for 100 rubles, if I gave him 1,000, say 3, to withdraw, he'd clear off on the eve of his wedding and leave his betrothed to me. It's true, Genka, you swine. You'd take the 3,000. Wouldn't you? Here it is, look. That's why I came, to get your signature on it. I said I'd buy you off, and so I will." "Get out of here, you're drunk," shouted Ganya, flushing and growing pale by turns. His outburst was abruptly followed by an explosion of several voices. Rogozin's crew had long been waiting for the first challenge. Lebedev was earnestly whispering something in Rogozin's ear. "True enough, clerk," Rogozin responded. "True, you drunken devil." "Ek, well, here goes." "Nastasia Philippovna," he cried, looking at her as if half-crazed, nervous at first, then suddenly emboldened to the point of insolence. "There's 18,000. He tossed a white paper packet tied up with string onto the table in front of her. "There. And there's more where that came from." He couldn't nerve himself to say what it was he wanted.
No.
Lebedev started whispering to him again, his face registering considerable alarm. It could be guessed that the magnitude of the sum had terrified him, and he was suggesting a very much lower starting point. "No, my foolish friend, you're out of your depth here, yes, and I'm no better, that's clear enough." Rogozin pulled himself together as he trembled before Nastasia Philippovna's flashing eyes. "Eek! I've made a mess of it, listening to you," he added with intense regret. Nastasia Philippovna laughed suddenly as she regarded Rogozin's crestfallen face. 18,000, for me? There's a yokel talking," she added suddenly with a brazen familiarity, and half rose from the sofa as if about to leave. Ganya observed the whole spectacle with a sinking heart. 40,000 then, 40, not 18, shouted Rogozin. Venkatitsin and Biskop promised to deliver 40,000 by 7. 40,000. Hard cash. The whole thing was becoming outrageous, but Nastasia Philippovna continued laughing and made no move to go. It seemed as if she was deliberately prolonging things. Nina Alexandrovna and Varya had also risen from their places and were waiting in silent dismay for what might transpire. Varya's eyes glittered, but her mother was taking it all very badly. She was trembling and seemed likely to faint at any moment. "Well, if that's the way it is, 100,000 this very day. Titsin, lend me it, you're on to a good thing." "You're off your head," Titsin whispered suddenly, coming over to him swiftly and laying hold of his arm. "You're drunk. They'll be sending for the police." "Where do you think you are?" "It's the drink talking," said Nastasia Philippovna, seeming to taunt him. "No word of a lie. The cash will be there by tonight. Titsin, lend it to me, little usurer, take what you like as security, just deliver 100,000 by tonight, I'll prove I'm as good as my word." Rogozin was all of a sudden in an ecstasy of excitement. "Now, hang it, what is all this?" shouted an angry Ardalian Alexandrovich belligerently as he moved towards Rogozin. The old man had kept quiet until now, and the unexpectedness of his outburst smacked of the comic. Laughter broke out. "Where did you spring from then?" Rogozin laughed. "Come with us, old man, we'll make you drunk." "Now that's rotten," shouted Kolya, fairly weeping with shame and exasperation. "Isn't there one among you to take this shameless woman out of here?" shouted Varya suddenly, shaking with anger. "Here's me being called shameless," parried Nastasia Philippovna with cheerful contempt. "I'm the one who came here like a fool to invite them to my party. See the way your sister treats me, Gavrila Ardalionovich." Ganya stood for some time as if thunderstruck by his sister's outburst. Seeing, however, that Nastasia Philippovna was really leaving this time, he rushed frantically over to Varya and grabbed at her arm in a frenzy. "What have you done?" he shouted, looking at her as if to incinerate her on the spot.
He was utterly beside himself and unaware of what he was doing. What have I done then? Where are you dragging me off to? You aren't going to ask me to apologize to her for insulting your mother and coming here to disgrace your house, are you, you contemptible man? She shouted again, staring at her brother in defiant exultation. They stood facing one another thus for several seconds, Ganya still holding her by the arm. Varya tugged once, then again with all her might, but lost control and suddenly, goaded beyond endurance, spat in her brother's face. Now there's a girl for you, cried Nastasia Philippovna. Bravo Titson, I congratulate you. Ganya saw red and, completely forgetting himself, he lashed out at his sister with all his strength. The blow would have caught her full in the face had not another hand seized Ganya's in midair. Between his sister and himself stood the prince. That's enough, that will do, he said insistently, though trembling all over himself, apparently severely shaken. Are you forever going to get in my way? Roared Ganya, releasing Varya's arm and in an extremity of fury, using the full force of his free hand to strike the prince across the cheek. Oh, cried Kolya, throwing up his hands. Oh, my God! There were exclamations from all sides. The prince went ashen. He looked Ganya directly in the eyes with an oddly reproachful expression, his lips trembled as they strove to say something, a sort of strange, utterly incongruous smile played upon them. Well, me perhaps, but her. I won't let you, he said softly at length, but broke down suddenly and released Ganya, covered his face in his hands, and went off into a corner, facing the wall. He spoke in a faltering voice. Ah, how ashamed you're going to be for what you've done. Ganya was indeed standing utterly crushed. Kolya rushed across to embrace and kiss the prince, behind him pressed Rogozin, Varya, Titson, Nina Alexandrovna, all of them, even the old man Ardalion Alexandrovich. It's all right, murmured the prince to everyone in general, still with the same incongruous smile. He'll rue the day, cried Rogozin. You'll be ashamed, Ganka, for insulting this sheep. He couldn't think of any other word. Prince, dear heart, leave these people, damn the lot of them, come away with me. You'll find out what Rogozin's friendship means. Nastasia Philippovna was also much taken aback, both by Ganya's action and the prince's reply. Her normally pale and pensive face, which all along had seemed out of keeping with her affected laughter, was now clearly stirred by a new emotion. She still appeared reluctant to betray it, however, and the mocking expression seemed determined to cling to her features. I've certainly seen his face before, she said, suddenly quite grave, as she recalled her recent question. And aren't you ashamed of yourself? Surely you're not what you've been pretending to be? Can that really be possible? The prince cried all of a sudden in profound, heartfelt reproach. Nastasia Philippovna was surprised at this and smiled, though seeming to conceal something behind the smile. She shot a somewhat confused glance at Ganya as she left the drawing room. Before reaching the hallway, however, she came back, went swiftly up to Nina Alexandrovna, took her hand, and brought it to her lips. I'm not like this really, he's right, she whispered quickly and vehemently, suddenly coloring. She turned and this time left so quickly that no one realized why she had returned. All they saw was that she whispered something to Nina Alexandrovna and appeared to kiss her hand. Varya, however, heard and saw everything, and followed her with astonished eyes. Ganya recollected himself and darted after Nastasia Philippovna, but she had already left the apartment. He caught her up on the stairs. Don't see me out, she cried to him. Au revoir, till this evening. Be there, you hear?"
He came back bemused and thinking hard. A painful uncertainty oppressed his spirit, even worse now than before.
There was the prince too.
He was so sunk in reflection that he barely noticed the whole Rogozin entourage spilling past him, even jostling him in the doorway, as they hastily vacated the apartment in Rogozin's wake. They were all talking in unison about something. Rogozin himself had been walking with Titsyn, insisting on some matter of urgent importance.
"You've lost, Genka," he shouted as he went by. Ganya gazed after them uneasily. 11. The prince left the drawing room and shut himself in his own room. Kolya at once came running in to soothe him. By now the poor boy couldn't keep away from him, it seemed. "You were right to come away," he said. "Now there'll be a bigger row than there was before. It's like that every day here, and it all started because of that Nastasia Filipovna." "You've got all sorts of extremely painful problems here, Kolya," the prince remarked. "Yes, that's true. No denying that. It's our own fault. Still, someone I know well is even worse off. Would you like to meet him?" "Very much." "Is he your friend?" "Practically a friend. I'll explain all that later." "But Nastasia Filipovna is pretty, don't you think?"
"I'd never seen her before, you know, though I've tried hard enough."
"Just dazzling."
"I'd forgive Ganya everything, if he were doing it for love, but he's after the money, that's the whole trouble."
"Yes, I don't much like your brother." "Well, I should think not. You of all people, after. You know, I can't stand all these ideas people have.
Some fool or madman or some villain in a frenzy slaps your face and you're dishonored for the rest of your life and can't wipe it out except in blood, or unless he goes down on his knees and begs for pardon.
It's absurd, I think, a sort of slavery.
Lermontov's play Masquerade Asterisk is based on that, and in my opinion it's silly.
I mean, it's unnatural.
Still, he wrote it when he was practically a child.
I liked your sister very much. Spitting in Genka's mug like that. Varka's got nerve.
But you didn't do that, and I'm sure it wasn't for lack of courage. And here she is, talk of the devil. I knew she'd come, she's a grand girl, though she does have her faults. And you shouldn't be here, Varya pounced on him first of all.
Off you go to your father. Is he bothering you, Prince?
Not in the least, on the contrary.
Look out, big sister's getting started.
That's the trouble with her.
Incidentally, I thought father was sure to go off with Rogozin. I expect he's feeling sorry he didn't now.
Better go and see how he is anyway, he added as he went out.
Thank heavens, I got Mama away to bed without another flare-up. Ganya's feeling sheepish and doing a lot of thinking. He's got good reason to. It's been a sharp lesson for him. I came to thank you again, Prince, and ask you a question. You didn't know Nastasia Filipovna before? No, I didn't. What made you tell her to her face that she wasn't like that? And guessing right apparently. It seems she really isn't like that, perhaps. Anyway, I can't make her out. She came here bent on humiliating us, that's obvious. I'd heard a lot of strange things about her previously, too. But if she came to issue an invitation, why did she start treating Mama like that? Titson knows her very well and he says he couldn't fathom her behavior today. And what about Rogozin? You can't talk like that if you have any self-respect, in the house of your. Mama's very worried about you as well.
It's all right, said the prince, with a wave of the hand.
The way she obeyed you. How do you mean?
You told her she should be ashamed and she changed completely all of a sudden. You have an influence over her, Prince, Varya added with the ghost of a smile.
The door opened and Ganya walked in absolutely unexpectedly.
The sight of Varya caused him no hesitation. He stood for a moment on the threshold before resolutely approaching the prince. Prince, I have behaved despicably, forgive me, my dear man, he said abruptly, strongly moved. His face was anguished.
The prince regarded him with astonishment and made no immediate reply.
Come, forgive me, please, urged Ganya impatiently. I'll kiss your hand if you like, this minute. The prince was much overcome and silently put both arms round Ganya. They kissed each other with sincere feeling. I had no idea, not the slightest, that you were like this, said the prince at length, drawing breath with difficulty. I thought you were incapable of it.
Of apologizing, you mean? Now where did I get the idea this morning you were an idiot? You notice things other people never would.
I could talk to you, but best not to say anything.
There's someone else you should apologize to, said the prince, indicating Varya.
No, they're all my enemies. Rest assured, Prince, there's been many an attempt made, no sincere forgiveness here.
Ganya burst out vehemently, turning away from Varya. That's not so, I forgive you. Varya said suddenly. And you'll go to Nastasia Philippovna's this evening? I will if you want me to, but don't you think it's out of the question for me to go now? She's not like that, you know. You see what puzzle she's setting us.
It's her tricks, and Ganya laughed grimly. I know she isn't, and all about her tricks.
Besides, Ganya, do you realize what she must take you for?
All right, she kissed Mama's hand.
The rest might just be her idea of fun, but you know she was laughing at you all the same, wasn't she? It's not worth 75,000, believe me, brother. You've still got honorable feelings in you, that's why I'm telling you. Now then, don't go there yourself. Just you be careful. It's bound to end badly. So saying, Varya quickly left the room, much agitated. That's what they're all like, laughed Ganya. Surely they can't think I don't know all that myself? I know a lot more than they do, don't I?
Ganya sat down on the sofa, plainly wanting to prolong his visit.
If you know it yourself, asked the prince, somewhat timidly, how is it that you've chosen this torment, knowing it isn't worth the 75,000? I'm not talking about that, muttered Ganya. Incidentally, tell me, what's your opinion? I really would like to know, is this torment worth the 75,000 or not? In my opinion, no. Well, now we know. And this is a dishonorable marriage? Most dishonorable. Well, I want you to know then that I'm going to marry her, now it's settled. I was in two minds, but now I'm not. Don't say anything. I know what you're going to say.
I wasn't going to say what you think, but I'm surprised at your sheer confidence.
In what way? What confidence?
That Nastasia Philippovna is sure to marry you and that all that's settled, and secondly that even if she does, that the 75,000 will find its way straight into your pocket.
Of course, there's a lot I don't know about the business. Ganya moved briskly nearer the prince. Of course you don't know everything, he said. Why do you think I'd take on such a burden?
It seems to me it happens all the time. People marry for money and the money stays with the wife. And no, it won't be like that with us. There are certain circumstances,
mumbled Ganya, pondering uneasily.
But as for her answer, there's no doubt about that now, he added swiftly.
What makes you think she'll refuse me?
I know nothing beyond what I've seen, and what Varvara Ardalionovna was saying just now.
Oh, that's just talk, they've run out of things to say.
As for her, she was making game of Rogozin, be sure of that, I was watching.
It was obvious.
I was a bit alarmed this afternoon, but I can see it all now.
Or do you mean the way she behaved towards my mother and father, and Varya? And you?
If you like, but that's just the age-old way women have of getting their revenge, nothing more than that.
She's a frightfully suspicious woman, touchy and proud. Like an official passed over for promotion.
She felt like showing off and demonstrating her contempt for them. Well, and me too, it's true, I don't deny it. But she'll marry me all the same. You have no inkling of the tricks that human vanity can get up to, so she thinks me despicable because I'm openly taking her, someone else's lover, for her money. At the same time she has no suspicion that another man would deceive her. Even worse, he'd keep on at her, spouting liberal progressive notions and dragging in the woman question, so she'd be putty in his hands. He'd assure the proud fool, no trouble at all, that he was taking her purely for her nobility of heart and her misfortunes, but it would be for money just the same. I cut a poor figure in all this because I don't want to play the hypocrite, though I should.
But what is she doing herself? Doesn't it amount to the same thing?
So what right has she to despise me and get up to these games herself? Just because I show some backbone and won't give in.
Well, we'll see about that. Surely you didn't love her before this?
I did to begin with.
Well, enough of that. There are women only fit to be mistresses and nothing else. I'm not saying she was my mistress.
If she wants a quiet life, then she'll have it. If she starts making trouble, I'll throw her over straight away and take the money with me. I don't want to appear ridiculous, above all, I don't want to appear ridiculous. I keep thinking, the prince observed cautiously, that Nastasia
Filipovna is an intelligent woman. If she sees this torment ahead of her, why should she walk into the trap? She could marry someone else after all. That's what makes me wonder.
That's where her reasons come in.
There are things you don't know in all this, Prince.
Besides, she's convinced I'm madly in love with her, I swear it, and I have a strong suspicion that she does love me, in her own fashion I mean, you know the old saying, you always hurt the one you love. All her life she'll look on me as a cheap adventurer, and perhaps she needs to do that, and still love me in her own fashion. She's preparing herself for that, that's her nature. She's a thoroughly Russian woman, I tell you, and, well, I've got a surprise of my own in store for her. That scene a while ago with Varya wasn't deliberate, but it's to my advantage. It's convinced her of my devotion and she's seen that I'm prepared to break all ties for her sake.
So we're no fools either. By the way, you don't think I'm usually such a chatterbox, do you?
I may be doing the wrong thing in confiding in you, my dear prince, but it's really because you're the first noble-minded person I've ever come across and I just fell on you, if you'll excuse the pun.
You're not angry at what happened just now, are you?
I'm speaking from the heart for the first time in maybe 2 years. There are terribly few honest people round here, Titson's the best of them.
Do I see you laughing or not? Rogues love honest men, didn't you know that? After all, anyway, how am I a rogue? Tell me honestly.
Why do they all follow her lead in calling me that? You know, because of them and her, I call myself a scoundrel as well.
That's as contemptible as can be.
I shan't ever regard you as a scoundrel now, said the prince. A little while ago I thought you an outright blackguard, then you suddenly made me feel so glad. A real lesson for me, not to judge without experience. I can see now that you shouldn't be regarded as a wicked man, nor even a very corrupt one. I believe you are the most ordinary man that ever was, except for being very weak and not having a grain of originality.
Ganya smiled caustically to himself but said nothing.
The prince saw that his judgment had caused offense, and also lapsed into an embarrassed silence.
Has my father asked you for money? Ganya asked suddenly. No. If he does, don't give him any.
I remember he was a decent enough fellow, you know, had the entree to the best society.
How quickly they go to pieces, all these decent old folk.
A slight change in their circumstances and there's nothing left, as if their powder's all burned out at once. He never used to tell lies like that, I can assure you. He used to be just a bit overexcitable, and see what it's all come to now.
Drinks his trouble, of course. Do you know he keeps a mistress? He's not just a harmless old fibber now. I can't understand how mother puts up with it.
Has he told you about the siege of Kars?
Or when his gray offside horse started talking?
That's how far it's gone.
And Ganya suddenly rocked with laughter. Why are you looking at me like that? He asked the prince.
Oh, I was surprised at your genuine laughter.
You've still got a childlike laugh, really.
A while ago you came in to make your peace and said, "I'll kiss your hand if you like," just like a child would make up. That means you must still be capable of words and impulses like that. Then you start lecturing about this dark business and the 75,000.
Really, it's all rather absurd and it mustn't go on. So what do you think then? Aren't you acting too recklessly and shouldn't you look about you first? Varvara Ardalionovna could be speaking the truth. Ah, morality.
I'm well aware that I'm still a little boy, interposed
Ganya hotly, if only because I started this conversation with you.
Prince, I'm not going into this murky business just for mercenary motives, he went on, blurting it all out like a young man wounded in his pride.
I'd certainly come to grief if I did, my mind and character aren't hardened enough yet.
I'm going through with it because I passionately want to, I'm bent on it, I have a most important aim in view. You're thinking that as soon as I get the 75,000 I'll go straight out and buy a carriage. No, sir, I'll be wearing out my 3-year-old coat and dropping all my club acquaintances. There aren't many self-disciplined characters about, though there's no shortage of money lenders, and self-disciplined is what I want to be. The main thing now is to bring it off, the whole enterprise. Titson was sleeping in the street at 17, selling penknives. He started with coppers, now he's worth 60,000, but what an obstacle course he had to go through. So I'm going to jump clear over the obstacles and start with the capital straight away. 15 years from now, they'll say, "There goes Ivolgin, the king of the Jews."
You say I haven't any originality.
But mark this, dear prince, there's nothing more annoying for a man of our time and race than to tell him he's not original, a weak character with no special talents, ordinary in other words. You didn't even deign to regard me as a genuine rogue. I felt like killing you for that just now, you know that? You insulted me worse than Yapankin. He thinks me capable of selling him my wife, just like that, mark you, out of the goodness of my heart, no sweet words, no inducements. I've been furious over that for a long time, my friend, and I want the money. Once I've got my hands on a fortune, you'll see, I'll be extremely original. The most hateful and despicable thing about money is that it even gives you talents. That's the way it will be till the end of the world. You'll say all this is childish, romantic even, well then, so much the pleasanter for me and it'll be done anyway. I'll go through with it and keep my head.
Rira bien qui rira le dernier.
Asterisk, why does Yapankin insult me like that? Out of ill will? Not at all, sir. It's simply because I'm of so little consequence. Well, sir, but then. Still, enough of that, time to go. Kolya's stuck his head in twice already, he's calling you to dinner. I'm going out. I'll drop by your room now and again. You'll be all right here with us, they'll look on you as one of the family now. Watch you don't give me away. I think we two are going to be either friends or enemies. What do you think, Prince, if I'd kissed your hand just now, as I genuinely offered to do, would that have made me your enemy afterwards? It certainly would, but not for always. You wouldn't have kept it up, then you'd have forgiven me, decided the prince after some thought, laughing.
Oho.
You have to be handled with care. Damn me if you haven't put a drop of venom into that as well. And who knows, perhaps you're my enemy too.
Incidentally. I
forgot to ask, was I right in thinking that you're very much taken with Nastasia Filipovna, eh? Yes. I like her. In love? And no. He's gone all red and embarrassed. Well, never mind, it's all right, I won't laugh, au revoir. You know she's a virtuous woman, don't you? Can you believe that? You think she lives with him, Totsky? Oh no. Not for ages. And did you notice how terribly gauche she is and how flustered she was several times back then? It's true. Those are the ones that love to lord it over everyone else. Well, goodbye then. Ganya went out a good deal more jauntily than he had come in and in a pleasant frame of mind. The prince remained motionless for some 10 minutes, deep in thought. Kolya put his head round the door once more. I don't feel like dinner, Kolya. I had a big lunch at the Yapankins not long ago. Kolya came right into the room and handed a note to the prince. It was from the general and was folded and sealed. Kolya's face showed how painful it had been for him to carry out the commission. The prince read it, rose, and took his hat. It's only a little way off, said the embarrassed Kolya. He's got a bottle in front of him. How he manages to get credit there I can't imagine. Dear Prince, don't mention it to the family that I delivered you a note. I've promised 1,000 times not to do it, but I feel so sorry for him. Oh yes, and don't stand on ceremony with him, give him a few coppers and have done with it. I've been thinking of it myself, Kolya, I need to see your papa, about a certain matter, let's go then. 12. Kolya conducted the prince the short distance to Lidianea, to a cafe cum billiard room. It was on the ground floor with a door onto the street. To the right, Ardalian Alexandrovitch was sitting in a separate cubicle in the corner, like some ancient habitué. There was a bottle in front of him on the table and the Independence Belgique, no less, in his hands. He was waiting for the prince. As soon as he caught sight of him, he laid aside his paper and started on a heated and voluble explanation, of which the prince understood almost nothing, since the general was already far from sober. "I haven't got exactly 10 rubles, the prince broke in. "Here's 25, change that and give me 15, otherwise I'll be left without a penny myself." "Oh, certainly, and rest assured, this very minute. Besides which I have a certain favor to ask of you, General. You've never been at Nastasia Philippovna's, have you?" I not been? Is that what you're saying?" "On several occasions, my dear fellow, several," exclaimed the general exultantly, in an access of complacent irony. "I gave up going myself in the end, not wanting to encourage an unseemly union like that. You saw for yourself, you were a witness this afternoon, I did everything a father could do, a mild and indulgent father that is. Now another kind of father's going to take the stage, then we'll see, we certainly shall. Will the old and honored warrior defeat the intrigue, or is some shameless Camille to gain entry into a most noble household? What I actually wanted to ask you was whether you could take me to Nastasia Philippovna's this evening as a guest? It has to be today, I have a reason, but I've no idea how to get in. I was introduced today but not invited. The party is by invitation, but I don't mind disregarding a few of the niceties or even being laughed at, as long as I can get in somehow." "You've hit upon my idea exactly, my young friend," exclaimed the general rapturously. "I didn't ask you to come here because of this trifle," he went on, taking the note, however, and transferring it to his pocket. "I actually called you to invite you to accompany me on an expedition to Nastasia Philippovna's, or rather against Nastasia Philippovna." "General Ivolgin and Prince Mishkin. Imagine what she'll think of that. Under the pretext of a courtesy visit on her birthday, I shall let my will be known at last, indirectly, not straight out, but just as effectively. Then Ganya will see how he stands. It's either his father, honored and, so to speak, and so forth, or it's... Well, what will be, will be. Your idea is a capital one, first class. We'll set off at 9 o'clock. There's plenty of time. Where does she live?" "A long way from here, by the Bolshoi Theater, in the Matovtsov's house, practically on the square, first floor. It won't be a large party, even if it is her birthday, and they'll break up early." The evening was getting on. The prince was still sitting waiting as the general started on countless stories without getting to the end of any of them. When the prince came and the old man had ordered another bottle and finished it in an hour, then asked for another and finished that as well. In the course of all this he must have got through the story of his life. At length the prince rose and said he could wait no longer. The general drank off the last dregs from the bottle, got up and walked outside, very unsteadily. The prince was in despair. He couldn't understand why he had been so stupidly taken in. In actual fact, that had never been the case. He had been reckoning on the general solely as a means of getting to Nastasia Philippovna's, albeit at the cost of some impropriety. What he had certainly not reckoned on was a major scandal. The general was decidedly drunk, borne along on a tide of emotional eloquence, talking tearfully and incessantly. The interminable burden of all this was that, because of the reprehensible behavior of every member of his family, everything had gone to rack and ruin, and it was finally time to call a halt to this. They emerged at length on to Lithuania. The thaw was continuing, a warm, damp wind whistled dismally along the streets, carriages splashed through the mud as the horses, high-steppers and nags alike, rang their hooves against the cobblestones. Damp, dispirited crowds of pedestrians wandered along the pavements, with here and there a drunk. "You see all these first-floor windows lit up," the general was saying. "My old comrades live all round here, while I, the most senior and battle-scarred of the lot, trudge along on foot to the Bolshoi Theater, to the apartment of a woman of doubtful reputation." A man with 13 bullets in his chest, you don't believe me? Why, it was entirely on my account that Pirogov left besieged Sebastopol for a while to telegraph Paris, and Neleton, the court physician, managed to get a safe conduct in the name of science and turned up in Sebastopol to examine me. The highest authorities know about it. Oh, that's Ivolgin, the one with 13 bullets in him. That's how they talk, sir. See that house, Prince? An old comrade of mine lives there, General Sokolovich, with his most noble and numerous household. That house and another 3 on the Nevsky and 2 on Morskaya, that's the circle of my acquaintance nowadays, my own personal acquaintance, that is. Nina Alexandrovna resigned herself to circumstances long ago. I still keep the memory green, and relax, so to speak, in the cultivated society of my former comrades and subordinates, who adore me to this day. This General Sokolovich, I haven't been there or seen Anna Fedorovna for ages. Incidentally, you know, dear Prince, when you don't entertain yourself, somehow you find you stop visiting others. However, you seem not to believe me. Anyway, why shouldn't I introduce the son of my best friend and childhood companion to that charming family household? General Ivolgin and Prince Mishkin. You'll see an astonishing girl, no 2, 3 even, the very ornament of metropolitan society, beautiful, cultivated, progressive, the woman question, poetry, all rolled up into one happy mixture, not to mention a dowry of around 80,000, cash. With every one of them, never comes amiss, whatever feminine or social questions are involved. In short, I must certainly introduce you, it's my bounden duty. General Ivolgin and Prince Mishkin. Now. This minute? But you've forgotten, began the prince. It's all right, I haven't forgotten, come along. This way, up this magnificent staircase. I wonder why there's no hall porter. Still, it's holiday time and he'll have gone off somewhere. They haven't fired the drunken devil yet. This Sokolovich is indebted to me for the entire success of his life and career, to me, no one else, but, here we are. The prince followed him up submissively, no longer protesting against the visit in order not to irritate him, fervently hoping that General Sokolovich and his entire family would little by little evaporate like a mirage and turn out to be non-existent, and they could ever so calmly go back down the staircase. But to his horror he found this hope was failing him. The general was conducting him up the stairs like someone who really did have acquaintances here, every moment adding more biographical and topographical details, with mathematical precision. At length, when they had reached the first floor and halted on the right in front of the door of a luxurious apartment, and the general had grasped the bell pull, the prince finally made up his mind to flee. However, an odd circumstance made him pause for a moment. "You've made a mistake, General," he said. "It's got Kulikov on the door and you wanted Sokolovich." Kulikov? That doesn't mean a thing. It's the Sokolovich apartment, and that's why I'm ringing. To hell with Kulikov. They're opening up. The door actually was opening. A footman peered out and announced that the master and mistress are not at home, sir. Just my luck. What a pity, repeated Ardalian Alexandrovich, desperately disappointed. Just tell them, my dear fellow, that General Ivolgin and Prince Mishkin wish to pay their respects in person, and are extremely sorry, extremely. At that moment another face peeped out through the open door, apparently that of a housekeeper or perhaps a governess, a lady of about 40, wearing a dark dress. She approached with mistrustful curiosity on hearing the names of General Ivolgin and Prince Mishkin. "Maria Alexandrovna's not at home," she spoke, eyeing the general closely. "She's gone with the young lady, Alexandra Mikhailovna, to the grandmother's."
Alexandra Mikhailovna gone too? Oh dear, that's terrible. Would you believe it, madam, this always happens to me.
May I humbly beseech you to convey my greetings and remind me to Alexandra Mikhailovna, in short, pass on my best wishes for what they wished themselves last Thursday evening, listening to Chopin's Ballade, they'll remember.
My most cordial greeting. General Ivolgin and Prince Mishkin.
I shan't forget, sir, said the lady, less suspicious now as she took leave of them. They descended the staircase, the general's enthusiasm undiminished as he continued to lament that they had failed to catch the family at home and that the prince had thus been deprived of such a charming acquaintance.
You know, my dear fellow, I'm a bit of a poet at heart, have you noticed?
However, it does seem we didn't call at exactly the right flat, he concluded quite unexpectedly.
I just remembered, Sokolovic lives somewhere else and I believe he's in Moscow at the moment anyway.
Yes, I made a bit of a mistake there, but it doesn't matter.
There's only one thing I want to know, the prince remarked gloomily. Should I stop relying on you altogether, and go on my own? Stop? Rely? On your own? But whatever for, when this is such a major undertaking for me and so much of the future of my family depends on it? My dear young friend, you little know Ivolgin. To say Ivolgin is to say.
Stonewall, you can rely on Ivolgin like a stone wall, that's what they used to say back in the squadron where I began my service. I must just drop in for a minute at a house along the way, where for several years now my soul has found repose after trials and tribulations.
You want to go home?
No. I want to go to Captain Terentyev's widow. He was my former junior officer, friend even. At the widow's I revive my spirits, I bring all my worldly and family troubles here. And since I have a great load on my mind today, I think I've already made one terrible mistake in bothering you this evening, murmured the prince. Besides, now you're goodbye. But I can't let you go, my young friend, I just can't, cried the general. The widow is the mother of a family and her heartstrings resonate through my whole being. Visiting her would be a matter of minutes, it's a second home to me, I virtually live here. I'll have a wash, tidy myself up a bit, then we'll get a cab to the Bolshoi Theater. I assure you, I have need of you for the whole evening. In this house here, we've arrived already. Ah, Kolya, you're here? Is Martha Borisovna at home, or have you just got here yourself? Oh no, replied Kolya, who had bumped into them in the doorway. I've been here ever so long. With Ippolit, he's taken a turn for the worse, he was in bed this morning. I was just going down to the shop for some cards. Martha Borisovna is waiting for you. But Papa, what a state you're in, concluded Kolya, looking closely at the general's walk and stance. Very well then, let's go. This encounter with Kolya inclined the prince to accompany the general to Martha Borisovna too, though only for a minute. The prince needed Kolya, he had resolved to abandon the general in any event, and couldn't forgive himself for imagining he could place any reliance on him that afternoon. It was a long climb up the back stairs to the 5th floor.
Do you mean to introduce the prince? Asked Kolya as they went.
Yes, my dear, introduce him, General Ivolgin and Prince Mishkin. But what, how is
Martha Borisovna? You know, Papa, it might be best not to go in there. She'll kill you.
You haven't shown your face for 3 days and she's waiting for her money.
Why on earth did you have to promise her that money? You're always the same. Now you'll have to get out of it somehow.
On the 4th floor they halted in front of a low door. The general, visibly quailing, pushed the prince in front of him.
I'll stay here, he mumbled, I want to make it a surprise. Kolya went in first.
A lady of about 40, heavily rouged and painted, wearing slippers and a dressing jacket and with her hair in plaits, peered out of the door. The general's surprise abruptly evaporated. As soon as she caught sight of him, she immediately started shouting.
There he is, the nasty horrid man. I knew it in my bones.
Let's go in, it's all right, muttered the general to the prince, still innocently trying to make light of it all.
But it wasn't all right.
No sooner had they passed through the low, dark hallway, and into the narrow sitting room with its half-dozen wicker chairs and 2 card tables, than the lady of the house at once continued in what must have been her habitual tone of assumed tearfulness. And you're not ashamed, are you, cruel tyrant of my household, barbarian, monster? Rob me of everything, suck me dry, and still not satisfied. How much longer am I going to put up with you, you shameless, dishonorable man?
Martha Borisovna, Martha Borisovna. This is Prince Mishkin.
General Ivolgin and Prince Mishkin, mumbled the general, flustered and trembling.
Would you believe, the widow abruptly addressed the prince, would you believe that this man without shame does not spare my orphan children? He's robbed me of everything, taken it all away to sell or pawn, and left me nothing. What am I supposed to do with your IOUs, you cunning and scrupulous man? Answer, you deceiver, answer me, you insatiable devil, how shall I feed my orphan children, how?
Here he turns up drunk, he can hardly stand up. What have I done to provoke the wrath of the Lord God, you horrible, disgusting rogue, answer. But the general had other things on his mind. Martha Borisovna, 25 rubles, that's all I can manage, thanks to the help of my most noble friend.
Prince! I was cruelly mistaken. Such is life. And now, forgive me. I feel weak, the general went on, standing in the center of the room and bowing in all directions. I feel weak, forgive me. Lenotchka, a pillow, sweetheart. Lenotchka, an 8-year-old girl, at once ran for a pillow and placed it on the tattered oilcloth of the hard sofa. The general sat down on it, intending to say a great deal more, but as soon as he touched the sofa he immediately bent over sideways, turned to the wall, and sank into the sleep of the just. The widow Terentiev, with sad solemnity, motioned the prince to a chair by the card table and seated herself opposite, leaning her right cheek on her hand, and looked at him in silence, sighing. 3 little children, 2 girls and a boy, of whom Lenotchka was the eldest, came up to the table, all 3 placed their hands on it and all 3 began staring at the prince. Kolya appeared from the other room. I'm very glad I met you here, Kolya, the prince told him. Could you help me, I wonder? I have to get to Nastasia Filipovna's urgently. I asked Ardalian Alexandrovich a while ago, but here he's gone to sleep. Can you take me there, as I don't know any of the streets or roads? I do have the address, however, it's near the Bolshoi Theater, the Matovtsov house. Nastasia Filipovna?
Oh, she's never lived near the Bolshoi Theater, and father's never been at her house, if you must know. It's funny you should expect anything of him. She lives near Vladimirskia, by the Five Corners, much nearer here.
You want to go there now? It's 9:30.
If you like, I'll take you.
The prince and Kolya left at once. Alas, the prince had no money for a cab, so they had to walk.
I wanted to introduce you to Ippolit, said Kolya.
He's the eldest son of the widow in the jacket.
He was in the next room. He's not well and he's been in bed all today. But he's a queer character, he's awfully touchy, and I couldn't help feeling he'd be ashamed to see you, coming at such a moment. I'm not so ashamed as he is, because it's my father, but it's his mother. There's a difference there, you know, because a situation like that isn't seen as discreditable for a male.
Still, it might just be prejudice that one sex is more privileged in this respect.
Ippolit's an excellent chap, but he's a slave to certain prejudices.
He's got consumption, you say?
Yes, so it seems, best if he dies quickly.
In his place I'd certainly want to do that.
He feels sorry for his brothers and sisters, the little ones I mean. If it were possible, if only there was enough money, we'd rent a separate flat and stay clear of both our families.
That's what we dream about.
You know what, when I told him just now about what happened to you, he got really annoyed, and said that anybody who let himself be slapped on the face and didn't insist on a duel was a scoundrel.
Anyway, he's frightfully quick-tempered and I've stopped arguing with him now. So then, Nastasia Filipovna immediately invited you to come and see her, did she?
That's the trouble, she didn't. How can you go though, exclaimed Kolya, stopping short in the middle of the pavement, and, looking like that, to a formal party?
I honestly don't know. If they let me in, all right, if not, then I've failed. As for my clothes, what can I do? Have you got some business in mind? Or are you just going to pass the time in polite society? No, that is, I do have some business. I can't explain, but...
Well, whatever it is, it's your affair. What matters as far as I'm concerned is whether you're forcing yourself into the charming company of trollops, generals, and moneylenders. If that's the way it was, excuse me, Prince, but I would laugh at you and start despising you. There are awfully few decent people hereabouts. There's really no one you can respect unreservedly. You can't help looking down on them, and yet they all insist on respect, Varya most of all. And have you noticed, Prince, how everybody's on the make these days? Here I mean, in Russia, in this beloved country of ours.
How it all came about, I've no idea. Everything seemed to be so solidly based, but what's it like now? That's what everybody talks about and people write about it everywhere. They expose things. Everybody exposes things here.
Parents are the first to go on the retreat and feel ashamed at their former moral values. In Moscow now, a father tried to persuade his son to stop at nothing when it came to making money. It was in the papers.
Look at that general of mine. Well, what's he turned into? And yet, you know, I really think my general's a decent chap, really, I mean it.
It's just the mess his life's in, that and the drink.
Honestly, I mean it.
I even feel sorry for him, only I'm afraid to say so in case everybody laughs, but I really do.
And what about the others, the clever ones? They're all money lenders, every last one.
Ippolit defends money lending. He says it has to be that way. Economic crisis, the ebb and flow of capital, blast it. I hate to hear it from him, but he's all embittered. Just imagine, his mother, the widow, gets money from the general and then lends it back to him at high interest. What a dreadful disgrace it is. And do you know, my mama, Nina Alexandrovna, helps Ippolit with money, clothes, and everything, and partly provides for the children as well, through Ippolit, because the widow neglects them. Varya helps as well. There you are, you see, there aren't any decent, strong-minded people about. Everybody's a moneylender according to you, but now you have principled people, your mother and Varya. Lending a hand here in the circumstances is a mark of moral strength, isn't it? Varka does it out of vanity, just showing off and keeping up with mother. Well, mama, really. I respect her. I respect what she does and approve of it. Even Ippolit feels that, and he's got a grudge against the world. At first he was inclined to laugh and thought it demeaning of her, but now he's beginning to feel it sometimes. That's what you call strength, is it? I'll make a note of it. Ganya doesn't know about it, or he'd call it cosseting. So Ganya doesn't know? There's a good deal Ganya doesn't know besides that, the prince let slip as he mused. You know, Prince, I like you a lot. I keep remembering that business this afternoon. Well, I like you very much too, Kolya. Look, where are you thinking of living here? I'll soon be working and earning a bit of money. Let's all live together, you, me and Ippolit. We'll get a flat. We can invite the general. I should be delighted, still we'll see. At the moment I'm very, very upset. What? They're already? In this house, what a splendid entrance. And a hall porter. Well, Kolya, I don't know what's going to come of this. The prince stood looking forlorn. You can tell me about it tomorrow. Don't be too intimidated. Good luck anyway, because I think as you do about everything. I'm going back to tell Ippolit. And of course, they'll receive you, don't worry. She's awfully unconventional. Up the staircase, ground floor, the porter will show you. 13. As he went up the steps, the prince was much troubled and tried his best to cheer himself. The worst they can do, he reasoned, is to turn me away and think ill of me, or perhaps let me in and laugh at me to my face. And never mind that. And in fact that part of it caused him little disquiet, but to the question of why he was going and what on earth he would do there, he was quite unable to find any reassuring answer. If it had only been possible for him to say to Nastasia Philippovna somehow, "Don't marry that man, don't destroy yourself, he doesn't love you, it's your money he loves, he told me so himself, and Aglaya Yepinkina told me, and I've come to tell you, it would hardly be right and proper, even if he were to get the opportunity." There was yet another unresolved question, so crucial that the prince was afraid to think about it or even dare to admit its existence. He didn't know how to formulate it, and flushed and trembled at the very thought. In the end, however, in spite of all these doubts and misgivings, he went in and asked for Nastasia Philippovna. Nastasia Philippovna's flat was magnificently appointed, though not excessively large. During the 5 years of her Petersburg existence there had been a time, at the beginning, when Afanasy Ivanovitch had been particularly open-handed. He had still cherished hopes of her love and thought to win her over, chiefly with comforts and luxuries, knowing how easily luxurious habits are inculcated and how difficult they are to shake off later, when, little by little, they have become necessities. In this respect, Tolstoy had remained faithful to the good old traditions in every particular, having limitless faith in the invincible power of sensual influences. Nastasia Philippovna had not rejected this luxury, had enjoyed it even, but, and this seemed to him most odd, she never succumbed to it. It was as if she could always get along without it. She even attempted to say so plainly on several occasions, much to Tolstoy's discomposure. In fact, there was a good deal about Nastasia Philippovna which disconcerted Afanassy Ivanovich and eventually led him to despise her. Besides the unseemly sorts of people she would sometimes consort with, and hence must have found congenial, there was evidence of other strange propensities, a certain barbarous mixture of two tastes, a capacity for making do with and being content with things and expedients whose very existence one would have thought foreign to any decent and well-bred person. Indeed, to give an example, if Nastasia Philippovna had suddenly displayed a dainty and refined ignorance of the fact that, say, peasant women couldn't afford the kind of cambric underwear she herself wore, Tolstoy would probably have been extremely pleased. His education program for Nastasia Philippovna had been designed to produce this sort of outcome from the first. Tolstoy was a very shrewd man in this respect, but alas, things had gone awry. Despite this, there was and had always been something about Nastasia Philippovna that made Tolstoy marvel at her extraordinary and fascinating originality, a power which sometimes drew him even now, when his former calculations concerning her had come to nothing. The prince was met by a maid. Nastasia Philippovna's servants were always female, who, to his surprise, was not at all startled at his request to be announced. The muddy boots, the broad-brimmed hat, the sleeveless cloak, his flustered appearance, none of this occasioned the least hesitation. She took his cloak and requested him to wait in the hall while she went off at once to announce his arrival. The company gathered at Nastasia Philippovna's consisted of her usual friends and acquaintances. Indeed, compared with the anniversary gatherings of previous years, the guests were few in number. First and foremost, Afanassy Ivanovich Tolstoy and Ivan Fyodorovich Yapankin were present. Both were polite, but both were secretly rather uneasy in their barely concealed expectancy over the promised announcement concerning Ganya. Ganya was there too, of course, also very sullen and preoccupied, even to the point of being unamiable, standing by himself for the most part, away from the others, saying little. He had not ventured to bring Varya, but Nastasia Philippovna did not allude to the fact. On the other hand, as soon as she had greeted him, she did refer to the scene that day with the prince. The general, who hadn't heard about this, began to evince interest, whereupon Ganya related everything which had occurred in a calm, restrained fashion, omitting nothing, including the fact that he had already been to the prince to apologize. At the same time he expressed the fervent opinion that it was odd and unaccountable for the prince to be called an idiot. He thought him quite the opposite. He was a man with all his wits about him. Nastasia Philippovna listened to this tribute with close attention, watching Ganya curiously, but the conversation at once passed to Rogozin, who had figured so prominently in the events of the afternoon and in whom Tolstoy and Yapankin showed intense interest. It appeared that Titsin had something of significance to say about Rogozin, having been with him and active about his affairs till nearly 9 that evening. Rogozin had vigorously insisted on getting hold of 100,000 rubles that very day. He was drunk, of course, observed Titsin, but it seems he'll get his 100,000, however hard it may be. I just don't know whether it'll be today or whether it'll be the full amount. Lots of people are working on it, Kinder. Trepalov, Biskup, he doesn't care about the interest he pays. Of course it's the drink talking and the first careless rapture about his legacy, concluded Titsin. All this was received with interest, of a bleak sort in some quarters. Nastasia Philippovna was silent, clearly not wishing to express an opinion, Ganya likewise. General Yupankin was secretly more disturbed than almost anyone else. The pearl necklace he had presented that morning had been accepted with an excessively chilly politeness, and even a peculiar hint of mockery. Ferdishchenko alone of all the guests was in high spirits and festive mood, laughing loudly on occasion for no particular reason, and then only because he had assumed the role of court jester. Totsky himself, who had the reputation of a subtle and elegant raconteur, the life and soul of the party on former occasions, was clearly not in the vein, uncharacteristically perplexed. The other guests, few as they were, included a poor old schoolmaster, unaccountably invited, a very young man unknown to the company, terribly shy and silent the whole time, a sprightly, actressy lady of around 40, and an extremely beautiful young girl, very well and richly dressed and very taciturn. Not only were they unable to enliven a conversation, they simply didn't know what to talk about at times. Thus the appearance of the prince was opportune indeed. The announcement caused bafflement and several odd smiles, especially when Nastasia Philippovna's astonished expression made it clear that she had had no thought of inviting him. After the initial surprise, however, Nastasia Philippovna at once looked so pleased that the majority promptly prepared to meet the unexpected visitor with laughter and high spirits. "It's probably just his innocence," pronounced Ivan Fedorovich Yupankin, "and it's rather dangerous to encourage such tendencies, but it's no bad thing he took it into his head to call at this moment, unconventional or not, he may cheer us up, at least if I'm any judge. Especially as he invited himself." Ferdishchenko at once put in. "Why, what has that to do with it?" the general inquired coldly. He detested Ferdishchenko. "Because he'll have to sing for his supper," explained the latter. "Well, Prince Mishkin is no Ferdishchenko all the same, sir," the general couldn't help observing, still not reconciled to being on equal social terms with Ferdishchenko. "Ah, General, don't be hard on me," came the smirking reply. "I have my privileges, you know." "And what privileges may they be?" "I had the honor of explaining it in detail to the company the last time. I will repeat it once more for Your Excellency. You see, Your Excellency, everyone has wit, but I have none. As compensation, I have been granted permission to speak the truth, since everyone knows that only unwitty people speak the truth. Besides, I'm a most vindictive person, also a consequence of lack of wit. I can meekly put up with anyone's insults, but only till my tormentor comes to grief. As soon as that happens I remember it at once and get my own back somehow. I kick, as Ivan Petrovich Titsin has said of me. It goes without saying, never kicks anyone. You know Krylov's fable, Your Excellency, the ass and the lion? Well, that's the two of us to the life. It was written about us." "You're talking nonsense again, it seems, Ferdishchenko," the general flared up. "But why get upset, Your Excellency," rejoined Ferdishchenko, who had bargained on getting another chance to rub it in. "Don't worry, Your Excellency, I know my place. If I said that we were the lion and the ass in Krylov's fable, naturally I assume the role of the ass. Your Excellency is the lion, as Krylov says." The mighty lion, scourge of the woods, had lost his strength as he grew older. "And I, Your Excellency, am the ass." "I agree about the last part," the general blurted out incautiously. All this was crude of course, and deliberately engineered, but it was accepted that Ferdishchenko was permitted to play the jester's role. "That's the only reason I'm allowed in here and not thrown out," Ferdishchenko had once exclaimed, "so I can talk just like this. Now is it possible to receive someone like me, I ask you?"
I realize that myself. Can such as Ferdischenko be sat next to a refined gentleman like a fantasy? Ivanovich? There's only one conceivable explanation. I'm put there because such a thing is impossible even to imagine. But although it was crude, it could also be scathing, sometimes very much so, and it was this which appealed to Nastasia Philipovna. Those who very much wanted to visit her had perforce to endure Ferdischenko. He had guessed the real truth, perhaps, realizing that he was received because from the first his presence had been intolerable to Totsky. For his part, Ganya had undergone an infinity of torment at his hands, and in that way he had contrived to be very useful to Nastasia Philipovna. "The prince will start by singing us a popular song of the day," concluded Ferdischenko, glancing to see what Nastasia Philipovna would say. "I don't think so, Ferdischenko, and kindly control yourself," she remarked shortly. "Aha! If he's under special protection, I relent as well." But Nastasia Philipovna ignored him as she rose and walked out to greet the prince. "I was sorry," she said, suddenly appearing before him, "that in the heat of the moment today I forgot to invite you, and I'm very glad you have given me the opportunity yourself of thanking you now and congratulating you on your resolution." As she spoke she stared intently at the prince, striving to gain some inkling of his motive in coming. The prince might have said something in reply to her gracious speech, but he was so dazzled and overwhelmed that he couldn't utter a word. Nastasia Philipovna was pleased to see this. That evening she was in full evening dress and produced a stunning impression. She took his arm and led him towards the guests. At the door to the drawing room the prince halted abruptly and whispered hurriedly, in high agitation. "In you everything is perfection, even being thin and pale. No one would wish to see you different. I wanted to come to you so much. Forgive me." "Don't apologize," laughed Nastasia Philipovna. "That would be too ordinary and conventional. They're right then, when they call you an odd person. So you think me perfection, do you?" "Yes. You may be an expert at guessing, but this time you're wrong. I'll remind you of that later." She introduced the prince to her guests, a good half of whom knew him already. Totsky at once made some polite remark and everyone seemed to liven up somewhat. Talk and laughter broke out immediately. "Nastasia!" Philipovna seated the prince by her side. "Well now, what's so astonishing in the prince turning up?" Ferdischenko raised his voice above everyone else's. "It's as clear as day, speaks for itself." "Too clear and speaks too much for itself," the silent Ganya abruptly put in. "I've been watching the prince virtually all the time today, right from the moment he set eyes on Nastasia Philipovna's portrait for the first time on Ivan Fyodorovich's desk. I well remember what I thought at the time, and now I'm firmly convinced." The prince confessed as much to me himself, incidentally. Ganya said all this perfectly gravely, with no hint of jocularity, morosely even, which seemed rather strange. "I made no confessions to you," the prince replied, going red. "I only answered your question."
Bravo, bravo.
Cried Ferdischenko. "Honest at least, crafty and honest." There was general loud laughter. "Do stop shouting, Ferdischenko," Titsin told him in a disgusted undertone. "I wouldn't have looked for initiative like that from you, Prince," said Ivan Fyodorovich. "I'd expect that sort of thing from someone else altogether. And here was I thinking you were a philosopher. Still waters run deep, eh?"
and to judge by the way the prince blushes at a harmless joke, just like an innocent young girl, I conclude that as a well-brought-up young man, he has the most honorable intentions in mind. The toothless septuagenarian teacher, hitherto totally mute, suddenly spoke up, or rather mumbled, quite out of the blue, since no one had expected him to open his mouth that evening.
Everyone laughed even more.
The oldster, most likely thinking they were appreciating his witticism, began laughing even louder as he looked at them, till a cruel paroxysm of coughing cut him short. At this point Nastasia Philippovna, who for some reason was inordinately fond of eccentric old men and women, even including holy fools, set about making a fuss of him, kissing him a good deal and ordering more tea. When the maid came and she asked for a shawl to be brought for her, she wrapped herself in it and had more logs put on the fire. When asked what time it was, the maid replied that it was already 10:30.
"Gentlemen, wouldn't you like some champagne?" offered Nastasia. Philippovna suddenly. "It's ready and waiting. It might cheer you up. Please don't stand on ceremony."
An invitation to drink, especially couched in such naive terms, sounded queer coming from Nastasia Philippovna. Everyone recalled the high degree of formality which had prevailed at her previous parties. Indeed, the party did liven up, but in a rather unusual fashion. Nobody refused the wine, however. First came the general himself, then the sprightly lady, the old man, then Ferdishchenko, followed by the rest. Totsky took his goblet too, hoping to modulate the new tone the evening was taking by giving it, as far as possible, the character of a pleasant joke.
Ganya alone drank nothing.
It was difficult to make any sense of Nastasia Philippovna's oddly brusque, rapid outbursts, as she took her wine and announced that she would drink 3 glasses that evening, or her hysterical, pointless laughter, abruptly interspersed with silence and moody depression. Some guests supposed she was feverish. They began to notice at length that she too seemed to be expecting something, frequently consulting her watch and becoming irritable and preoccupied.
"You seem to have a little fever," inquired the sprightly lady.
"A great deal, not a little, that's why I'm wrapped in this shawl," replied Nastasia Philippovna, who had in fact grown paler and seemed to be suppressing a violent shivering.
All present grew concerned and stirred uneasily.
"Should we not permit our hostess to rest?" said Totsky, with a glance at the general.
"Most certainly not, gentlemen.
I particularly wish you to remain seated. I have special need of your presence tonight," announced Nastasia Philippovna, with meaningful emphasis. Since virtually all the guests had found out that a most important decision was due to be made that evening, these words seemed extraordinarily significant. The general and Totsky exchanged glances once more.
Ganya made a convulsive movement.
"It would be nice to play some kind of parlor game," remarked the sprightly lady. "I know the most marvelous new parlor game," said Ferdishchenko. "At least it's only been played once, and it didn't work then."
"What was it?" asked the sprightly lady.
"Some of us got together one day, we'd had a few I admit, and somebody suggested that each of us, without getting up from the table, tell something from his own life that he honestly considered to be the worst action he had ever performed in his life, but he had to be honest about it. That was the thing, to be honest, no lying."
"Curious idea," said the general. "Couldn't be more so, Your Excellency, that's the beauty of it."
"Ridiculous idea," said Totsky. "Still, one can understand it, it's a sort of exhibitionism."
"Perhaps that was what we had in mind, Afanasy Ivanovitch."
"That sort of game's more likely to make you cry than laugh," the sprightly lady remarked. "The thing's unthinkable and absurd," opined Titson.
But did it work? Asked Nastasia Philippovna. Well, that's the trouble, it didn't, it was a flop. Everybody did come out with something, a lot of us told the truth, some even enjoyed the telling, if you can imagine that, but later we all felt ashamed, we couldn't keep it up. On the whole, though, it was great fun, in its way. But really, that would be splendid, observed Nastasia Philippovna, suddenly all animation. Really, let's try it, gentlemen. We're rather dull somehow, aren't we? If each one of us agrees to tell something, like that. Voluntarily, of course, no one's forced to do it? Maybe we can keep it up? It's terribly original, at least. Pure genius, said Ferdishchenko. The ladies are excused, incidentally, the men have to start, we'll draw lots, like we did then. Oh yes, we must. If anyone really doesn't want to, he needn't, but that's being a spoilsport. Your lots here, gentlemen, into the hat, the prince can draw them out. Nothing could be simpler. Tell us about the worst action you've ever performed in your life, simple as can be, gentlemen. You'll see, if anyone does happen to forget, I'll undertake to remind him. The idea appealed to no one. Some frowned, while others smiled craftily. Some objected, but not very forcefully, the general, for example, not wishing to cross Nastasia Philippovna since he noticed how much the bizarre idea had taken her fancy. Where her own desires were concerned, Nastasia Philippovna had always been relentlessly single-minded once she had resolved to make them known, however whimsical and pointless they might be, even to her. Now she was in a state verging on hysteria, bustling about, convulsed by fits of laughter, especially at Totsky's nervous protestations. Her dark eyes glittered and 2 red spots had appeared on her ashen cheeks. The glum and squeamish air of some of her guests appeared to inflame her mood of mischief. Perhaps it was the cynicism and cruelty of the game which appealed to her. Some of those present were certain she had a special reason for it all. At all events, they began to fall in with the idea, it was intriguing at least, and to many of them an alluring prospect. Ferdishchenko was more restless than anyone. What if it's something that can't be told, in front of ladies, said the reticent youth timidly. Then don't tell that one, there must be plenty of other nasty deeds, replied Ferdishchenko. Ah, you young people. Well, I really don't know which action of mine is the worst, put in the sprightly lady. Ladies are not obliged to take part, repeated Ferdishchenko, but they have the option, if anyone's inspired to confess, so be it. Men are also exempt if they have a really rooted objection. But what's there to prove I'm not lying? Asked Ganya. And if I am, the whole point of the game goes. Is there anyone here who won't lie? Of course nobody's going to tell the truth. That's one of the fascinating things, seeing what sort of lies a man tells. Anyway, Konechka, you've nothing much to worry about if you do lie. Everybody here knows what your worst action is in any case. Now just you think, gentlemen, cried Ferdishchenko with an air of inspiration, with what eyes we shall look upon each other later, tomorrow for instance, after the tales have been told. Can this really be happening? Is all this really serious, Nastasia Philippovna? Asked Totsky with dignity. If you're afraid of wolves, stay out of the forest, she remarked, smiling ironically. But permit me, Mr. Ferdishchenko, how can one make a parlor game out of this? Pursued Totsky, becoming more and more alarmed. I assure you, such things never work. You say yourself it's already been a failure once. What do you mean, failure? I told my story last time about stealing 3 rubles, I just upped and said it. No doubt. But surely there was no possibility of you telling it in such a way as to have it believed as the truth? And Gavrila Ardalionovic has quite properly pointed out that the whole game falls flat if there's the slightest hint of falsehood. Truth can only be incidental to someone's exhibitionist mood, which would be in the worst possible taste and quite unseemly and unthinkable here. You are indeed a most subtle man, Afanasy Ivanovitch, you positively astonish me, cried Ferdishchenko. Imagine, gentlemen, by pointing out that I couldn't tell the story of my theft so as to be believed, Afanasy Ivanovitch is hinting ever so subtly that I couldn't really have done it, since to mention that sort of thing aloud would be indecent, though he may be perfectly convinced in his heart that Ferdishchenko was only too likely to have been a thief. But to business, gentlemen, to business. The lots have been collected and yours is in too, Afanasy Ivanovitch, that means no one has refused. Prince, draw. The prince silently put his hand into the hat and drew out the first lot, Ferdishchenko, the second Titson, the third the general, the fourth Afanasy Ivanovitch, the fifth his own, the sixth Ganya, and so on. The ladies had not participated. Dear me, what awful luck, cried Ferdishchenko. Here was I thinking that the prince would have the first turn, and the general next. Still, thank heaven, at least Titson is after me, and that will make up for it. Well, gentlemen, of course I am bound to set a good example, but my greatest regret at this moment is that I'm such an undistinguished nobody. Even my rank in the service is the lowest possible. What's really interesting about Ferdishchenko's having done something nasty?
Ils sont embarras de richesse.
Do I really have to talk about that thievery again, just to convince Afanasy Ivanovitch that one may steal without being a thief? You're convincing me, Mr. Ferdishchenko, that one can derive huge enjoyment from relating one's own dirty deeds without being asked. However, your pardon, Mr. Ferdishchenko. Do make a start, Ferdishchenko, you've got a lot to say for yourself, is there no end to it, commanded Nastasia Philippovna, irritably impatient. Everyone noticed that after her recent fits of laughter she had all at once become gloomy, peevish, and irritable. Nevertheless, she stubbornly and despotically insisted on her impossible whim. Totsky was going through agonies. General Yapankin was exasperating him as well. There he was sitting drinking champagne as if there were nothing untoward, even perhaps considering a contribution of his own when his turn came. 14. I've no wit, Nastasia Philippovna, that's why I chatter so much, cried Ferdishchenko as he commenced his story. If I had as much wit as Afanasy Ivanovitch or Ivan Petrovitch, I'd have just sat here today and not said a word, like Afanasy Ivanovitch and Ivan Petrovitch. Allow me to ask your opinion, Prince. I can't help thinking that there are a great many more thieves in the world than non-thieves, and the supremely honest man who has never stolen anything in his life simply doesn't exist. That's how I see it, from which, however, I certainly do not conclude that everyone's a thief, though I swear there are times when I dearly love to think so. But what's your opinion? Well, this is a silly way of telling a story, protested Darya Alexeyevna. What nonsense, it can't be that everybody's stolen something. I've never stolen anything. You have never stolen anything, Darya Alexeyevna, but what says the prince, who has gone all red suddenly? I believe you are right, but you greatly exaggerate, said the prince, who had indeed blushed for some reason. And you've never stolen anything yourself, prince? Well, this is ridiculous. Bethink yourself, Mr. Ferdishchenko, the general intervened. It's as plain, when it comes to the point,
you're ashamed to tell your story, so you try and drag the prince in, because he doesn't stand up for himself, snapped Daria Alexeyevna. Ferdishchenko, either get on with your story or keep quiet and mind your own business.
You're exhausting everybody's patience, said an annoyed Nastasia Philippovna sharply.
At once, Nastasia Philippovna, but since the prince has confessed, and I maintain he has, what would anyone else have said, I name no names, if he had wanted to tell the truth? As far as I'm concerned, gentlemen, there's nothing more to tell, it's all very simple, stupid, and nasty. But I can assure you I'm no thief, I just unaccountably stole something.
It was 3 years ago at Semyon Ivanovich villa, a Sunday it was. He was having a dinner party. After the meal the ladies withdrew.
It occurred to me to ask Maria Semyonovna, the daughter of the house, to play something on the piano. As I walked through the corner room, there were 3 rubles lying on Maria Ivanovna's writing desk, a green note, she'd got it out to pay some household bill.
Not a soul about.
I took the money, and put it in my pocket, I've no idea why.
I can't explain what came over me. I went back quickly and sat down at the table.
I just kept sitting and waiting, in a powerful state of nerves, talking nonstop, telling stories, laughing away, then I went into the ladies.
Half an hour later they started questioning the maids. Suspicion fell on the maid Daria.
I showed great concern and sympathy. I remember, when Daria had gone to pieces altogether, I tried to persuade her to confess openly and in front of everyone, throwing herself on Maria Ivanovna's mercy. Everyone looked at me and I felt enormous pleasure just because I was preaching away with the note lying in my pocket. I drank the 3 rubles that very evening in a restaurant. I walked in and ordered a bottle of Lafitte. I'd never asked for a bottle by itself like that before, I just wanted to get rid of it quickly. My conscience didn't trouble me particularly, either then or later. I wouldn't have done it another time probably, you can believe that or not, as you like, I don't care.
Well, gentlemen, that's it.
Except of course that it's not the worst thing you've ever done, said Daria Alexeyevna, disgusted.
That's a psychological case history, not an action, remarked Totsky. What about the maid? Asked Nastasia Philippovna, not trying to dissimulate a most fastidious distaste.
The maid was dismissed the very next day, of course.
It's a strict household. And you let it happen? Well, that's marvelous. You don't mean I should have gone and accused myself?
Ferdishchenko giggled, disconcerted nevertheless by the deeply unpleasant impression his story had made.
What a filthy thing to do, cried Nastasia Philippovna. Bah! You want to hear the vilest thing a man's done and you want him to be a hero at the same time.
The vilest actions are always the filthiest, we'll hear Titson on that in a moment, and there's a lot that glitters on the outside and wants to seem virtuous because it has its own carriage. A lot of people have their own carriage. How they got them, of course. In a word, Ferdishchenko suddenly lost his temper and got completely carried away, he forgot himself and went too far, his whole face was contorted. Strange as it may seem, he might well have been expecting quite a different reception for his story. These errors of taste and this exhibitionism, as Totsky had put it, happened very often with Ferdishchenko and were very much in character. Nastasia Philippovna was positively trembling with anger as she stared at Ferdishchenko, who at once backed down and fell silent, almost cold with fear. He had gone too far.
Shouldn't we call this off altogether? Asked Totsky slyly.
It's my turn, but I claim my exemption and shan't speak, said Titson firmly.
You don't want to?
I can't, Nastasia Philippovna, and anyway, I think a party game like this is really impossible. General, it seems you're next. Nastasia Philippovna turned to him. If you refuse as well, you will throw us all out, and I shall be sorry because I was counting on telling something from my own life to finish off the game, only I wanted to go after you in a fantasy, Ivanovich. I rely on you to give me courage, she added, laughing. Oh, if you promise as well, cried the general warmly, I'm willing to tell the story of my life if you like, but I admit that while I was waiting for my turn I did prepare a story of my own. And just from your Excellency's face one may conclude that working up your little story has given you particular creative satisfaction, Ferdishchenko nerved himself to observe, still somewhat flustered. His smile was venomous. Nastasia Philippovna glanced fleetingly at the general and also smiled to herself. Her depression and irritation, however, were increasing all the time. Totsky was now doubly alarmed at her promise to tell a story of her own. Like everybody else, gentlemen, I have had occasion to perform actions during my life which weren't altogether pretty, the general began. The strangest thing of all, though, is that I consider the tiny incident I'm about to tell you as the vilest action of my life. Incidentally, nearly 35 years have passed, but I can never recall it without a pang, so to speak. It was a very silly business. I was still an ensign at the time, working my way up in the army. Well, everyone knows a subaltern's existence, hot-blooded and tuppence in your pocket. I had a batman at the time, Nikifor, who was very conscientious about my welfare. He saved, sewed, scrubbed, and cleaned. He even stole anything he could lay his hands on, just so as to add to my possessions. He really was a most loyal and honest fellow. For my part, I was, naturally, firm but fair. It so happened that we were quartered in a little town for a time. I was billeted in a suburb with the widow of a retired sub-lieutenant. About 80 or near enough, the old girl was. Her little wooden house was ancient and dilapidated, and she was too poor to have a maid, even. The main thing about her was that she had had a numerous family and relatives at one time. Some had died, others gone away, some had forgotten about the old woman, and her husband had been buried for about 45 years. There had been a niece living with her for a few years before this, a humpbacked woman, wicked as a witch they said. Even bit the old woman's finger once. Still, even she died off, so that the old woman had been existing all on her own for around 3 years. It was dull as could be for me, and she was so stupid you couldn't get anything out of her. Eventually she stole a cock from me. That business was never cleared up, but it couldn't have been anybody else. We quarreled over it in real earnest, and it so happened that as soon as I applied, I was transferred to the other side of town, to a room in a house belonging to a merchant with a huge family and an enormous beard, as I recall. Nikifor and I were glad to move, and I left the old woman, still annoyed with her. 3 days passed and I come back from drill and Nikifor announces, "We shouldn't have left the bowl at the old woman's, there's nothing to serve the soup in." I was astonished, of course. "What do you mean? How did we leave the bowl with the landlady?" Nikifor was surprised, and said that while we were moving the old woman had hung onto the bowl, saying it was in exchange for a pot of her own I had broken, and that I had made the offer myself. This meanness of hers naturally drove me wild. My blood boiled and I leapt to my feet and dashed round there. I get to the old woman's fairly beside myself, so to speak. I see her sitting in the passageway all on her own in the corner, cheek resting on her hand, as if she was keeping out of the sun. I let out a flood of abuse straight away. "You so-and-so, you know the sort of thing, Russian style." As I look at her I feel there's something odd about her. She's sitting there staring at me, eyes popping and no word of reply, just staring, strange as can be, seeming to rock from side to side. I calmed down a bit in the end and looked closer, asking her something, no answer. I stood for a while hesitating, flies buzzed, the sun was going down, everything was quiet. At last I went out completely at a loss. I was summoned to see the major before I reached home, then I had to go to the squadron, so it was quite dark by the time I got back.
Nikifor's first words were, "You know our old landlady's gone and died, Your Honor?" "When?" "Today, evening time, about an hour and a half ago."
At the very time I'd been swearing at her, she'd been passing away.
I was so shocked, I tell you, I couldn't get over it. I began brooding over it, even dreaming about it. Of course I'm not superstitious, but I went to the funeral service on the third day. Well, anyway, the longer time goes on, the more I think about it. I don't worry about it exactly, but I get to picturing it and it makes me feel uncomfortable. I've worked out what the main point is. Firstly, she was a woman, a fellow creature, or human being as they put it nowadays. She'd lived a long time, and finally reached her span. At one time she'd had children, a husband, household, relatives, all that bubbling around her, so to speak, all the laughter, so to speak, then all of a sudden, complete blank, everything vanished and her left alone, like a kind of fly, bearing some immemorial curse. And so, at length, God brought her to her end. At sunset, a calm summer evening, my old woman flies away too. Of course there's a moral lesson here, and then at the very moment, instead of tears of farewell, so to speak, some desperate young lieutenant, arms akimbo and full of himself, sees her off from the earth with a flood of Russian swear words on account of a missing bowl. Of course I was guilty, and although I've long since looked on it as the action of another man, owing to the passage of time and changes in my own nature, I still regret what I did. So, I repeat, it really does seem strange to me, particularly since it wasn't entirely my fault. Why did she take it into her head to die at that precise moment? Of course, there is one excuse. What I did was in a way psychological, but I couldn't rest easy all the same until about 15 years ago, when I endowed 2 chronically ill old women in the almshouse, to soften the last days of their earthly existence by a decent provision. I intend leaving enough money in my will to make the provision permanent. Well, that's all there is to it, gentlemen. I repeat that maybe I've been guilty of a lot of things in my time, but this incident I honestly consider to be the very worst action of my entire life. And instead of telling us the worst action of your life, Your Excellency, you've told us one of your good deeds. You've cheated Ferdishchenko, declared the latter. Indeed, General, I never imagined you had such a kind heart after all. I'm almost sorry, said Nastasia Philippovna casually. Sorry? Why on earth? The general asked with a gracious laugh, drinking off his champagne, not without a touch of complacency. Now it was the turn of Totsky, who had also prepared himself. They had all guessed that he wouldn't refuse as Titson had done, and for a number of reasons they awaited his story with particular interest, peering at Nastasia Philippovna the while. With an air of great dignity, totally in keeping with his noble bearing, Afanasy Ivanovitch began one of his charming stories in a low, gentle voice. It should be pointed out that he was an imposing figure, tall, stately, balding with a touch of gray, and rather stout, with soft, florid, rather pendulous cheeks and false teeth. He wore elegant, loose-fitting clothes and exquisite linen. His plump white hands fairly drew the eye. On the index finger of his right hand there was a costly diamond ring. Throughout his story, Nastasia Philippovna gazed intently at the lace frill of her sleeve and kept pinching it with 2 fingers of her left hand. She did not once glance at the speaker. What eases my task above all else, began Afanasy Ivanovitch,
is the inescapable obligation to relate the very worst action of my entire life. In that case, of course, there can be no hesitation. Conscience and the promptings of the heart immediately dictate exactly what one should say. I have to confess with a heavy heart that among the countless thoughtless and wayward actions of my life, there is one which has left all too painful an impression on my memory. It took place about 20 years ago. I had taken a trip into the country to see Platon Ordintsev. He had just been elected Marshal of Nobility and was spending the winter holiday there with his young wife, Anfisa Alexievna. Her birthday coincided with this, so 2 dances had been arranged. At that time Dumas Phil's charming novel, La Dame aux Camélias, was all the rage and had just created a sensation in high society. It is a poem, in my opinion, which is ageless and will never pass away. In the provinces all the ladies were in ecstasies over it, those who had read it at least. The charm of the book, the novelty of the treatment of the heroine, that seductive world so subtly dissected, and last but not least, all those enchanting details scattered about the book, for example about when to use alternate bouquets of red and white camellias, in short all these delightful touches, taken together, produced little short of a sensation. Camellias became the height of fashion. Everybody wanted camellias, everybody was looking for them. I ask you, how many camellias can you get hold of out in the provinces when they're in demand for every ball? Few as those were. At the time, Petya Vorkovskoy was languishing after Anfisa Alexievna, poor fellow. I honestly don't know if there was anything between them, that is, I mean whether he could have had any serious hope at all. The poor chap was going off his head trying to get hold of some camellias for Anfisa Alexievna on the night of the ball. It had become known that the Countess Satskaya from Petersburg, the guest of the governor's wife, and Sofia Vespilova would be turning up with bouquets of white ones. Anfisa Alexievna wanted red, in order to produce her own effect. Poor Platon was almost driven mad, of course, being the husband. He undertook to get hold of the flowers, and what do you think happened? The night before, Katerina Alexandrovna Medeskiva had snapped them up. She was Anfisa Alexievna's deadly rival in all matters, and the two were at daggers drawn. Naturally there were hysterics and swooning. Platon was a failure. It goes without saying that if Petya could lay his hands on a bouquet somewhere at this interesting juncture, his cause would be greatly advanced. A woman's gratitude in such cases is limitless. He rushed about like a madman, but it was impossible, needless to say. I ran into him unexpectedly at 11 o'clock on the eve of the birthday ball at a neighbor of the Ordintsevs, Maria Petrovna Zubkova. He fairly glowed. "What's happened?" "I've found them." "Eureka!" "Well, friend, that is a surprise." "Where?" "How?" "In Yekshaysk." This was a township about 15 miles from there, in the next province. Trepolov's in business there, big beard and big money, lives with his old woman and canaries instead of children. They're both mad on flowers and they've got camellias. Good heavens, but you can't be sure, what if he won't give you them? I'll go down on my knees and grovel at his feet until he does, otherwise I won't leave. When are you going then? Tomorrow at crack of dawn, 5 o'clock. Well, good luck. So I was glad for him, I got back to the Ordintsevs, past 1 o'clock, it was still running through my mind. I was ready for bed when I had a brilliant idea. I went straight through to the kitchen and woke Savily, the coachman, gave him 15 rubles,
Have the horses ready in half an hour." In that time the sleigh was at the gates. I was told Anfisa Alexeyevna had a migraine and was delirious in a fever. I got in and set off. I was in Yeksheysk before 5 and waited till dawn in the coachhouse yard, not a moment more. Before 7 I was at Trepolov's. I tell him the tale. "Have you got any camellias?" "Father, dear sir, please help, save me, I'll get on my knees." An old man before me, tall, gray, grim, a formidable old man. "No, no, not a hope. I refuse." Down I flop at his feet. Full length. "My dear man, what are you doing? What are you doing?" He was positively alarmed. "There's a human life at stake." I shout. "Go on, take them, if that's the case, and God be with you." I cut my fill of red camellias. Marvelous, exquisite blooms, he had a small greenhouse full of them. The old man sighed. I pulled out 100 rubles. "Now don't you go insulting me like that." "In that case," said I. "Venerable sir, please accept the money for the local hospital to improve the food and maintenance." "Now that, dear sir," says he, "is another matter. That's a good and noble action and pleasing in the sight of the Lord. I will present the money to the hospital as a gift in your name." I took a liking to him, that Russian old man, a real Rusky of the old school, de la vraie souche. Elated by my success I set off back, making a detour so as not to run into Petya. As soon as I arrived, I sent up the bouquet to Anfisa Alexeyevna for when she woke. You can imagine the joy, the gratitude, the tears of gratitude. Platon, dead and done for the day before, weeps on my chest. Alas! All husbands have been the same since the institution of holy matrimony. I do not venture to add more, but Petya's chances were completely ruined after that episode. I thought he'd kill me when he found out. I even prepared myself to face him, but what actually happened I'd never have believed. He fainted away, delirium by evening and fever by morning, sobbing like a child, convulsions. A month later, barely convalesced, he volunteered for the Caucasus, quite a romantic tale. Finally he was killed in the Crimea. His brother, Stepan Vorkovskoy, had made a name for himself at the time and commanded a regiment. I admit my conscience troubled me for many years afterwards. Why, what reason had I for crushing him like that? It's not as though I was in love myself at the time. It was pure mischief, for the sake of a mere flirtation, no more. If I hadn't intercepted his bouquet, who knows, he might be alive now, happy and prosperous, with no thought of going out and fighting the Turks. Afanasy Ivanovitch ceased speaking with the same weighty dignity with which he had commenced his story. It was noticeable that Nastasia Philippovna's eyes held a peculiar sparkle and her lips quivered when he had finished. Everyone beheld them both with curiosity. They've cheated Ferdishchenko. They really have. No, but this is what I call cheating, cried Ferdishchenko plaintively, realizing that something might, indeed should, be said at this point. And whose fault is it you didn't catch on? You should learn from clever people. Darya Alexeyevna cut him off almost triumphantly. She had long been an old and loyal friend and ally of Totsky. You're right, Afanasy Ivanovitch, this is far too boring. Better finish it off, said Nastasia Philippovna casually. I'll tell my own story as I promised, and let's play cards. The promised story first though, the general approved warmly. Prince, Nastasia Philippovna addressed him with abrupt asperity, here you see my old friends, the general and Afanasy Ivanovitch, they keep wanting me to get married. Tell me what you think, shall I get married or not? Whatever you say, I'll do it. Afanasy Ivanovich went pale, the general stiffened. Everyone stared and craned their necks. Ganya froze on the spot. To whom? Asked the prince faintly.
Gavrila Ardalionovich Ivolgin, Nastasia Philippovna continued, brusquely, firmly, and distinctly as before. Some seconds of silence ensued. The prince appeared to be struggling to speak, but without success, as if some dreadful weight was pressing on his chest. And no, don't, he whispered at length, drawing his breath with an effort. Then let it be so. Gavrila Ardalionovich. She addressed him imperiously and with a certain exultation. You have heard the prince's decision? Well, that is my answer, and let that be an end of the matter once and for all. Nastasia Philippovna, faltered Afanasy Ivanovich. Nastasia Philippovna, the general brought out, his voice coaxing but alarmed. There was a general stir of disquiet. What's the matter, gentlemen? She pursued, regarding her guests with apparent surprise. Why so upset? And what faces you all have! But, remember, Nastasia Philippovna, mumbled Totsky in a hesitant voice, you gave your promise, entirely of your own free will, you might have spared us some of this. I am at a loss, and embarrassed of course, but, well, now, at such a moment and, in front of people, and it's all, to conclude such an important matter with a parlor game like this, a matter of honor and feeling, on which depends. I don't understand you, Afanasy Ivanovich, you really are confused. In the first place, what do you mean in front of people? Aren't we in the excellent company of close friends? And why parlor game? I did really want to tell my story, well, so I have, it's a good one surely? And why do you say not serious? Surely it is serious? You heard me tell the prince, whatever you say, I'll do it. If he'd said yes, I'd have given my consent at once, but he said no, and I refused. My whole life was hanging on a thread then, what could be more serious? But the prince, what has the prince got to do with it? And who is the prince when all's said and done, muttered the general, barely able to contain his exasperation that the prince should have this mortifying measure of authority. What the prince has to do with it is that he is the first man I have met in my whole life whom I can trust as a truly devoted friend. He believed in me at first sight and I believe in him. It only remains for me to thank Nastasia Philippovna for the extraordinary tact with which she has dealt with me, said Ganya at length, pale, lips twisting and voice unsteady. Just how it should have been. But the prince. The prince's part in this is to get his hands on the 75,000, you mean? Nastasia Philippovna interrupted suddenly. Is that what you meant? Don't try to pretend, that's exactly what you meant to say. Afanasy Ivanovich, I forgot to add, you take the 75,000 yourself and understand that I am giving you your liberty for nothing. Enough is enough. You need to breathe freely as well, after all. 9 years and 3 months. Tomorrow, a new life. But today is my birthday and I'm my own mistress for the first time in my entire life. General, you take your pearls too, and give them to your wife, here they are, from tomorrow I'm leaving this apartment for good. There will be no more soirees, gentlemen. So saying, she suddenly rose as if intending to leave. Nastasia Philippovna. Nastasia Philippovna, came from all sides. Everyone was roused and stood up from their seats to surround her. Everyone was concerned at hearing these feverish, jerky, frantic words. Everyone felt a sense of something gone wrong. No one could make sense of it or understand the situation. At that moment there came a violent ringing of the bell, just like at Ganya's apartment that afternoon. This is the denouement. At last. 11:30, cried Nastasia Philippovna. I beg you to sit down, ladies and gentlemen, this is the denouement. So saying, she took her seat. A strange laugh played about her lips. She sat silent, in a fever of expectation, and stared at the door. Rogozin and his 100,000, for a certainty, muttered Titson under his breath. 15. The maid Katya came in, considerably frightened. Heaven knows what's going on out there, Nastasia Philippovna. A dozen men have tumbled in, all drunk, ma'am. They're asking to be shown in. They say it's Rogozin and that you know all about it. That's right, Katya, show them in at once. Not all of them, ma'am. They're in a disgraceful state. Terrible. All of them, let them all in, Katya, don't be afraid, every last one, they'd come in anyway. Listen to the row they're making, just like this afternoon. Gentlemen, you may be offended, she addressed her guests, that I received this sort of company in your presence. I'm very sorry and I apologize, but it has to be, and I would very, very much like you to agree to be my witnesses at this denouement, though of course, that's up to you. The guests continued whispering and exchanging astonished glances, but it had become perfectly obvious that all this had been planned and arranged in advance and that Nastasia Philippovna, though clearly off her head, was determined to have her way. All of them were dying of curiosity. Besides, nobody present was likely to be too alarmed anyway. There were only two ladies, Darya Alexeyevna, a sprightly sort who had seen a lot in her time and would be difficult to fluster, and the beautiful, silent stranger. This silent stranger would hardly grasp what was going on. She was a visitor from Germany and didn't know any Russian, besides which she was apparently as stupid as she was beautiful. She was a novelty, and it had become the thing to invite her to certain soirees, gorgeously attired and with her hair done up exhibition style, and just sit her down like a beautiful picture to adorn the evening, just as other people borrow a picture, vase, statue, or screen on the occasion of their own party. As for the men, Titson was a friend of Rogozin's and Ferdishchenko was in his element here. Ganya, still not recovered, had a vague but overmastering sense of the burning necessity of remaining in the pillory till the very end. The old schoolmaster, who had little notion of what was going on, was almost in tears and literally shook with fear as he observed this extraordinary agitation around him and in Nastasia Philippovna, whom he doted on like a grandchild, but he would sooner have died than desert her at such a moment. As for Totsky, he could not compromise himself with such goings-on, of course, but he was far too interested in this affair, notwithstanding the crazy turn it had taken. Besides, Nastasia Philippovna had let fall a few words for his benefit which made it impossible for him to leave before the business was finally cleared up. He resolved to sit it out to the end, saying nothing whatever, simply as a spectator, which indeed was appropriate to his dignity. Only General Yapankin, deeply wounded as he had just been by the unceremonious and ridiculous return of his gift, might possibly be even more offended by all these freakish events or, for instance, by Rogozin's appearance. Besides, a man of his sort had already demeaned himself enough by agreeing to sit down alongside the likes of Titson and Ferdishchenko. But whatever he might be led to do by the intensity of his passion, his feeling of what was due to him, his sense of duty, rank, and status, his own self-respect indeed, would prevail in the end, so that Rogozin and company were unthinkable, at least in the presence of His Excellency. General, Nastasia Philippovna at once cut him off as soon as he made to address her. I was forgetting. But rest assured I had anticipated your protest. If you feel very hurt I shan't insist on detaining you, though I would very much like to see you in particular close at hand. At all events, I thank you very much for your acquaintance and flattering attentions, but if you're afraid... Good heavens, Nastasia Philippovna, cried the general in an access of chivalrous generosity, can it be me you're addressing? Now I'll stay by your side out of pure devotion and in case there should be any sort of danger. Besides which I have to confess I'm extremely curious. I only meant to say that they would spoil the carpets and maybe break something. And they shouldn't be let in at all in my opinion, Nastasia Philippovna. Rogozin in person, announced Ferdishchenko. What do you think, Afanasy Ivanovich? The general managed a quick whisper, hasn't she gone off her head? I don't mean metaphorically, I mean in the strict medical sense, eh? I kept telling you she was always this way inclined, Afanasy Ivanovich whispered back, slyly. And feverish besides. Rogozin's crew was made up much as it had been that afternoon. The only additions were a dissolute old wretch, the former editor of a disreputable paper specializing in exposés, who was rumored to have pawned his gold teeth for drink, and a retired sub-lieutenant, a doughty rival and competitor in profession and calling of the afternoon gentleman with the fists. He was an utter stranger to the Rogozin crowd, who had picked him up on the sunny side of Nevsky Prospect, where he was stopping. Passers-by and asking for alms in the high-flown language of Marlinsky, under the crafty pretext that he himself used to give away 15 rubles to beggars in his time. The two rivals had taken against one another immediately. The afternoon gentleman with the fists considered himself positively affronted after the beggar had been added to the party, and being taciturn by nature confined himself to growling occasionally, like a bear, and regarded with the utmost contempt the attempts of the beggar, who turned out to be a diplomat and man of the world, to ingratiate himself and curry favor. When it came to business, the sub-lieutenant looked likely to succeed more by skill and resource than main force, and besides he was quite a bit shorter than the man with the fists. Bragging fearfully, though without actually starting an argument, he had several times adroitly hinted at the superiority of English boxing. In short, he was an out-and-out westernizer. For his part, the gentleman with the fists merely smiled in annoyed contempt at the word boxing, and without deigning to contradict his rival openly, now and again silently displayed as if by accident, or more precisely moved into view, a wholly national object, a huge, sinewy, gnarled fist, covered in reddish down, and everyone realized that if this profoundly national object were to land flush on its target, it would reduce it to pulp. Thanks to the efforts of Rogozin himself, who had had his visit to Nastasia Philippovna very much in mind all day, none of them were really primed. For his own part he had sobered up almost completely, but was practically dazed by all the events of that chaotic day, unlike any other in his entire life. One thing only he kept continuously in view, in mind and heart, every minute, every second. In pursuit of that one thing he had spent the whole time between 5 o'clock in the afternoon and 11 at night, in ceaseless anxiety and alarm, negotiating with sundry kinders and bishops who had almost gone crazy themselves, racing about like madmen on his behalf. All the same, they had contrived to raise that 100,000 in cash of which Nastasia Philippovna had hinted so vaguely and mockingly in passing, at interest rates Biskup himself was too ashamed to confide to Kinder above a whisper. Just as earlier in the day, Rogozin led the way, the others followed him, somewhat uneasy, fully conscious of their advantage, but slightly abashed for all that. Above all, they were afraid of Nastasia Philippovna, goodness knows why. Some of them even thought they were all going to be kicked downstairs at once. One of that opinion was Zalyazev, dandy and ladykiller. The rest, however, particularly the fist-man, cherished at heart a profound, if unspoken, contempt, even hatred, towards Nastasia Philipovna, and had come to her flat as if to lay siege. The magnificence of the first two rooms, however, objects they had never seen or heard of, rare furniture, pictures, the huge statue of Venus, it all aroused in them an overwhelming sense of respect, almost of fear. This, however, did not prevent them all from crowding little by little after Rogozin into the drawing-room, insolently curious despite their apprehension, but once the fist-man, the beggar, and some of the others noticed General Yapenkin among those present, they were so disheartened for a moment that they even began retreating into the other room. Lebedev alone was bold and self-assured enough to step forward almost alongside Rogozin, aware of the significance of 1,400,000 in cash, with 100,000 now, this minute, in their hands. It should be noted, however, that all of them, including the worldly wise Lebedev, were somewhat uncertain as to the limits and extent of their powers. Could they really do as they liked or not? There were moments when Lebedev was ready to swear that they could, but at others he felt uneasily impelled to recall several generally encouraging and reassuring civil law articles, just in case. The impression produced on Rogozin himself by Nastasia Philipovna's drawing room was the opposite of that made on all his companions. As soon as the door curtain was raised and he caught sight of Nastasia Philipovna, all else ceased to exist for him, just as it had that afternoon, in fact more intensely than it had that afternoon. He turned pale and halted for an instant. It could be guessed that his heart was thumping wildly. He gazed fixedly at Nastasia Philipovna for several seconds, diffident and uncertain. Suddenly, as if taking leave of his senses entirely, he almost staggered up to the table, knocking against Titson's chair as he did so, and trod with his huge, filthy boots on the lace hem of the silent German beauty's magnificent blue dress. He didn't apologize, didn't even notice. On reaching the table, he placed upon it the strange object with which he had entered the room, bearing it before him in both hands. It was a large paper parcel, about 6 inches high and 8 inches long, wrapped firmly and securely in a copy of the Stock Exchange News and tied very tightly all round and twice across with the kind of string they use on sugar loaves. Then he stood up and without a word dropped his hands to his sides, as if awaiting sentence. He was wearing exactly what he had worn earlier in the day, except for a brand new silk scarf round his neck, bright green and red, with an enormous diamond pin in the form of a beetle, and a massive diamond ring on a finger of his grimy right hand. Lebedev stopped short 3 paces from the table. The rest, as already mentioned, were gradually making their way into the room. Katya and Pasha, Nastasia Philipovna's maids, also came running to look through the door curtain in utter amazement and fright. "What is it?" asked Nastasia Philipovna, surveying Rogozin with intent curiosity and indicating the object with her eyes. 100,000, he replied almost in a whisper. So he kept his word. What a man! Please sit down, here, on this chair. I've got something to tell you later. Who've you got with you? All your afternoon crew? Well, let them come in and take a seat. There's room over there on the sofa, and another sofa there. 2 armchairs there. Don't they want to, or what? Indeed, some of them were positively embarrassed and retired to sit down in the other room, but others remained and disposed themselves as invited, though some way from the table, mostly in corners. Some still wished to efface themselves, while distance quickly lent others a somewhat artificial courage. Rogozin also sat down as indicated, but not for long. He soon got up again and remained on his feet thereafter. Gradually he began to make out the guests and survey them. On seeing Gania, he smiled venomously and whispered to himself, "There he is." He glanced at the general and Afanasy Ivanovitch without embarrassment, without any special curiosity even. When he noticed the prince, however, close by Nastasia Philipovna, he was extremely astonished and couldn't take his eyes off him for a long time, seemingly unable to come to terms with this encounter. He appeared at moments to be actually dazed. Besides the upheavals of the day, he had spent the whole of the previous night in a railway carriage and had not slept for almost 48 hours. "This, gentlemen, is 100,000, said Nastasia Philipovna, addressing them all with a sort of feverishly eager defiance, "here in this dirty package." Today he shouted like a madman that he would bring me 100,000 this evening, and I'd been waiting for him all this time. It was he who bargained for me. He started with 18,000, then he jumped to 40, then finally this 100. He kept his word after all. Lord, how pale he is. This all happened at Ganya's this afternoon. I went to pay his mama a visit, to my future family, and there his sisters shouted at me to my face, "Won't they turn this shameless woman out?" And spat in Ganechka's face, her own brother. A girl of spirit. "Nastasia Philipovna," said the general reproachfully. He was beginning to comprehend the situation somewhat, after his own fashion. "What's the matter, General? Unseemly, you mean? Let's stop all this humbug, shall we? If I sat in a box at the French theater, like an image of unapproachable dress circle virtue, and fled like a wild thing from all those who have been pursuing me for the last 5 years, looking a picture of proud innocence, it was only because my stupidity made me do it. And now he has come and put 100,000 on the table in front of you all, after 5 whole years of innocence, and their troikas are probably standing outside waiting for me. So, he valued me at 100,000. Ganechka, I can see that you're still angry at me? Surely you didn't mean to bring me into your family, did you? Me, Rogozin's woman. What did the prince tell you this afternoon? I didn't say you were Rogozin's woman, you aren't, the prince brought out unsteadily. Nastasia Philipovna, that's enough now, my dear, that's enough, darling. Daria Alexeyevna could no longer contain herself. If they make you feel so wretched, why pay them any heed? And surely you don't intend going off with people like that, even for 100,000? Of course 100,000 is quite something. You take it and chase him away, that's the way to deal with them. Ah, in your place I'd see the lot of them, the very idea. Daria Alexeyevna had really got herself worked up into a temper. She was a soft-hearted creature and very apt to become emotional. Don't get upset, Daria Alexeyevna, Nastasia Philipovna smiled at her. I wasn't speaking to him in anger. Was I really reproaching him? I honestly can't understand how I could have been so foolish as to want to enter a respectable family. I sought his mother, you know, and kissed her hand. As for that exhibition of mine at your place today, Ganya, it was because I quite deliberately wanted to see for the last time just how far you would go. Well, you really astonish me, I have to say. I was ready for a great deal, but not that. Surely you wouldn't have married me, knowing that the general had given me a string of pearls like that practically on the eve of your wedding and I had accepted them? And what about Rogozin, then? After all, he had bid for me in front of your mother and sister in your own house, yet after that you came here to make a match, and nearly brought your sister. Is it really true what Rogozin said, that you'd crawl to Vasilevsky Island on your hands and knees for 3 rubles? He certainly would, said Rogozin quietly, but with an air of the utmost conviction. It would be all right if you were starving, but they say you get a good salary.
And as well as the disgrace and everything else, just think of bringing a hated wife into your family, because you do hate me, I know that. No, now I can believe a man like that could murder for money.
They're all of them so obsessed with greed, torn apart for money, they seem to have gone mad. A mere child and he's dying to be a moneylender. I can see him winding silk thread round his razor to make it firm, then coming up quietly from behind and cutting his friend's throat, like a sheep, as I was reading just lately.
Oh, what a shameless man you are. I'm shameless and you're worse. I say nothing about that bouquet fancier there.
Is this you? Is this really you, Nastasia Philippovna?
The general threw his arms up in genuine distress. You, so refined, such subtle ideas, and now? What language! What a way to talk!
I'm drunk, General, Nastasia Philippovna laughed suddenly.
I want to have a good time. Today is my day, my high day and holiday, the one I've been waiting for long enough. Daria Alexeyevna, see that bouquet fancier there, that Monsieur Aux Camellias, sitting there laughing at us.
I'm not laughing, Nastasia Philippovna, I am merely listening with the utmost attention, Totsky parried with dignity.
So then, why have I been tormenting him for all of 5 years and not let him go? Was he worth it? He's just the kind of man you would expect. What's more, he probably thinks I've treated him badly. He saw to my upbringing after all, kept me like a countess, and the money he laid out. He found me a respectable husband back then, and now Ganechka, and what would you think? I haven't lived with him for the last 5 years, but I've been taking his money and thought I was in the right. That's how confused I was. Here you are saying, take the 100,000 and chase them away if you're disgusted. It certainly is disgusting. I could have got married long ago, and not to Ganeshka either, but that would have been disgusting enough too. And what have I got out of these 5 angry years of mine? Believe me or not, about 4 years ago I used to think at times, why don't I just go and marry my Afanasy Ivanovich? I thought of that out of spite. There were lots of things going through my head in those days, but I could have forced him to, you know. He used to urge me to it himself, if you can believe it. He didn't mean it, of course, but he's very susceptible. He doesn't know what self-restraint is. Later on though, thank the Lord, I thought, is he worth all this anger? And I felt so disgusted at him all of a sudden that if he had courted me himself, I wouldn't have accepted. And 5 whole years I kept this up. No, better to be out on the streets where I belong. Either have a fling with Rogozin or become a washerwoman tomorrow. Because I've got nothing of my own, when I go, I'll leave everything of his, the very last rag, and who will take me without anything? Ask Ganya here, would he? Even Ferdischenko wouldn't have me. Ferdischenko might not, Nastasia Philippovna, I'm frank about it, interposed Ferdischenko, but the prince would. You sit here complaining, but just look at the prince. I've had my eye on him for a long while. Nastasia Philippovna turned to the prince, curious. Is that true? She asked. Yes, whispered the prince. You'd take me as I am, with nothing? Yes, Nastasia Philippovna. Well, here's another story, muttered the general. Might have known. The prince bent his sorrowful, stern, penetrating gaze on Nastasia Philippovna, who continued to scrutinize him. Listen who's talking, she said suddenly, addressing Daria Alexeyevna again. It's pure goodness of heart, I know him. I've found a benefactor. Still, it might be true what they say about him, that, you know. What are you going to live on then, since you're so much in love that you'll take Rogozin's woman, prince that you are? I take you as an honest woman, Nastasia Philippovna, not Rogozin's, said the prince. I'm an honest woman, you mean? Yes. Well, that's the sort of thing you read about in novels. Prince, darling, that's all old-fashioned nonsense. The world has grown wiser nowadays. In any case, how can you get married? You'd need a nurse to look after you. The prince rose and, in a timid, quavering voice, but with an air of deep conviction, brought out. I know nothing of life, Nastasia Philippovna, I've seen nothing, you're right, but I believe that you would be doing me honor, not the other way about. I am nothing, but you have suffered and emerged from that hell pure, and that means a great deal. Why on earth do you feel shame and think of going off with Rogozin? You're feverish. You've given Mr. Totsky the 70,000 back and you say that you'll give up everything there is here, everything. That's something no one here could do. Nastasia Philippovna. I love you. I would die for you, Nastasia Philippovna. I won't allow anyone to say a word against you. Nastasia Philippovna, if we're poor, I'll work, Nastasia Philippovna. At these last words Ferdishchenko and Lebedev could be heard sniggering, and even the general grunted to himself in considerable displeasure. Titsyn and Totsky could not help smiling, but restrained themselves. The rest simply stood gaping in astonishment. But perhaps we won't be poor, we'll be very rich, Nastasia Philippovna, the prince pursued in the same timid voice. I'm afraid I don't know for certain, and I'm sorry I haven't been able to find out about it all day, but in Switzerland I got a letter from Moscow from a Mr. Selaskin, and he informs me that I may receive a very considerable legacy. Here's the letter. The prince did in fact draw a letter from his pocket. Well, is he raving or not? Muttered the general. This is an absolute madhouse. There followed a moment's silence. I believe you said the letter was from Selaskin, said Titsyn. He's a well-known man in his circle, a well-known solicitor, and if it is really he who wrote to you, you may believe him implicitly. Luckily I know his handwriting, as I did some business with him recently. If you were to let me have a glance, perhaps I could tell you something. The prince wordlessly held it out to him with a trembling hand. Well, what is it? What is it? The general recovered himself, looking round at everyone, baffled. It's not really a legacy, is it? All eyes were on Titsyn as he read the letter. The general curiosity had received a fresh and extraordinary impetus. Ferdishchenko couldn't sit down. Rogozin stared in bewilderment, shifting his gaze from Titsyn to the prince and back again in fearful anxiety. Darya Alexeyevna was on tenterhooks. Even Lebedev couldn't stand it. He emerged from his corner and craned his neck perilously to peer at the letter over Titsyn's shoulder, with the apprehensive air of a man about to be cuffed for his pains. 16. It's the genuine article, announced Titsyn, folding it up and returning it to the prince. You're to receive an extremely large sum, without any strings attached, through the incontestable will of your aunt. Impossible, exclaimed the general, like a pistol shot. All mouths gaped afresh. Titsyn explained, addressing himself for the most part to the general, that the prince's aunt, whom he had never known personally, had died 5 months previously.
She had been his mother's eldest sister and was the daughter of a Moscow merchant of the Third Guild, by name Papushin, who had died bankrupt and poverty-stricken. The elder brother of this Papushin, however, who had also recently died, was a well-known and wealthy merchant. About a year ago, this man's only 2 sons had died almost within a month. This was such a shock to him that the old man himself took ill and died not long afterwards. He was a widower and had no heirs at all, apart from his niece, the prince's aunt, an extremely poor woman who was living with relatives. By the time she got the legacy, this aunt was dying of the dropsy, but managed to make a will and at once instituted a search for the prince, entrusting the matter to Selaskin. Neither the prince nor the doctor with whom he was living in Switzerland had apparently cared to wait for official notification or make any inquiries, and the prince had decided to set off himself, with Selaskin's letter in his pocket. "The one thing I can tell you," Titsin concluded, turning to the prince, "is that all this must be incontrovertible and correct, and everything Selaskin writes concerning the legality and incontestable nature of the case you may regard as so much ready money in your pocket. I congratulate you, Prince. Perhaps you'll get 1.5 million too, or indeed even more." Papushin was a very rich man. 3 cheers for the last of the Mishkins, whooped Ferdischenko. "Hurrah!" croaked Lebedev in a drunken voice. "And here was I lending him 25 rubles this morning, poor fellow, ha! It passes belief, indeed it does," said the general, almost dumbfounded. "Well, congratulations, congratulations." He rose and went up to the prince to embrace him. Behind him, others began to get up and make their way towards the prince. Even those who had withdrawn behind the door curtain began appearing in the drawing room. A hubbub arose, exclamations, even calls for champagne, all was jostling and bustle. For a moment they had even forgotten Nastasia Philippovna and the fact that it was still her soiree. Gradually, however, the idea dawned on all of them at once that the prince had just proposed to her. The affair consequently became 3 times as mad and extraordinary as before. Totsky shrugged his shoulders in profound amazement. He was almost alone in his chair, the rest were crowding round the table in disorder. Everyone affirmed later that Nastasia Philippovna became deranged from that very instant. She remained sitting and for some time surveyed everyone with an odd, astonished look, as if unable to take it all in and struggling to grasp the situation. Thereupon she turned to the prince and, with a menacing frown, stared hard at him. This, however, only lasted a second. Perhaps it had occurred to her that all this was a joke or a show of mockery. The sight of the prince at once disabused her. She became lost in thought, then smiled again, as if not quite certain why. "So I really am a princess," she whispered to herself, as if it were a taunt, and as her glance fell by chance on Darya Alexeyevna, she began to laugh. A surprise denouement. "I didn't expect this. Come now, gentlemen, why are you standing up? Be good enough to take your seats and congratulate me and the prince. Someone asked for champagne, I believe. Ferdischenko, go and see to it." Katya, Pasha, she caught sight of her maid suddenly in the doorway. "Come here, I'm going to be married, did you hear? To the prince, he's got 1.5 million, he's Prince Mishkin and he's marrying me." "God bless you, dear, not before time. Don't go missing your chance now," cried Darya Alexeyevna, deeply moved by what had happened. "Come now, sit beside me, Prince," Nastasia Philippovna went on. "Like that, here comes the wine, congratulate us, gentlemen." "Hurrah!" shouted a great many voices. Lots of people crowded round the wine, including almost all the Rogozin party. But though they were shouting, and very ready to do so, a good number of them, despite the strangeness of the circumstances and the surroundings, sensed that the situation had changed. Others were bemused and waited about mistrustfully. Many whispered among themselves that there was nothing in the least extraordinary about it all, was there? Princes went about marrying all kinds, even gypsy girls from the camps. Meanwhile Rogozin stood looking, twisting his face into a fixed smile of incomprehension. "Prince, dear fellow, bethink yourself," hissed the general, aghast, as he sidled up and tugged the prince's sleeve.
Nastasia Philippovna noticed this and began laughing. "No, General. Now I'm a princess myself, you heard, the prince will stand up for me. Afanasy Ivanovich, you congratulate me as well, now I'll sit next to your wife everywhere. What do you think, is it a good thing to have a husband like that? $1.5 million, and a prince and an idiot into the bargain, so they say, what could be better? Now life is really beginning. You're too late, Rogozin. Take your parcel away, I'm marrying the prince and I'm richer than you are."
Rogozin, however, had grasped the situation.
Unspeakable suffering was etched on his face.
He flung up his arms as a groan tore from his throat.
"Withdraw," he shouted at the prince. Laughter came from round about. "Give him up for the likes of you mean?" Darya Alexeyevna retorted triumphantly.
"See him slap his money down on the table, peasant. The prince wants to marry her, but you've just come to make trouble."
"I'll marry her too. Now, this minute. I'll give anything."
"Look at him, a tavern drunkard, you should be thrown out," repeated Darya Alexeyevna indignantly.
The laughter grew louder.
"You hear that, Prince?" Nastasia Philippovna said.
"That peasant is bargaining for your fiancé." "He's drunk," said the prince. "He loves you very much. Won't you feel ashamed afterwards that your fiancé nearly went off with Rogozin?
You were feverish, you're still feverish now, delirious almost.
And won't you feel ashamed when they tell you that your wife was Totsky's kept woman? No, I shan't.
You were with Totsky against your free will.
And you'll never reproach me with it? No. Be careful now, don't swear your whole life away."
"Nastasia Philippovna," the prince said softly and with seeming compassion, "I told you just now that I take your consent as an honor that you are doing me, not the other way about."
You laughed at those words and I heard others laughing too.
Perhaps I did express myself very comically, was comical myself, but I kept thinking that I understand what honor is and I'm sure I spoke the truth. Just now you wanted to ruin yourself, irrevocably, because you'd never have forgiven yourself for it afterwards, and you're guilty of nothing.
It can't be that your life is completely ruined already. What on earth does it matter that Rogozin came to you or Gavrila Ardalionovich intended to deceive you? Why keep dwelling on that?
Few people are capable of what you have done, I repeat, and as for wanting to go off with Rogozin, you decided that in a feverish fit.
You're still unwell and ought to go to bed.
You wouldn't have stayed with Rogozin, you'd have gone off to be a washerwoman tomorrow.
You are a proud woman.
Nastasia Philippovna, but perhaps you have reached such a pitch of wretchedness that you really do consider yourself guilty. You need a great deal of looking after, Nastasia Philippovna.
I will look after you.
I saw your portrait earlier today and at once recognized a familiar face.
I immediately thought that you were somehow calling me.
I will respect you all my life, Nastasia Philippovna, the prince concluded abruptly, as if recollecting himself all of a sudden, blushing and realizing who was listening to all this.
Titsin virtuously inclined his head and looked at the floor.
Totsky thought to himself, an idiot, still he knows that flattery will get you anywhere, it's a law of nature.
The prince also became aware of Ganya's flashing gaze from the corner, a look meant to incinerate him.
There, the kindly soul, pronounced Darya Alexeyevna, wholly melted. An intelligent fellow, but he's done for now, murmured the general. Totsky took his hat and made as if to rise and quietly slip away. He and the general exchanged glances, meaning to leave together. Thank you, Prince, no one has ever spoken to me like that before, said Nastasia Philippovna.
Commercial transactions, yes, but nobody decent has ever proposed to me. You hear, Afanasy Ivanych? What do you think of all the prince said? It's almost indecent, isn't it? Rogozin! Don't go just yet, now. But you weren't going to, were you? Perhaps I will go with you after all. Where were you going to take me then?
Yekaterinhov, reported Lebedev from his corner, as Rogozin simply gave a start and stared wide-eyed, unable to credit what he was hearing. He was completely stunned, as if he had suffered a violent blow to the head.
What do you mean, dearie? You really are ill, have you gone mad, or what? Cried Darya Alexeyevna in alarm. And did you really think I'd ruin a babe in arms like that? Nastasia Philippovna leapt up from the sofa, laughing.
That's more in Afanasy Ivanovich's line, he's the child fancier.
Let's go, Rogozin. Get your money ready. Never mind about getting married, but let's have your money all the same. Perhaps I won't marry you, anyway. You thought if you got married you could keep the parcel? Oh no. I'm a shameless hussy myself. I've been Totsky's mistress. Prince, you ought to marry Aglaya. Yepankina now, not Nastasia Philippovna, otherwise Ferdishchenko will point the finger at you.
You're not afraid, but I would be afraid of ruining you and being reproached by you later. As for saying that I'm doing you honor, Totsky knows all about that.
But you've missed Aglaya Yepankina, Ganya, you have, did you know that?
If you hadn't bargained with her, she'd have married you like a shot. That goes for all of you, you have one choice, stick to either respectable or disreputable women. Otherwise you're bound to get into a tangle. See the general there looking, with his mouth open. This is Sodom, Sodom, the general repeated, shrugging his shoulders. He too had risen from the sofa, all were on their feet again.
Nastasia was almost in a frenzy. Surely not, groaned the prince, wringing his hands. You thought I wouldn't? Perhaps I have my own pride, shameless hussy, or not.
You said I was perfection a while ago, quite some perfection to head for the gutter just to be able to boast of trampling on 1,000,000 and a title.
Now then, what sort of a wife would I make you? Afanasy Ivanych, I really have tossed 1,000,000 out of the window, haven't I? Now how could you imagine I would think myself lucky to marry Ganechka with your 75,000 thrown in? You keep your 75,000, Afanasy Ivanych, you didn't make it 100, Rogozin went one better.
As for Ganya, I'll make it up to him, I've got an idea about that.
And now I'm going to have a good time. I'm a woman of the streets after all. I've spent 10 years in jail, now my time for happiness has come. What are you waiting for, Rogozin? Get ready and let's go. Let's go, roared Rogozin, almost frantic with joy. Hey, you there. Wine. ACH. Stock up on the wine, I feel like drinking. Will there be music? There will. Don't come near her, yelled Rogozin in a frenzy, seeing Darya Alexeyevna approaching Nastasia Philipovna. She's mine. Everything's mine. A queen. It's all over. He was breathless with elation. He kept walking round Nastasia Philipovna, shouting at everybody, "Keep well away." The whole company was by now crammed into the drawing room. Some were drinking, others shouting and laughing. Everyone was in a highly excited and uninhibited state. Ferdyshchenko was attempting to attach himself to them. The general and Totsky again made to slip out. Ganya also had his hat in his hand, but was standing mute as if still unable to drag himself away from the scene unfolding before him. Stand well away. Rogozin kept shouting. What's all the yelling for then? Laughed Nastasia Philipovna. I'm still the mistress here, if I want I can still turn you out. I haven't taken that money of yours yet, there it is lying there, give it here, the whole parcel. There's 100,000 here in this package? Ugh, disgusting. What's the matter, Darya Alexeyevna? You don't mean I should have ruined him, surely? She indicated the prince. How can he get married? He still needs a nurse himself. The general there can be his nanny, look at the way he clings to him. Look, Prince, your fiancé's taken the money because she's a loose woman, and you wanted to marry her. Now what are you crying for? A bitter pill, is it? You should laugh like I do, Nastasia Philipovna went on, though 2 large tears glistened on her own cheeks. Put your trust in time, it will all pass. Better to think twice now than later. But why are you all crying? There's Katya crying. Now what's the matter, Katya darling? I'm leaving you and Pasha a fair amount, I've already arranged it, but now it's goodbye. I've made a respectable girl like you look after me, a loose woman. It's better this way, Prince, really it is better, you would have despised me later and there'd have been no happiness for us. Don't swear, I don't believe you. And how silly it would have been, wouldn't it? No, let's part as friends, after all I'm a dreamer myself and no good would have come of it. Haven't I dreamed about you? You're right, I did, a long time ago, in his house in the country, 5 years living all by my little self. I would think and think, daydream and daydream, always imagining someone like you, kind, honest, and good and silly like you would suddenly arrive and say, "You're not to blame, Nastasia Philipovna, and I adore you." You can go crazy, dreaming away like that. And then that man there would come, stay 2 months a year to disgrace, mortify, inflame, and debauch and then ride away, so that 1,000 times I wanted to fling myself into the pond, but I was contemptible, I hadn't the courage. Well, and now? Rogozin, ready? Everything's ready. Stand clear. Ready, several voices cried out. The troikas are waiting with bells. Nastasia Philipovna snatched up the package. Ganka, I've had an idea, I want to reward you, because why should you lose everything after all? Rogozin, would he crawl to Vasilyevsky Island for 3 rubles? He would. Well, listen then, Ganya,
I want to see what your soul is like for the last time. You tormented me yourself for 3 whole months, now it's my turn. You see this parcel, it's got 100,000 in it. I'm going to throw it into the fire, in front of everybody, all witnesses. As soon as the fire's got a good hold, crawl into the fireplace, without gloves though, bare hands, sleeves rolled back, and pull the parcel out of the fire. If you pull it out, it's yours, all 100,000. You'll just burn your little fingers a bit, but it's 100,000, just think. It won't take long to pull out now, will it? And I will feast my eyes on your soul, seeing you crawl into the fire after my money. All are witnesses that the money will be yours. If you don't crawl in, it'll burn. I won't let anyone else do it. Get away. Everyone get away. My money. I took it for a night with Rogozin. Isn't it my money, Rogozin? Yours, my joy. Yours, my queen. Well now, everyone away, I can do what I like. Don't try and stop me. Ferdishchenko, stoke up the fire. Nastasia Philippovna, my hands won't move, replied Ferdishchenko, stunned. Ek, shouted Nastasia Philippovna, seizing the fire tongs and prodding at 2 smoldering logs. As soon as the fire flared up, she flung the package into it. A general outcry followed, many people even crossed themselves. She's out of her mind, she's gone mad, came shouts all around. Shouldn't we put her under restraint, whispered the general to Titson, or send? I mean, she has gone mad, she has gone mad? Hasn't she? And no, it isn't quite madness, perhaps, hissed Titson, who was trembling and as white as a sheet, unable to drag his eyes away from the smoldering package. She's mad, isn't she? She is, isn't she? The general persisted to Totsky. I kept telling you she was a colorful woman, murmured Afanasy Ivanovich, also rather pale. But, after all, 100,000. Good Lord, good heavens, was heard on all sides. Everybody crowded round the fireplace, all pressing forward, all exclaiming together. Some even jumped on chairs to see over the heads. Darya Alexeyevna scurried into the next room to whisper something fearfully to Katya and Pasha. The beautiful German lady had fled. Madam! Queen! All-powerful, yelled Lebedev, crawling on all fours in front of Nastasia Philippovna, stretching his arms out towards the fireplace. 100,000. 100,000. I've seen them, they were wrapped up in my presents. Madam! Your Grace! Order me into the fireplace, I'll get right in, I'll lay my whole head, my gray hairs in the fire. A sick wife who can't walk, 13 children all orphans, I buried my father last week, just sat there starving, Nastasia Philippovna. After howling his fill, he made for the fireplace. Get away, cried Nastasia Philippovna, pushing him back. Everybody spread out. Ganya, what on earth are you standing there for? Don't be shy. In you crawl. Your ships come in. But Ganya had been through too much that day and evening and was unprepared for this final, unlooked-for ordeal. The crowd parted in front of them and he was left face to face with Nastasia Philippovna, about 3 paces from her. She was standing right by the fireplace, waiting, her burning, piercing stare fixed upon him. Ganya, in his dress clothes, hat and gloves in hand, stood mutely looking at the fire with his arms folded.
A mad smile hovered over his face, white as a sheet. True, he couldn't take his eyes off the fire and the smoldering package, but it seemed that something new had entered his soul. It was as if he had sworn to withstand this torture. He did not move from the spot. After a few seconds it became clear to them all that he would not go for the parcel, that he had no wish to do so. "Hey, they'll burn, you'll be a laughingstock," Nastasia Philipovna shouted at him. "You'll hang yourself afterwards, I mean it." The fire which had flared up between the two smoldering logs had almost gone out when the parcel landed and bore down on it, but a small blue flame still clung on under one corner of the lower log. At length a long, thin tongue of fire licked at the parcel, took hold, and ran up round the corners of the paper wrapper. Then suddenly the whole package flared up in the fireplace and a bright flame burst upwards. They all gasped. "Madam!" Lebedev wailed again, struggling forward, but Rogozin dragged him away and thrust him back again. Rogozin himself was motionless and all eyes. He could not tear himself away from Nastasia Philipovna. He was in a seventh heaven of intoxicated delight. "Now that's like a queen," he kept repeating by the minute to anyone around him. "Now that's style," he kept shouting, beside himself. "Well, which of you rogues would do a thing like that, eh?" The prince looked on, sad and silent. "I'd drag it out with my teeth for just 1,000. Ferdishchenko offered. "With teeth I could do it as well," gritted the gentleman with the fists from the very back, in an access of real despair. "D-damnation! It's burning up," he shouted, seeing the flame. It's burning," came the unison shout, almost everyone surging towards the fireplace. "Ganya, don't be pig-headed, I'm telling you for the last time." "Crawl," roared Ferdishchenko, rushing towards Ganya in a positive frenzy and dragging at his sleeve. "Crawl, you show-off. It's burning. D-damn and blast you." Ganya knocked Ferdishchenko away by main force, turned and walked towards the door. He had taken less than 2 steps when he swayed and clattered to the floor. "He's fainted," came the cry. "Madam, it's burning," wailed Lebedev. "It's burning for nothing," came the roar from all sides. "Katya, Pasha, get him some water, spirits," cried Nastasia Philipovna, as she seized the fire tongs and fished out the package. All the outer layer of paper had burned away to ashes, but it was clear at once that the inside was untouched. The parcel had been wrapped in a triple layer of newspaper, and the money was safe. Everyone breathed more freely. "There's only a miserable 1,000 damaged, the rest is all safe and sound," Lebedev said, much moved. "It's all his. The whole parcel's his. You hear me, gentlemen," proclaimed Nastasia Philipovna, placing the package close to Ganya. "He didn't do it, all the same, he stuck it out. His vanity must be even greater than his greed. It's all right, he'll come round. He'd have murdered me otherwise, probably. See, he's coming to. General Ivan Petrovich, Daria Alexeyevna, Katya, Pasha, Rogozin, you hear? The money is his, Ganya's. I'm presenting it to him to do as he likes with, as a compensation, well, for whatever it might be. Tell him. Leave it lying next to him. Rogozin, march. Goodbye, Prince, for the first time I've seen a human being. Goodbye, Afanasy Ivanovich, merci." Amid thunderous noise and shouting, the whole Rogozin crew made their way through the rooms to the front door after Rogozin and Nastasia Philipovna. In the hall, she took her fur coat from the maids and, as the cook Martha ran in from the kitchen, she kissed them all again and again. "Surely you're not going away and leaving us altogether, madam? But where on earth will you go? And on your birthday, too, a day like this?" asked the weeping maids, kissing her hands. "I'm going on the streets, Katya, you heard me say so, that's my place, or else be a washerwoman." "Enough of Afanasy Ivanovitch. Give him my regards, and don't think ill of me." The prince rushed headlong for the main entrance, where everyone was getting into 4 troikas with bells. The general managed to overtake him on the staircase. "For heaven's sake, Prince, come to your senses," said he, seizing him by the arm. "Forget her. You see what sort she is. I speak as a father." The prince looked at him but tore himself free, and without a word ran downstairs. By the main entrance from where the troikas had just moved off, the general saw the prince hail the first cabby and shout for him to go to Yekaterinhof, after the troikas. Then the general's little grey trotter drew up and took him home, with new hopes and plans, and the pearls, which he had not forgotten to take with him. Amid his calculations the seductive image of Nastasia Philipovna flickered once or twice. The general sighed. "A pity. A genuine pity. She's a lost woman. A mad woman. Well, it isn't Nastasia Philipovna the prince needs now." 2 other guests of Nastasia Philipovna, who had decided to go for a little walk, uttered a number of edifying parting words in the same vein. "You know, Afanasy Ivanovitch, they say the Japanese do things this way," Ivan Petrovich Titsyn was saying. "The man who's been insulted goes up to the offender and says to him, 'You have insulted me, for that I have come to disembowel myself before your eyes.' After he says that, he really does disembowel himself before the offender's eyes. He must feel a high degree of satisfaction, as if he had really taken his revenge. There are some strange characters in this world, Afanasy Ivanovitch." "And you think there was something of that here too," replied Totsky with a smile. That's clever though, and that's an excellent analogy. However, you saw with your own eyes, my dear Titsyn, that I did everything I could. I couldn't do more, you must agree? But you have to agree also that there were some first-rate qualities in that woman, brilliant features. I even wanted to shout to her just now, if I could have permitted myself to do so in that bedlam, that she herself was my best justification against all her accusations. Tell me, who wouldn't have been so captivated sometimes by that woman that he would go against all reason and all that? Take that peasant Rogozin, slapping 100,000 down for her. What if everything that happened there tonight was just a passing fancy, romantic, unseemly? It was colorful and original all the same, you must agree. Heavens, what might have been made of a character like that, and such beauty? Still, in spite of all my efforts, and her education too, all gone. An uncut diamond, I've said so more than once." And Afanasy Ivanovitch gave a profound sigh. Part 2. 1. Some 2 days after the strange goings-on at Nastasia Philipovna's soiree with which we concluded the first part of our narrative, Prince Mishkin made haste to leave for Moscow to settle the business of his unexpected legacy. There was talk at the time that there might be other reasons behind his hurried departure. About that, however, we can offer little information, nor about the prince's adventures in Moscow or during the time of his absence from Petersburg altogether. The prince was away for exactly 6 months, and even those who had some reason to be concerned about his fate could learn very little of him over this period. Rumors of one sort or another, albeit few and far between, did reach some people, but they too were, for the most part, strange and mutually contradictory.
The greatest concern for the prince was evinced in the Yapankin household, of course, as he had not even had time to say goodbye to them before he left. Actually, the general had seen him a time or two and they had conferred seriously about some matter. But if Yapankin had met him, he did not apprise his family of the fact. In any case, at first, for almost a month, that is, after the prince's departure, it was not done to mention him in the Yapankin household. Only the general's wife, Lizaveta Prokofievna, had spoken her mind right at the beginning that she had been cruelly mistaken in the prince. Then, about 2 or 3 days later, she added, this time vaguely, without naming the prince, that the chief feature of her life was being mistaken about people. Finally, some 10 days later by now, she concluded the matter sententiously, annoyed at her daughters for some reason, enough mistakes. There'll be no more of them from now on. It has to be said at this point that a rather disagreeable atmosphere had existed in the house for quite some time. There was an oppressive sense of strain, an unspoken discord, everyone wore a frown. The general was busy day and night about his affairs. They had seldom seen him so active and busy, especially with official matters. The servants hardly got a glimpse of him. As for the Yapankin girls, nothing was said by them aloud, of course. It may be that even when they were alone very little was said. They were proud girls, haughty and reserved even among themselves at times, though they did understand one another at first glance, not to mention first word, so that there was often no point in saying very much. There was only one conclusion an outside observer could have drawn, had such a one chanced to be present, namely that, judging by all the facts so far mentioned, few though they are, the prince had nevertheless managed to create a considerable impression on the Yapankin household, even though he had only appeared there once, and that fleetingly. It might just have been simple curiosity, inspired by some of the prince's eccentric doings, but whatever the reason, the impression remained. Little by little, even the rumors which had spread round the town became obscured by a pall of ignorance. True, there was talk of some simple-minded princeling, nobody could be sure of the right name, who had suddenly come into a vast fortune and got married to a visiting French lady, a celebrated can-can dancer from the Château de Fleurs in Paris. Others, however, had it that the legacy had gone to a certain general and the one who had married the visiting French can-can lady was a fabulously wealthy young Russian merchant who, drunk at his wedding, had burned in a candle no less than 700,000 worth of current lottery tickets out of sheer bravado. All these rumors subsided very quickly, however, greatly assisted by circumstance. For example, the whole of Rogozhin's entourage, many of whom might have had a tale to tell, had left for Moscow in a body in the wake of their chief, almost a week to the day after the fearful orgy at the Yekaterinhof Pleasure Gardens, when Nastasia Philippovna had also been present. 1 or 2 people, the few who were interested, got to hear rumors that Nastasia Philippovna had run off the day after Yekaterinhof and disappeared, whereupon it was discovered that she had left for Moscow. As a consequence, Rogozhin's similar departure was felt to be more than coincidence. There were rumors about Gavrila Ardalionovich Volgin too, as he was fairly notorious in his circle, but something happened in his case also which took the edge off all the malicious stories going round about him and later on put an end to them altogether. He fell seriously ill and was unable to go into the office, let alone appear in society. He recovered after a month's sickness, but for some reason absolutely refused to work for the company, and his place was taken by another man. He failed to turn up at all at General Yapankin's house, so that another official began work there too. Gavrila's enemies might have assumed that he was so embarrassed by all that had happened to him that he was ashamed to leave the house. He really did seem to be unwell, however, he became depressed, preoccupied, and irritable. That very winter Varvara married Titsyn, all who knew them at once ascribed this to the fact that Ganya was unwilling to go back to work, and had not only stopped supporting the household but himself needed help and looking after. We will note in passing that Gavrila Ardalionovich too was not so much as mentioned in the Yapankin household. It was as if he had never existed at all, let alone been in their house. Nonetheless, all of them learned, and very speedily, one most remarkable circumstance, namely that on that most fateful of nights, after his disagreeable adventure at Nastasia Filipovna's,
Ganya had not gone to bed after getting home.
Instead, he had waited for the prince's return with feverish impatience. The prince had come back sometime after 5 in the morning following his trip to Yekaterinov, whereupon Ganya had gone to his room and placed on the table in front of him the charred parcel of money presented to him by Nastasia Filipovna as he lay unconscious. He earnestly begged the prince to return the gift to Nastasia Filipovna at the first opportunity. When Ganya had gone in to the prince, he had been in a hostile, even desperate, frame of mind, but it seemed that certain words were exchanged between them, after which Ganya sat with the prince for 2 hours, weeping bitterly all the time. They parted on friendly terms. This report, which reached all the Yapankins, was subsequently confirmed to be no more than the truth. It was odd, of course, that news of this kind should have got out so quickly and become common knowledge. All that had taken place at Nastasia Filipovna's soiree was known in the Yapankin household practically the next day, and in tolerable detail at that. As far as the information about Gavrila Ardalionovich was concerned, one might suppose it had been brought by Varvara, who had suddenly started calling on the Yapankin girls and was very soon on terms of positive intimacy, greatly to Lizaveta Prokofievna's surprise. Varvara, however, though she thought fit for some reason to establish close relations with the Yapankins, would certainly not have spoken of her brother to them. She was quite a proud woman in her own way, despite making friends with people who had virtually turned her brother out. Previously she had been acquainted with the Yapankins but saw them rarely. Even now she scarcely showed herself in the drawing room, just dropping in for a moment, as it were, from the rear staircase. Lizaveta Prokofievna had never cared for her previously and did not now, though she greatly respected Nina Alexandrovna, Varvara's mama. She was surprised and angry, putting this acquaintance with Varvara down to the wayward fancies of her headstrong daughters, who thought of nothing else but how to be contrary. Nevertheless, Varvara continued her visits both before and after her marriage. However, a month after the prince's departure, Madame Yapankina received a letter from old Princess Belakinskaya, who had left a fortnight before to stay with her eldest married daughter in Moscow. This letter produced a marked effect upon her. Although she revealed nothing of its contents either to her husband or her daughters, it became clear to the family from a number of indications that she had been much stirred, even excited, by it. She began talking in an oddly peculiar manner to her daughters, constantly bringing up the most unusual topics. Clearly she wanted to get something off her mind, but kept holding back for some reason. On the day she got the letter she was very nice to them all, even kissing Aglaya and Adelaida, apologizing to them for something, though they were unable to make out exactly what. She even became indulgent towards her husband, whom she had kept in disgrace for a whole month. Naturally, next day she was terribly annoyed over her previous day's softness and contrived to quarrel with everyone before dinner, but towards evening the skies cleared again. At all events, she continued to be in a reasonably sunny humor for an entire week, which had not happened for ages. A week later, however, another letter came from Princess Belakinskaya, and this time Madame Yapankina resolved to speak out. She solemnly announced that old Belakinskaya, she never called the princess anything else when speaking of her behind her back,
had given her some very comforting news about that. Queer fellow, that prince! The old woman had traced him in Moscow, made inquiries about him, and heard nothing but good. The prince at length came to visit her himself and made a simply enormous impression on her. That's obvious, because she's invited him to call on her every day between 1 and 2, and he trudges along there and hasn't worn his welcome out yet, concluded Madame Yapankina, adding that through the old woman the prince had begun to be received in 2 or 3 good houses. It's good he's not just sitting at home like a fool being shy. The girls, to whom all this had been confided, at once noted that their mamma had concealed a good part of her letter from them. Perhaps they found this out by way of Varvara, who might have, and of course did, know everything that Titsin knew about the prince and his stay in Moscow. Indeed, Titsin might well have been privy to more than anyone else. He was, however, an extremely reticent man so far as business was concerned, though naturally he kept Varya informed. Madame Yapankina at once took against Varya even more on this account. Whatever the facts of the matter, the ice had been broken and all of a sudden the prince could be mentioned aloud. Moreover, it again became clear what an extraordinary impression the prince had left on the Yapankin household and the enormous interest he had aroused. Madame Yapankina was positively astonished at the effect her news from Moscow had on her daughters. The girls in their turn were astonished to hear that their mamma, who had solemnly announced that the chief thing in her life was constantly being mistaken in people, had at the same time been recommending the prince to the attention of the powerful old Belakonskaya in Moscow. She must have begged on bended knee for it too, as the old lady was hard to rouse in such cases. As soon as the ice was broken, however, and the wind had changed direction, the general was also quick to have his say. It turned out that he too had been taking a particular interest in the prince. He only spoke of the business side of the matter, however. It appeared that he had arranged for 2 reliable and, in their way, influential gentlemen in Moscow to keep an eye on the prince in his own interests, and especially on Selaskin, who had charge of his affairs. Everything that had been said about the legacy, about the fact of the legacy so to speak, had turned out to be correct, but the bequest itself in the end was not nearly as considerable as had been at first reported. The estate was to some extent encumbered, there were debts, various claimants had appeared, meanwhile the prince was conducting himself in a most unbusinesslike manner, notwithstanding all the advice he was given. God bless him, of course. Now that the ice of silence had been broken, the general was glad to announce this in all sincerity, since although the chap was a bit he deserved his good fortune. Meanwhile, he had behaved foolishly all the same. For example, creditors of the late merchant had turned up with dubious or worthless documents, others, getting wind of the prince, had none at all, and what do you think? The prince had satisfied nearly all of them, despite his friends' protestations that all this riffraff had absolutely no claim on him. His only reason for satisfying them all was that some actually had suffered loss. To this, Madame Yapankina responded that Belakonskaya had written to her in a similar vein, and that it was stupid, so stupid, once a fool, always a fool, she added brusquely, but her face betrayed how much she rejoiced at the fool's actions. Eventually the general observed that his wife was as concerned for the prince as if he had been her own son, and that she had suddenly become very affectionate towards Aglaya. Seeing this, Ivan Fedorovich adopted a highly businesslike air for some time. But this pleasant state of affairs did not last long. Barely a fortnight passed before there came another sudden change. Madame Yapankina fell to frowning, and after some shrugging of the shoulders the general resigned himself to the ice of silence once more. The fact was, only 2 weeks previously he had received secret intelligence, brief and consequently unclear, but nonetheless reliable, that Nastasia Philippovna, who had at first disappeared in Moscow then been run to earth there by Rogozin,
and then again disappeared only to be found again, had finally almost promised to marry him. And now, only a fortnight later, His Excellency had received a sudden report that Nastasia Philippovna had run away a third time, virtually from the altar, this time somewhere out of town, and meanwhile Prince Mishkin had likewise disappeared from Moscow, leaving all his affairs in the hands of Selaskin. With her or after her, we don't know, but something's afoot there, concluded the general. Lizaveta Prokofievna, for her part, had also been the recipient of disagreeable news. At all events, 2 months after the prince's departure, all rumors about him had subsided in Petersburg, and the ice of silence in the Yapankin household remained unbroken. Varvara, however, continued to call on the girls. To make an end of all these rumors and reports, we should add that by spring there had been considerable upheavals in the Yapankin family, so that it was difficult not to forget the prince when he sent no news of himself and perhaps had no wish to do so. As winter proceeded, they gradually came to the decision to go abroad for the summer. Lizaveta and her daughters, that is, the general, naturally, could not afford to waste time on frivolous amusements. The decision came about as a result of extraordinary persistence on the part of the girls, who were absolutely convinced that the reason their parents did not wish to take them abroad was their constant preoccupation with finding husbands for them and marrying them off. Perhaps, too, the parents had finally been persuaded that husbands might also be found abroad, and one summer's trip would do no harm, indeed might even help things along. It is pertinent here to mention that the projected marriage between Afanasy Ivanovich Totsky and the eldest Yupankin daughter had come to grief without any formal proposal having been made. It had seemed to happen of itself, without any lengthy discussions or family strife. Since the prince's departure, it had all swiftly petered out on both sides. This too was a factor contributing to the oppressive atmosphere within the Yapankin household, although Madame Yapankina had declared at the time that she was so glad she could cross herself with both hands. Despite being in disgrace, and aware that it was entirely his fault, the general sulked for a long time. He felt sorry for Afanasy Ivanovich, a fortune like that, and such a sharp fellow. A little later, the general found out that Totsky had been captivated by a certain visiting French high society lady, a marquise and a legitimist, and that they were going to be married and Totsky taken off to Paris, then somewhere in Brittany. Well, the Frenchwoman will be the ruin of him, decided the general. So the Yapankins prepared to set off before the summer. Then, suddenly, something happened which altered the whole situation, and the trip was postponed once again, to the huge delight of the general and his wife. A certain princess came to Petersburg from Moscow, a man of some renown and noted for his most excellent qualities. He was one of those people, modern men of affairs one might say, honorable and modest, who genuinely and consciously want to be of service to the public, always working, and distinguished by the rare and happy quality of always being able to find work to do. Without courting publicity, and staying clear of the voluble bitterness of party controversy, the prince had a profound understanding of recent trends without regarding himself as a leading man. He had formerly been in the civil service and had afterwards taken part in the rural council policy. In addition, he was a constructive corresponding member of several Russian learned societies. Together with an engineer friend, he had amassed data and done research leading to an improved route for one of the most important of the newly planned railway lines. He would be about 35 years old. He belonged to the highest society, besides possessing a decent, solid, indisputable fortune, as the general put it, having encountered the prince in the course of important business at the office of his superior, the count. The prince took a particular interest in Russian practical men and never missed a chance of meeting them. It so happened that the prince was also introduced to the general's family. Adelaida, the middle sister, impressed him considerably and he proposed to her before the spring.
Adelaida was very much taken with him and so was Lizaveta Prokofievna.
The general was very pleased. It goes without saying that the trip abroad was put off. The wedding was fixed for the spring. The trip might still have taken place towards the middle or end of summer, if only as a kind of visit for a month or two for Lizaveta
Prokofievna and her two remaining daughters to get over their sadness at Adelaida's leaving them.
But once again something unlooked for occurred. In late spring, Adelaida's wedding having run into delay and been deferred till midsummer, Princess introduced a relative, distant but fairly well known to him, to the Epankin household. This was a certain Yevgeny Pavlovich Radomsky. He was still young, about 28, an aide-de-camp of the emperor, strikingly handsome, of good family, witty, dazzling, up-to-date, very well educated, and possessed of quite unheard-of riches. As regards this last, the general was always wary. He made inquiries. That actually does seem to be the case, though, of course, it will have to be checked further. This young aide-de-camp with a future was highly recommended by old